All right, we're live. Welcome, everybody. My name is Allin, and we're live with special guest Kareem.
What's going on, everybody? Kareem is here, the dream master of quick math, and thanks, Maddie, for the invite. So it's going to be awesome today. Great
Yeah, I'm so excited to talk to you. And you're the face of the Super Sharks in Hex, which will explain what that means. You volunteered. You said it yourself, right? And you're a math guru, and you're a winning whale in training. Is that right?
That's right. I like that. That's just based on my personal mission and why I do what I do, especially in Hex, because affirmations are so powerful. You got to have a plan, right? Not planning is actually planning to fail. So having those affirmations, having those targeted goals that you want to do is really what allows you to know if you are successful based on the metrics you set for yourself, right? And that's important because for some people, success is X amount of money. For some people, it's a lifestyle. For some other people, like me, it's building wealth, legacy. You see what I'm saying? So it's great to have that as a goal.
Yeah, and it's great that you're able to speak in those terms, to be able to individualize it and to understand that different people do have different goals. And so Crypto Coffee and I were saying the other day on stream that in Hex, there are lots of games you can play, and your strategy is going to depend on which game you want to play.
Exactly. And I think that's what makes it so great, because everybody can play their own game. But the best part is that's what I could teach the macro view, the overall, because that's mainly my game. It benefits everybody, right? So, and that's how it keeps it like very interesting, the stickiness aspect. You want to be here for the quick flip? Well, we don't recommend that, but hey, you can do that, get your benefit, and be good. As you know, because you overtrade, then you get burned, and then you come crying, and then we told you not to do it, and then you did it. But when you're winning, you're like, yeah. It's only when you lose money you're gonna be like, oh, what's going on? But nonetheless, it's provided, it's there. You want to do it, you can do it. You want to think long term, boom, you can do it like that. So especially some of those who are very busy, not just because of Hex in general, but crypto in general, talking to people, mass adoption, stuff like that. That requires times, energy, effort. I'm on a trip right now, but everywhere I go, I'm talking to my friends, I'm talking to my relatives, I'm talking to even acquaintances that knows me or that I have a little bit, hey, have you heard about Hex? Have you X, Y, and Z? And this is really, really important, but you need the time to do that, right? So to me, that's one of the other very powerful value of staking beyond the gains part, is the fact that I can do all the things, be productive, make money while I'm sleeping, and adopt more people.
Yeah, exactly. Hex frees you up to be able to do that, especially the way you're playing the game, being a long-term thinker. And I know that everybody is so excited to see you here tonight live, because you bring so much energy to the Hex space. You're a cool guy. You're well refined. You have a sales background. You have a fascinating story. You're a self-made man. And so that's why I think everybody is so excited to have you among the Hexicans, and to be willing to come on. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much again. Thank you for the kind words. I really love it like that. And the energy is, I tell people all the time, it's not just something that I was so to speak, born with. I do have a lot of energy, but it's really that attitude of gratitude. I can't stress that enough, because that is something that's duplicatable. It's something people can have, people can do, and focus on the things they want to attract, and the positive energy. And that's why I love you and the work that you've been doing, and some of the stream that you have been doing, a little bit, Hex related, but also other things related to, for mental toughness and stuff like that. And that's, to me, it's very, very important, having that clear vision and pushing along. I really believe human beings, we didn't just came to planet Earth to, eat, sleep, and, whatever. So we got to be able to have purpose, vision, goals, helping one another. And I'm very excited to be here and honored to be a guest here.
Yeah. Hex and having a higher purpose in general, I think really really does meet those higher needs on Maslow's hierarchy, and allows people to be on the right path to actualizing the life that they want to live, when especially when they're staking longer and giving themselves more rewards in the future to live for and to live better for. When we talk about Hex, I really see it as kind of a life extension technology in the making, and having all these emergent properties of mental health and wellness, and who knows what else. But what we know so far is very exciting, and people being able to really go from a world where saving is now being punished in much of the world to the Hex world where saving is rewarded. That, I think, will change humans' behaviors as it has in the past when hard money was a thing.
Absolutely. And by the way, quick shout out to touch on what you just said, because it's so powerful, and I think some people kind of missed it. But just the simple fact that you don't have to deal with sleep deprivation. I mean, like I said to people all the time, trading isn't something new. I mean, it goes back all the way down to probably thousands of years before, traditional market even happened. The fact that you don't have to stare at a screen all the time, the cycle, the polarization, the memes that we have so much about this influencer, like bull run, this, that, bullish, bearish. It's just constant nonstop. You don't have to do all of that stuff, right? And that's why I told people about the dream account, because it's actually reasoning with that aspect of you're dreaming about bigger, better things that you're going to put time, energy, and effort into it, right? You can't just be a dreamer. You got to be a 10X, a massive action, tech initiatives. But you're dreaming because you're not focused on the other stuff that's not really productive, like staring at the screens too many times, being fearful and playing with your emotion. All that stuff is going to age you faster.
Yes.
So you sleep better because you don't have the sleep deprivation. You have more time to do better things that's going to help you achieve the dreams. So the dream is working. It's like, okay, what else do I need in this dream? I need to be able to do X, Y, and Z. I have time to do X, Y, and Z. Whether it is as simple as, hey, stashing up more money, right? One of the analogies I always tell people all the time is Hex should be treated kind of like your new 401k 2.0 if you've been in the US, or whatever the vehicle is in your country where you can put money away either to your company or to just a savings vehicle. Because as it grows, as you build those TShares, just watching the daily interest kick in, Maddie, it's amazing. And that's how you start from something small into something big, and you never had to trade. You never had to worry about, what's going to happen in terms of, like, have you heard this news or that news? And like I said before too, in the short term, especially, the price is not really relevant. And if you have enough TShare that you accrue over time, it doesn't really matter what it is. The daily value that you're getting, even if you're an expert trader, you wouldn't be able to get that, right? And that's facts.
Great.
And that's something they need to understand. Especially if you're a new guy, you have a lot of money, and you're worried about, I don't work trading and this and that. I am telling you right now, if you're listening, you never have to worry about that. I make multiple hundreds of dollars a day, and I don't have to trade anything.
Yes. Yeah. That's right. On a long enough time scale, people who trade, even if they're the best in the world, they don't do very well, and they shut down their hedge fund, and then they start a new one 1 year, 2 year, 5 years later, and look at how good I'm doing when still it's not as good as Hex. It's not anything close to this. I mean, and something you said just a minute ago, that people have been trading for generations, and people have been trading even since before there were screens, right?
Yeah.
And trying to hustle, but never before have you been able to save in this digital way, right?
Yes.
This is a digital world that's being created. with the internet and with you know, people's attention and mind share, and so it's fascinating that, you know, guys with spears or guys with guns can't just go and shut down Hex like they could with e-gold, the first version of that, or with any centralized or physical asset. It doesn't work that way. It's better.
Absolutely. You are in full control, which is, again, one of the things that it's so undervalued today, but the world is starting to wake up little by little. That's the same way where, because economic policies around the world are failing miserably, and this is why crypto emerged. So it's finding that right vehicle, right? Build and they will come, right? It's been in the build. Same thing with Hex. It took 2 years to build, but now that it's built, now people will come because this is something the world needs. This is something that can give everybody their monetary sovereignty, and they don't have to be tricked into something that's going to turn into a trade. Buy this because of that, and the next thing you know, boom, it blows up. There's a reason why the CD market is one of the biggest in the world. There's a reason why there's over 7+ trillion, market cap for that specific investment vehicle, because ultimately that's what human beings want. They just want to, work hard. They don't necessarily need a handout. They just want to work hard, help their family and friends, and be able to put some money set aside to be able to, fund their dreams. I mean, to me, that's what capitalism was about. And that's what attracted me to come here, right? First, you need the capital. Well, how are you going to build the capital if you don't, save to invest? You know what I mean? And then government just steals your purchasing powers and things like that. So having that vehicle set up, plus, right, not your keys, not your funds, right? Be able to not rely on banks, because over the years, again, banks has been known also to potentially fail. So how many times do you have to see that to say, oh, but this was just one time? But no, it happened many, many times throughout history. So, and be able to have full benefits, because the banks is lending, they're doing stuff with your money that you don't even know. It's the funniest thing ever. So now you have full custody, full control, and you're able to really, really work on that future.
That's right. Yeah, it turns out that even reserve currencies exit scam, and over the past 600 years, there have been 6 different world reserve currencies, according to some, and probably crypto is going to be one in the future, and that's a world that people who have the strongest hands will do the best in, I think.
Absolutely, and I agree with you. And I think it's going to be even the biggest one yet, because just by simple analysis, this slide you just pointed out, which is great, crypto actually includes all of that, right? Because before, reserve currency was kind of tied up to the area of the world you were in, okay?
Yeah.
At first, it was just kind of the country. Then it became kind of the area that you were in. Like, for example, I'm originally from, Central African Republic, and I'm currency over there is called the CFI, which is, the franc from the Central African region. But, it was semi-controlled by the French, so which is tied up to the franc, which then got tied up to the euro. So when they move, we move, so to speak. But crypto goes above that, because now, yes, you got your own fiat currency for where you're from, but by the time you enter to buy, Hex or crypto and things like that, we're all in the same boat, so to speak. So that's why I believe it's going to be an even bigger reserve and last even longer, because for the first time, we're really trying to dissociate, that's the key, dissociate money from government. The same way many, many thousands of years ago, we used to have the church, right? And then connected with the government and stuff. And then we separated that. But at the time, people thought you were crazy. What do you mean? The church is the. And now it's like, of course we need to do this. What? Yeah, religion should be away from them. It's going to be the same with the money part.
Because now I want to pause you right there, because we need to make sure that the people at home are taking notes. Because if you're going to keep dropping awesome ideas like that crypto is going to separate government and money creation the same way that we separated government and religion in the past, that's a hot take. And I want to make sure that everybody gets a chance to take notes and understand that Kareem has so many hot takes. You know, you're gonna not be able to hold them all in your memory all at once, right?
Yes, sir. And to me, it's just, I don't fully know how to explain this, but it's so natural because I can just see it, right? Just like seeing the Matrix, because to me, it's a natural transition, and it's pure because you don't need to play for that. You don't need to like, oh, you know, because I'm in sales, right? I can make things to like create urgency that's not what it needs to be. But there's certain natural things, right? Kind of like, while I love math, you know, sacred geometry. There's certain things that it's just a natural balance of the universe. Because human beings, especially government, whether we like to believe it or not, but times and times and times again, when times gets tough, they always end up doing something that you could not fully predict, and that's not always beneficial because their natural instinct, kind of like the human being basic instinct, if it's going to be them or you, they will always choose themselves.
Yes,
You know,
and
and the
that's
central bank
the
is just the
game theory.
mechanism that they use.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's the game theory of centralized power
Yep.
without any protection. Yeah. I was just talking to a relative yesterday about how you don't really have to worry as a politician that you're going to get voted out if you know, if the news is glorifying all the fear that you're creating, and so it's so the system breaks down when power gets too centralized, and
Exactly.
that's exactly what crypto addresses, and why it's relevant and needed, is because nobody likes giving up all the power all the time, and you know, you can see your purchasing power getting taken away by the prices of things going up, and that destroys saving for the
Absolutely.
future, and causes people to be instant gratification seekers, and it changes human behavior when there's no mechanism to save for
Yeah.
the future
Because
and to save for your dreams.
absolutely. And because, and then this is how I can explain very simple term for people to understand why I say it's so pure and simple, is because it always goes back to this, right? Why capitalism has been so successful, right? Because it's the study of incentives. It's about finding the incentives. And sometimes things start well, noble causes, right? So many tragedy we have seen in the world. Oh, they started with well intention and this and that, but then because human being can change. Sadly, sometimes they change for the good, which is great, evolution. Sometimes they change for the bad when the selfish reason outweigh the reasoning of the good of the whole, because that's what incentive gets tricky. And the beauty about crypto, and especially true decentralized crypto, we got to make the differentiation here, especially like Hex. It's that the code is immutable, right? There's a reason
Yes.
why we are on Ethereum, for example, so that any mood swings whatsoever, and by the way, I'm including everybody. I'm even including myself. Who knows, 5 years, 10 years, 15, 20 years from now, something happens to me or whatever, or I get blackmailed, or you never know. And let's say I had access to something, maybe I get, you know, targeted or whatever to make the change. Well, with this, you don't have to, because it's out of your hands. It's literally the game of the smart contract. And the smart contract don't play sides, doesn't have those emotions. He just do what he said he's going to do. And another reason why I love Hex even more is because it's also tied up by time. And time doesn't stop for anybody. Time humbles everyone. Whether you're poor, whether you're rich or billionaire, it doesn't matter. Those ages, you don't get them back. You can do longevity, which we're trying to do, which is going to extend. But it's like the funny joke we talk about on the blockchain. We never roll back the chain. You know what I mean? We just add a new block, right? So
Yeah.
it's just one of those things where when you have that, you really get to see, wow, this can be something that can affect the whole world, because it's not about me anymore. It's not about my likability. It's not about how much money or connections or whatever I have. It's about understanding that this is going to happen every day for the next rest of the eons. And if you want to be part of it, your benefit will be recorded in time, in history, and on the go forward. That's why you can start as a, so to speak, lower fish, but then grow over time because you're willing to commit. So every day you're actually gaining position. It might be happening slowly, but compared to somebody else, you are gaining position. And even though when they emergency and stick, you're gaining position even faster. So it's even more ironic.
Yeah.
But
or even if somebody's ahead of you and because they've staked bigger, but then because they stake shorter, and they drop off, and you're going to keep going. So because the system doesn't know the behavior of everybody in the future, and it's not showing your position in the future, it's only showing your position today. And so, yeah, I've noticed that there are people, that there are bigger fish out there in front of me they're gonna end their stake sooner, and then their TShares stop, right? They stop accruing Hex, and
they get burned.
Yep.
And
then they have to buy back in if they want to keep playing.
There's gonna be a big gap from there, because what people need to understand is, let's say, just quick math here, is when those people, even 2-3 years from now, unstake, and the share rate most likely went up anyway. I'm just being conservative here. 3 years from now, share rate could be overall, 2x, 2 to 3x what the original number was, which was 10,000, right? So we could be 2-3 years from now, we could be anywhere between 19, 20,000 to 25,000. Who knows? Again, behavior. But the beauty about the system is non-biased. The system just, once again, tells you the rule of the game, tell you the rule of the incentives. Just like what a really good, you're going to catch this joke, what a really good government should have been, right? The government start, well, oh, guys, this is the incentives, right? This is what business is about. Businessmen, like, right, okay, you want to build housing? Because government's broke. They got no money, right? So their tool is like, they're going to give incentives to get what they want to see. We want more housing because we got all those people we got to take care of. Okay, let me give credits for that. Build homes, get this. Oh, we need more public utilities. We need more this and that. So they create those incentives, right? Renewable, whatever, to then. But then the problem is sometimes we got a deal. You create the incentives. I go to work. I start building the stuff because that incentive also pays me because, I'm not a charity. But then halfway through, you kind of change your mind, and now you take away the incentive, you do this other thing, and sometimes it's to political gains, which turns into everything can be gained. Oh, what you gonna do for me? Oh, you want this incentive? Oh, pay me this, do that. Instead of what happened to the greater good of the people? What happened to the original idea that you said we were supposed to do? You see what I'm saying? You deal with those
central planning. So central planning doesn't beat free market, where things are fair and there's competition, right?
Exactly. And that's the key with the contract, because it's set in stone and it just doesn't change. It tells you what the rule of the game is. It's almost like boring / efficient because it's just stay true to that. And that's why it's so perfectly dynamic. And then people just do what they're supposed to do in their best interest. And because that doesn't change, which then create more growth. So everybody wins. And this is what I think crypto is able to do, especially programmable crypto. So I firmly believe, like Richard said many times, right? Crypto is going to go up against USD. Ethereum is going to do better than Bitcoin. And Hex is going to outperform them both. It's literally because it's all aligned. One affect the other. Crypto is here to stay. And we have the best game theory in town. And again, it's immutable. You know what I mean? Somebody trying to show up and copy us, guess what? That's just a form of flattery. We're just going to take off even faster because you can't copy community. And ultimately, we did it in the perfect way. Just kind of the one good thing EOS did when they're trying to launch the decentralized way, spread over, a year plus. We have that big head start. And that, to me, is going to be the game changer. And by the way, all that while still being heavily kept. We haven't even fully been. So it just tells you what's to come. It's going to be amazing.
Exactly. Yeah. I acted out of character and called CZ a scammer today on Twitter and got blocked, but I enjoyed it. So, oh well.
For the girl, you went by, hey, at least you got to say it once, right?
Feel bad. I've been promoting like not talking about other people badly, and I fell into it because
Well,
somebody had
really
called
bad, though?
Richard a scammer there on
Yeah.
Elon's page, and I couldn't handle it.
You lost
Like
it.
if that scammer's gonna be on there, I'm gonna use my one block, and I'm gonna, I just couldn't. Yeah, because that's Binance is a centralized agency. They're gatekeeping because they stand to lose from decentralization. Not all cryptos are created equally. Bitcoin continues to get more centralized. And here we are. I was gonna ask you about that too, because Bitcoin is up now since last time you appeared on a Hex show. And
absolutely. And I can tell you what the trends are for that too. But a couple of things to unpack here, which I think is very, very important. People understand, and it's okay because it's a little bit tricky for people to understand. When we're talking about character, especially, this is something really dear to my heart because I truly believe I'm a man of character, and to me, it's the thing that trumps everything else. Because especially for me, back home in Africa, when all kinds of crazy stuff going on, you could be rich today, poor tomorrow. Literally, no justification. War just shows up, and then it's gonna be back on what kind of social credit did you have in terms of like how were you with your neighbors, how were you with people around you, this and that. That's why I end up sometimes saving your life, as crazy as it sounds. This is why character is the single most important thing. I mean, I'm talking about you can write a contract just for shaking hands, like talk about being a man of your word, right? So when we're talking about character, to me sometimes out of character can also means like something is bad, it, but you're not willing to say that it's bad because you're afraid of X, Y, and Z. To me, that's also acting out of character because it's one thing to say something, it's another thing to be able to back it up with proof, right? I tell people all the time, even quote unquote, oh, I have X, Y, and Z. No, I tell people, listen, it's not bragging if it's true. Because sometimes you don't realize people need to see that. One of the reasons why I wanted to move forward is because I started to hear a lot of the nonsense, like, oh, Richard owned all the big accounts, blah, blah, blah. It's all bots and this and that. And like, to me, right, it didn't sit well. I was like, what are you guys talking about? Yeah. There's plenty of us out there too. And by the way, I show up late. Okay, I'll keep saying that again. Late April to May, helped make the top for the 0.006. Like I wasn't even here in the beginning. If I was here, Maddie, it would have said, what's well, and then winning well in trading / we'll see you in 2023. Yeah, you right?
No, in training if you were here in the beginning.
Yeah, because the best part is I would have still have the same plan, right? After researching and then did a little bit of short stake just to make sure that it works, right? Playing with the buttons, stake, unstake. Okay, I got this much interest, understand the mechanics, boom, 555. I've many times throughout the couple of months, I've seen the account way above $1 million just doing its thing. What am I going to do? I can't unstake. So to me, having that mental fortitude, understanding the long-term gain, delaying the gratification, understanding, the marshmallow experience. That's why I can confidently tell you right now, I would have been a winning well. Because I know some people started well, right? Like the funny guy with why I saw my Hex or whatever. And then price went up so high and and it's not their fault. Some people are not used to see that kind of money. Instead of going, wait a minute, I made a great decision. Look at that. I made 150x on my money. Wow, less than a year. What can happen 5, 10, 15 years from now? Boom, dreaming big. You see, that's me. Other people, it's like, oh my God, I got so lucky. I got all this money. I need to unstake. Because they don't understand the fundamentals of investing, which is if you don't understand why something is going up, you won't understand why it's going down. And in both cases, more often than not, you will always lose money. There's people losing money right now. And I mentioned it here in live stream before, because when the price goes up and due to swing, the people margin trading, whatever, they're getting liquidated up and down. At some point, just like a cycle, Bitcoin's going to have its correction, whether it is now or whether it continue to bull flag all the way to, 30,000, because there's a Fibonacci extension there and people like to play narrative, right? Focus points. But sooner or later, those who play the trading game is, again, it's facts over feelings. It's just statistically, they end up losing more and more versus the guy that played the long-term game. Plus, I already told people, when you fully understand Hex, the valuation comes from already the earning reward. I'm averaging out almost 50%, all accounts, all my accounts combined. Dream account is crazy. It's going like 60+% APY. I mean, it's just because we're maxing out. We're not playing any other games, right? But let's just say all my accounts combined, whatever, I'm above 50% on my stakes. So what does that tell me is like capital is safe. We're right around, actually, no, thanks to big payday, because I got another stack, my cost basing got divided by 2 because it used to be around 0.006. So now it's like 0.003, whatever. So where are we on now? I'm already in the gravy. So capital is safe, stacked away, and I'm earning 50% on my money. The moment I made that analysis, it's game over. Everything else is just gravy from there. Because I'm going to continue to buy and add to the position and grow the account. Because again, I want to be personally sovereign of my own wealth. Again, it's not about making money, it's about building wealth. Imagine all the hard work you have to do, putting your money away, trusting the bank, making sure they're open in the freaking business hours that you need to. What if you go to South America or Africa or whatever? Is your bank working there? See, average person don't think about all those things. Like people that have a little bit of money or whatever, they have to think about all this logistics. There's a reason why credit card is popular. It's because for some of the people, hey, it gets accepted X, Y, and Z. I can travel international, keep a tab of the ledger, whatever, where the money goes, know where my budget is, my cutoff. And then by the time I come back, when I go on vacation, I take my big credit card and let's roll. And then when I come back, I'm like, all right, I take this money here, I dump it over there, pay it off, done. Right? So all those things, crypto solves all of that. Because you got the card, you got everything, you are your own bank. I mean, QR code on your phone. Obviously, I highly recommend people don't put any of your dream account on your phone like that. That should be stop. I'm talking about separate computer, like never, yeah. And then have other accounts for the small things, expenses, travel, whatever. And then you have all these things all in once for year to come. You don't have to worry about somebody changing his mind no, it's you and the code, right? I love that.
That's right.
People don't understand how powerful that is. We're literally as important as the Bitcoin miners because we get, like, I feel proud when I get the interest because I got that hex, that particular hex, I got that first. Untented, so to speak, or whatever you want to call it. But because we get it directly from the contract. We're literally like the Bitcoin miners. We're like the Federal Reserve members.
Yes. And
the contract, I tell you before, the AI contract is like the chair. So there's no lobbying that has to be done. There's no, hey, we got to vote for the next chair. Like, Janet Yellen is going to be the next chair, which means more printing money. Like, we don't have to worry about playing politics. If this guy gets elected as chair, we got to look at it this way. If that guy, kind of like Joe Biden, because he's going to work here. No, we don't have to worry about none of that stuff. Yeah. The AI already set up the economic policies from the very beginning. Guys, you know the deal. Okay? Longer pays better, bigger pays better. Here's the mechanics. As a well in training, whatever, I'm in love already. 15 years from now, I'm gonna be maxing out that 15% bonus. Make no fucking mistake. But guess what? It's part of my plan because I want to have this thing on autopilot, just growing. That's why the Dream account has two little quick insight scoop for everybody to understand the sanity behind the Dream account. One other thing that I do is I like to do 2 million stakes, and I like to space it over 6 months, so to speak. The reason to that is because I'm counting 15 years from now with some of the math that I've done with increased share price and share rate and things like that. When I start rolling my 6 months, it becomes kind of like my annuity divided by 2 every 6 months. And guess what? They're going to be massive stakes I'm trying to get it to the 150 million plus that I'm just start to rotate like that. Because after 15 years and share rate being so high and all the coins that I have with interest, Maddie, imagine 150 million stakes every 6 months, getting the bonus money, and just living off the interest and just restaking the race. Because the first 15 years is key, especially right now, because share rate is so low. 15, 20 years from now, when it becomes an astronomical different number or whatever, I won't care so much about that and more care about the 10% bonus. Make sense?
Sure.
So it will switch to just bigger stakes, getting to that 150 million and just roll over and leave off the interest. So again, I tell people all the time, think big, think long, dream big. It's important because when you dream big, you can see 15 years. When you're only worried about tomorrow, when you're worried about, oh, I'm going to scam this person or this person going to scam me and this and that, it's so bad because you're not doing your research. You're always in fear. So somebody can trigger you left and right. And you always end up being lost in the end. And then years back, in the future, when you're going to look back, you're going to be like, oh my God, if I was here in the beginning, I didn't stake. You see what I'm saying? It's the same thing they got about Bitcoin bragging about doing X, Y, and Z. Bitcoin goes up to like crazy amount of money, which it did. And then people were like, man, I used to have this thing and then I wasted it. Because I see the same trend, just like Richard talked about. I literally I spend hours watching documentary, hearing people's previous experience, because there's a lot of those now popping on YouTube, right? Surprisingly. But I see all the same thing that they're saying is the same thing Richard has been saying all along. Some of the trend. So, I was talking to my friend, this new internet money, this and that, you do this, you do that, mining, X, Y, and Z. We have the same thing going on right now with the buzz with Hex, but people just don't know it yet. But they will when they realize, wait a minute, this thing is like Bitcoin, but it's better, and I don't have to trade because I suck at it, and I can just get APY chilling, and the price is stable. That's all we really care about. It's a done deal because now they can do big amounts. They're not worried about even those fancy traders and stuff. A lot of the time, they just get the affiliate money or whatever, and then they just increase their stash. Some of those people, it's the funniest joke. They advise everybody to trade. They're over there talking about all those trades, but they don't really move big money. They just do because they know that they can be wrong and get wrecked. So they always have a big stash of long-term portfolio and then just playing the little thing on screen, right? When was the last time you saw an influencer actually showing you his position about like, hey, I went in on that trade for this much? They just kind of tell you, I got it at this price.
That's the last time I saw it, and I don't see it elsewhere.
Exactly. So, and because it's about validity. I tell people all the time, especially when in sales like me, dude, it's all about validity. Some people can literally teach themselves or watch somebody how to talk nice, how to walk nice, how to do X, Y, and Z. No, show me, right? Action talks louder than words. Because when you see it, it's different, especially in a contract that's immutable, right? Like Richard says all the time, when that 24-hour rollover and the stake is in, it's in. There's no, hey, Maddie, I changed my mind. I closed my position. No, none of that stuff.
Yeah. And you know what it's going to do. You know the monetary policy ahead of time, and the policy can't change. It doesn't matter who you vote in, and it doesn't matter how loud you yell or how much you kick your feet. It doesn't matter how many times you call customer service. It's not going to change the reality, right? The reality is when you make a promise to yourself in Hex, you have to serve the time, and that's the power and the value of money. That's the time value of money, right?
Absolutely. And guess what? Because you serve the time, the AI goes and say, "Hey, Kareem, here's your reward." You see, another very powerful thing. I'm going to remind everybody here. I used to say it right around big payday, but some people still missed it. Is that understand something? When the OA did what it did to limit the dumping, which was amazing. And yes, we saw big numbers, right? We saw big numbers on that big payday before the thing switched. But I told people, again, wisdom. I laugh at them, but wait a minute. Even if you had all those tokens, let me say it again very slow. Even if you have had all those tokens given to you, right, 4 or 5x, and you're stake for 15 years, which, by the way, is roughly what you have to do for the AI system to give you that many tokens to begin with, you still wouldn't have been able to unstake. So actually, mathematically, it's the same thing. Because
I heard you say that, yeah.
Yeah, because let's say you had that crazy amount, the APY would have been less because more people stay, so to speak, or whatever, but you still can't touch the token until 15 years from now. Versus now, yes, it did what it did, but now API is rising and you're still collecting. And I'm fairly confident that by the time my 15-year stakes ends, because I've done the math, it's not that complicated, conservatively, right? with the, 6, 7, whatever hex per TShare, less than 10, because I'm always conservative, right? I took that number, multiplied by the number of days. Guys, it's just math. Everybody can do it. If you know what your daily payout is, roughly, like right now, steadily, my dream account is doing over 45,000 hex per day, more or less. So if you take that, you multiply over 15 years, ta-da, I got the number. You see what I'm saying?
Well,
and then I can literally just project.
every day is going to be a big payday for you. Like you said, that.
And that's why I love you, Maddie. You actually take notes. It's amazing. So you can even call me out and be like, yeah, Kareem, you said that. That's awesome. Well, thank you. Like, it's the funniest thing. It's just like I was telling you before we hop on the stream, right? Why I'm so giving is because I understand the true value of information. It's knowledge is power is garbage. It's not the full story. It's applied knowledge in big cap, applied knowledge. That's the power. The doing, right? The painter, the sculptor, they have the dream big, they have this imagery, but until they do the work, expend the jewels, the actual masterpiece doesn't come out just yet. So and this is why it's so important, because I know, again, back to that character, I know that I'm going to tell you all the secrets, so to speak, because I'm nothing to hide, but I know that I'm going to call you out by saying, are you going to stake or not? Because every day you don't, I get paid, and you don't. So then later down the road, when you say, oh man, all these wells and no. But fair equality for everybody. The rule never changed. See, it's one thing where centralization happened due to nefarious actors and they came in and then they changed the rules or whatever. Yeah, that's bad. But if it's like, no, this is the same monetary policy since inception. By the way, again, I came late. So I just apply it, agree to the system, do the right thing to get the incentive, extract it, and then wait the time. So that's where the fairness comes in, right? We're not communists here. I already know everybody's different. Everybody have different money. Even me, I know there's a lot of people that have more money than me, but I just know that I just want equality of opportunity, right? When I left my country, that was what I dreamed for. And at the time, US was the best place for that. Because I already knew inequality in terms of money and stuff, that would never change. The same way there's always going to be people that want to work harder than others. People want to party, some want to. So you can change that. It's a different drive based on the human individual. But you need equality of opportunity. That's why I love sales. That's why I love commissions, because you get paid. My favorite quote from Elon Musk. In life, you get paid in direct proportion to the level of difficulty or problem you solve. Let me say it again. Write it down, people. Elon Musk said that quote. You get paid in direct proportion to the level of difficulty or problem you solve. Hex solved a big problem. Richard deserves to be a trillionaire one day. Yes, you heard me say that, because that's a big deal. Because the amount of thinking that goes into create something like that can change the whole world, it's right. The same way in the beginning, I'm not even mad at Satoshi. People are like, oh, who's Satoshi? Who cares? It doesn't matter. Even if Satoshi had half the Bitcoin, I don't care. Because what he created, the door that he opened with crypto freed a lot of people. Because we were in an era of slavery. I call it slavery 3.0. It's through the dollar, to the debt system, right? Because it's not in your face. It's political. It's hidden behind curtains, but it's definitely there, and you feel it when you start to like, I used to watch this on TV. I used to thought everybody's rich. Then you come here and you're like, shit, yes, you can make money, but you make a couple hard mistakes and you're done. It's like playing Monopoly and then you make too many dumb mistakes. You can almost never catch up. That rat race will always get you. It might take you years to get it back. So, and this is where those things are very, very important. So again, you get paid in proportion to the level of difficulty or problem you solve. Rich people, go ahead.
I was going to say, one way that you can tell that Richard and the OA that they're going to be good actors going forward is because why would they settle for less when they can have more? Coinbase announced their IPO in the past week, and you know that a founder and a company have reached the peak that they can achieve when they start selling shares to the public, right?
Exactly.
Because they think that they can earn more by diversifying their portfolio than growing the company further, right? Bitcoin hits new all-time highs. Coinbase goes public. I mean, if you look back on any
And they know
company,
they can get a premium for that too because the
yes,
price is high. You see what I'm saying? It gets to a point where it's stupid not to. The same way Tesla did the split. Like Elon already said it from the get-go. We don't need the money. We're good. We're cash flow positive. But it's like the upside is so great. The fact that they're going to be listing on the S&P 500, which is coming, stuff like that. So that's why it pushed the people, and especially the bankers. People don't understand that. It's the bankers that push a lot more of those stuff because they have the most to gain also besides the funder, right? So they are the one really saying, hey, we got to put it on the S&P 500. We have to do that. They are the one pushing the price up. Like I tell people all the time, think. That's why Elon sometimes goes and tweets it, the price is too high. You know what I mean? Like that's such a boss move. Like just to say, because he's trying to protect people because the bankers will just like, when they want to run a story and they know that you can back it up because you actually can't do it, oh my God, they start to FOMO this thing like it's insane. Because for them, they like to show up late and they just capture all the value for years to come from somebody else's hard work. You know what I mean? Like it's just,
that's right.
I mean, it's capitalism, but it's important to understand how the game is played. So you don't get caught with your pants down and you're like, oh my God, how did this happen? You know,
that's right.
You can't just say, hey, price goes up, I'm a genius, right? Price goes down, it's manipulation, right? Again, back to that character. You can't have it both ways.
Hex is a dynamic system, and it's interesting because when the price goes up, then people who would have sold, right, their stakes are coming out, they would have sold, they change their minds and they stake longer, right? So there's this dynamic where there are going to be so many force multipliers on top of each other, not just the dollar depreciating, not just more Hex getting locked up, not just people FOMOing into Hex, not just people FOMOing into staking longer, right? It's there are so many pumpamentals here that are primed and ready to go.
I got another one for you based on that, which is genius. And I said it a little bit on my last stream with the Crypto Spark group from Hex Germany. And it was a study that I started to do. Again, no financial advice. Okay, Kareem might make you FOMO a little bit, but that's not my goal. Again, facts over feelings. I'm just telling you how I think and what I see. Okay, so Bitcoin is going to continue to rally. I mean, every other day we get a news. A big one in Massachusetts where I live. It's called Mass Mutual. They're one of the biggest insurance company in the game. You know, the whole 100 million. Yesterday or today, over the weekend, I can't forget, there is another one, a Jeffries, big hedge fund, 51 billion on the massive asset under management, moving $1 billion into crypto, and now starting Bitcoin, whatever. So the money is going to continue to flow. That's why I tell people the danger of trading is you're so used to this old way when it was just retail investor and not that much big hedge funds. You see a gap, you're like, oh my, the gap and this is going to play out. No, that's what the semi-big well were manipulating the price, purposely sometimes creating those gaps on the weekend because they know the low volume to then pump the price and then create fear and say, hey, we have to close the gap. You see, so because if they were running that kind of Ponzi, and then guess what? It works until a bigger whale say, not today, baby, and then eat your whole lunch. So they've been trying to dump the price for a while, but every time it gets dumped, it gets bought up and the price stay where it is. So you're going to continue to see that trend. And me, I always say the trend is your friend. Look at the macro view. Don't get lost in the noise and the day-to-day, because that's how you lose money. I said on the thing, I expect Bitcoin within the next year or two, okay, to be anywhere between 40,000 to 60,000, right? Trending that direction. Just more money printing, but also a hedge fund is moving the money in. Because the game of hedge fund, people don't understand, asset under management, it's all about the fees. They never really sell. That's what they don't understand. This whole big pump and dump might start to slow down, especially in Bitcoin, because when those guys buy, they hold it for like 10, 15, 20, 100 years. Especially Jeffries is the big deal because they're actually selling some of their gold portfolio to buy Bitcoin. And the reason why it's a big deal, it's not the fact that, a Bitcoin is better than gold, which most crypto people that already know that. It's the fact that they're using the old money, aka in gold, which is real money, to move into Bitcoin. That's a big deal because those are long-term positions. Those people don't want to pay crazy capital gain taxes and stuff like that. So they're not going to overtrade. They move billions of dollars. They literally say, okay, it used to be in this bucket, it's going to go to that bucket. Jeffries is moving like 5%. That's a big amount for their portfolio. So that's going to start to create that whole rising tide, rising all the boats, but it's creating that new floor. Just like kind of how we have in Hex, where that big whale in the beginning came in, just before I got in, bought that 10,000 ETH by bid support. I don't care who you are or whatever. If this guy doesn't move, that becomes the floor. And it's going to continue like that. Imagine seeing that in Bitcoin. And that's when I'm using those, 30, 40, 60,000 over the next 2 years. Because I don't care about how high it can go. I'm talking about how the floors are being risen. And that's the key. That's what the real mad gains is. Because the same way Hex was very, very low, and then he went up 100x, and then he never went that low anymore for forever, so to speak. That's when the massive gains are, and those are the ones you don't want to miss. So you're going to see that in Bitcoin, which is you're going to see that in Ethereum. Again, macro view, think like a hedge fund, $40,000 to $60,000 Bitcoin. I expect Bitcoin dominance to go down to about 40%, 35 to 40%, because Ethereum is going to take off. To me, it's the game changer. This is where they're going to do all the derivative and all the other product. Bitcoin is just going to be the gold, and Ethereum is going to be like the internet, the real internet of money. And if they can figure out scaling, even better. But I give them 5 to 10 years. But expect Ethereum to be around minimum back to its all-time high, which has plenty of leg rooms to go. Okay. Breaking news for those who didn't know, because I posted on the chat. Ethereum has been solicited and approved to be listed on the CME futures. The reason why it's bullish, like Richard said, is because this time around, they did it in the beginning of the bull run, not at the end. And the exact date, for those who missed it, it's February 9th of next year. And guess what? Time flies, people. That's in less than like 6 weeks from now. That's nothing. That's like, you know what I mean? Again, big payday was just about a month ago. Funny, almost to the day. Like, it's just so much happened. It's so fast. We already retraced a bunch, and then we'll started to trend back up. So imagine Ethereum, $1,500. Okay, I'm being conservative here. They're gonna run it all the way to February to the listing thing. The people that bought Bitcoin, the hedge funds or whatever, once they figure out, and it's gonna happen. It's so funny. Once they figure out, wait a minute, we can wrap this thing and not sell our Bitcoin and then move over there and then rehypothecate. That's really what the word is. And there's no taxable event. The moment they figure that out, because right now they still don't. It's so funny. They're all acting like the Michael Saylor, whatever. This is what Rich has been saying for 10 years. Like, is this, but it's okay if you need the hype, because they have the credibility with the big money in the Wall Street, so they're gonna bring the money in. But I'm just telling, this is the cycle. They'll come crowd that trade for Bitcoin. And then when Bitcoin starts to go up slower, percentage-wise, guys, very key difference. When Bitcoin is 40, 50,000, to just do a 5% move or 10% move, that's still $5,000 to $10,000. So it's gonna be like, oh my God, Bitcoin is up $2,000. Yeah. But bro, that's like 2%, 3%. You see what I'm saying? So it's called seeking alpha, right? Right now, they're doing the Bitcoin, pushing it up, making it stable, whatever. But then in about 1 to 2 years, again, all in the analysis, you got to think ahead about where the money's going to go next. Then you're going to go to Ethereum, and this is when Ethereum is going to possibly start to outpace Bitcoin, move further and faster, especially when they figure out the ramping of just the transaction speed to do more things. So you add that, it's going to be around $1,500 minimum in the next 2 years. Possibly, I mean, the higher number, you can dream as much as you want. I'm just looking at floors. So, and if it stays where it is today, where the ratio is with Hex, which obviously is going to continue to rise, and I have a little surprise I want to share after. But just if doubles from where it is today, without changing our ratio, that's already a 1 cent Hex. Take it to the bank, forget about it. And everybody knows, just like in Bitcoin, the 1 cent mark is always the big milestone. I'm talking about reaching it and staying there stable. When you can calculate in cents, that units of account, right? That coffee,
Yes.
that whatever, you're there. The $1 is just the inevitable truth from there. Because at 1 cent, we're like, what is it? It's gonna be like 200x. We'll be at 200, 250x, something like that already. So just that milestone alone is gonna be game changer. So,
yes.
and if we go back to previous all-time high where we were about, Hex ETH pair or whatever, that's an additional from where we are right now. It's an additional roughly 5 to 6x move. So
that's right.
just within the next year or two, without anything crazy, without even no major advancement of yet, because that's going to come too, onboarding, because onboarding works even better when the price goes up because people can see it. And it's like, oh my God, tell a friend to tell a friend, right? So
yes.
This is where we easily, without no sweat, get our 5-6 cents hex on the way to 10 cents, because that rising tide is just going to rise all the boats. And by the time the hedge fund people figure out what's really going on in the Ethereum network, and the Raoul Pal of the world, which I follow, are already doing their research. And by the way, he's been there many, many years. He's seen that. He's like, oh, they're about to figure out the scaling thing. And then Ethereum is going to start becoming deflationary. Let me say it again. Ethereum is going to start to become deflationary because, they're trying to cheat from Hex by locking the tokens out of the circulation. Price goes up, and the deflationary is going to happen once they do that burn function that they're doing for the transaction fees. Because putting together, it's the busiest blockchain in the world. The fees are greater than fucking Bitcoin fees, which means if they add burning feature, you extrapolate that over the future. We're already doing more transaction in Bitcoin. As the rising tide comes in, we're going to do more transaction. ZK Sync and all this other stuff are going to enable more transaction. Fee earning is going to be insane. People forget how fucking Binance got rich, okay? It wasn't because Bitcoin went up. Garbage. It was about transaction fees. That volume is insane.
Yeah.
Price goes up, they make money. Price goes down, they make money. It's all about volatility, velocity of the money traveling in the transaction in the centralized exchange. So imagine
they want people trading too.
Exactly. So imagine that happening to Ethereum on the go forward. The moment that thing get turned on and the volume keep increasing over time, it's going to start to burn a lot of ether. And why does that matter? Is because a lot of it get locked, a lot of it get burned. I mean, it's just sounds like we're talking about Hex here, right? It's funny. But guess what? Where we win, again, superior game theory is that at best, Ethereum right now, you get about 15% interest. And as more people stake, that interest goes down because more people will stake ether. But I'm like, bro, we're in the 40%. We already won. We're like 3x more. So even if somebody were to say, oh, Kareem, what if interest goes down? Dude, it's the nearest competitor, so to speak. Ethereum is like 3x less interest. So what do you think smart money do? Smart money always go with a higher return, period. They just need to be a little more stable. So that is what's going to happen. And sometimes they do it via proxy. Example, all those things like Celsius and that Pompliano talks about all the time, the 8%, which is garbage. We do this in our sleep. I mean, dude, I do 8% interest in a month. Let me say it again.
Okay. But on an annualized basis, right?
Oh, yeah.
You do in the first 8 hours of your day, you do what they're doing all day, right?
Absolutely. And you can see that because it's all about extrapolating, right? Because you can see, when the global stat pops up at the end of the day and you see the percentage, and it tells you right next to it, it tells you how many you got for the day, because it tells you for the day what it looks like. And it says, let me pull up here real quick. It says, see, 0.103%, right? So literally, it kind of tells you what it looks like on the daily basis and what it looks like for the yearly number. So you can literally just take that number, multiply by 30, and you can calculate what your monthly interest rate looks like. You can do that times 7, what your weekly interest rate looks like. So all those things, when the Celsius of the world and whatever discover Hex, and the fact that, again, it's all decentralized, they control the wallet, it's them with the contract, so they don't have to worry about anything else. When they discover that, they're like, shit, you know what they're going to do? Because that's what a smart person would do. I'll do the same thing. I'll go borrow the billion, because that's what they are doing. They're borrowing the billions from the investors that's coming here for the 8% interest, because they're like, 8%. That looks like a lot, right? So they
Yes.
give them the billions for the 8% in fiat, whatever. What do you think those people are going to do? They're going to take the billions and they're going to shove into another investment vehicle in the space that they know about, that they haven't told the other guys and the investors yet, like Hex, which is generating insane cash flow. Sit on it. And when the time is due, or meanwhile, they just pay the investors the 8% crap, and they sit. Let's say Hex is 40%. I borrow money, I stake it, I give the guy the 8% promise, I look like a genius, and I walk away with the 32. I mean, it's just very simple. And you see what I just did? And that's what I said, like, there's no hype, it's just facts of a feeling. It's just simple numbers.
So we need to start our own company, Hex or Stake or something.
Yeah, what if it's up to Grayscale?
Just get a bunch of people to put their money in, and then we take it and do better with it, right?
And here's the best part, right? The whole transaction, the whole thing, you did like 2 or 3 transactions, literally. Move the money, the ether, right? Stake, literally. So buy Hex, stake it, and then years later,
with no counterparty risk.
No counterparty risk.
That's the difference between BlockFi. That's why you're getting 8% because of the risk you're taking on,
exactly,
and because they're going to manipulate the derivatives market, basically hurting you or just leaving you the same, and they're profiting more than 8%. How do you? They're not giving away money,
and stuff like that.
Right?
Yep.
They're not giving away money. They're making more money than you are because of their backdoor deals, because they're dumping on people's heads, because
and by the way, all these things, if I were to talk to them, right, here's the pitch. All these things, I'm like, guys, what are you guys doing? It's so inefficient. Too many overhead, too many scheming you have to do, potentially bad press, because you're lending money, people get burned, they know that you're the one that lend the money, and then sometimes hack happens. Guess what? Those people are going to go back to say, hey, where's my money? So all these negative externalities. Oh, and by the way, I'm being nice. You got employees, you have to pay, management, all this other stuff, just to receptionists, pick up the phone, all this other nonsense. You don't have to do any of that. One of the most powerful things also about Hex, about the APY that's so good, is because it tells everybody that right now, based on just global average and trend, even if you just stake for 1 year, I'm talking to the big bank or whatever, because they have, it's like annuity. Once a year, they have to pay the people, right? The dividends or the whatever, 6 months to a year. But I'm like, listen, right now, for 1 year with no bonus, you're averaging about 40%. And I'm being nice. It's most likely going to continue to rise. But even if I were to be conservative, say, hey, listen, it used to be a little lower, whatever. Let's just say even 30%. Anything more than that is just premium gravy for free. I'm like, you can literally just stake every year billions of dollars, because you have to pay the people. You keep telling them whatever story you're telling them about the 8% and the 12%, make them happy. They look like geniuses, right? Because it's just like the little kids. If they find out that there's something better you didn't tell them about, now all of a sudden the good things you used to give them is not good enough, right? Because that's how the brain works. So I'm just telling you their play, most likely, if I were them, which is what they're going to do, because you got to give them some benefits too, right? Because that's what their scheme is about. That's how I would talk to a Grayscale. I'd be like, hey, you're getting the billion. I know in your portfolio, there's a section there you're talking about earning rewards. You did the Bitcoin play. You did the Ethereum play. So you can have that to invest in the ecosystem. The next play is going to be the DeFi. The next play is going to be interest trustless. No fucking Celsius, none of that other stuff. And what Celsius is going to do is they're going to take that money, put in something like Hex, get the return, exit the return out, pay back the investors, the 8 to 12%, and then leave on the spread. But that's much more honorable, because everybody knows the game. It's you and the contract. You didn't have to run scams, ads. You didn't have to lie to people, create some fake article. I mean, it's a lot of overhead. You know what I mean? And that
you got to pay people to not run away with the money, right?
And that's exactly,
that's the biggest expense.
Yeah, just that alone is crazy. And then long time, just the long-term benefits, staring at the chart, the headaches, the this, the that, all this other stuff. And that's why hitting that 1 penny stability is going to be game changer for Hex, because the moment it gets to that point and stay there stable, people are going to be like, really, the big investors are really going to see it and be like, okay, this thing's not going away. This thing is going to be steady top 5. You're going to keep seeing us all the time. Eyeballs, communities continue to grow, our outreach. We're helping people, all this other stuff. We're promoting decentralization. So we can tell you the truth about the price going up or the price going down. We can tell you about all the play that we are even running. See, that's what's so powerful. Because I can tell you exactly what I'm doing with no shame. Because I know that ultimately it's whether or not you're going to apply it or not. But even if you do, we all win. We all win. Because Maddie, I said everything that I said so far, I didn't even mention price appreciation.
That's right.
It was all based on just pure simple interest, which is what I calculated for myself. You know what I mean? When I start talking about the golden gap, people are laughing, but we'll see. 15 years from now, we'll see who's laughing in the end, because it's just math. When things get a little crazy, ignore the emotion, don't get polarized, just focus on the math, the science. That's why I love math so much, right? Man's
Rule
life.
72.
Yeah. What'd you say?
Do you know the rule of 72?
Yeah, there you go. Hey, that's our rule is even faster than 72.
Yeah.
Because our API is better. But yeah.
So the rule of 72 is you take whatever APY you're getting and you divide it by, or you divide it into 72, and then that tells you how many years to double your money, right?
Exactly. Yep.
And so with BlockFi, you know, you have to leave your money in for 10 years
minimum
before you get a 2x, right? And that's like, they have your keys. So it's like, that's, you know, if at any point in there they run away with your money, you know, you're not getting your 2x in 10 years. You're getting nothing, depending on how you're taking the payouts. But in Hex, it's trustless. So you keep your keys. You know you're going to get it at the end. Nobody runs away with it, right? And that's that. And we probably aren't going to have to wait 10 years to get a 2x. And there are all these multipliers.
Yeah, it's so important because people are not seeing the bigger picture. Even those so-called reputable whatever, dude, everybody got a price target. Human beings sometimes do things that even themselves don't know. Let me say it again. Human beings sometimes do things that even they themselves didn't know they could do. Like, even when you think you know thyself, a wise person once told me that even when you think you know who you are, the best version of you, you probably know about 90%. Because there's always that 10%, that intangible, that thing that come from like your primate states from way back when. There's a book that I read that I really love in sales called Pitch Anything by Earn Claff. It's very powerful. It really teaches you the psychology of sales and psychology of the mind. Like the things that, you know, fight or flight response that saves your life thousands and thousands of years ago, that's encoded in your DNA, right? You see lion, you run. You don't try to think this, that, you need a head start, right? So there's certain things that situation puts you in, and then you discover part of yourself you didn't know was there. And this is one of the reasons why I work so hard. It's one of the reasons why I do Attitude of Gratitude, because I have seen things I have, especially ones back home, I'm not proud about that I've seen, but the environment sometimes makes you do things or think about doing things that you didn't thought was possible. So not trying to have those urges be triggered is by focusing on just creating a system that benefits everybody for the whole. And I think that's what leads us to the mass adoption, better expansion, and removing that human factor so we don't have to rely on that. All that to say, those BlockFi, whatever this and that, the moment crypto is multiple trillions, and sometimes incentives can just be like this Quadriga guy, whatever. No, I mean, it sounds crazy, but remember, it's crypto. The guy can disappear, take all the money, trillions of dollars. What does he care? Because people always run risk. Like Richard was saying, people should not brag about billions of dollar Bitcoin transaction because it sounds fun until somebody says, you know what? I'll take you up on that bet. Let me go and rework the chain. So it's just, you do not want to create situations that can potentially incentivize those people to do that. It's a difference
bad behavior. Yeah, you want to incentivize good behavior, and you want to know what you're getting ahead of time and be able to count on it.
Yeah, and that's why we say being smart is great, but being wise and smart is even better. because you're looking for that wise advice to come in and feedback. Because not all, I mean, this sounds controversial, but guess what? Not all banks in the beginning were bad. Not all people that run this thing were bad. You see what I'm saying? It's just that sometimes, again, the incentive of certain things chip away little by little and start to corrupt people. People start telling you how good you are, this and that, whatever. And sometimes, like we say in sales, if you let your high get, don't let your high get too high and your low get too low. You want to stay even keel because you want to protect that mindset. Because if not, you start to feel too highly of yourself. You're cutting corners. You're doing stuff. You think you can just get away with everything. Like sometimes big banks, they literally manipulate. They put that in the budget. Okay, we're going to get cut. We're going to pay $1 billion over here. But because we're doing X, Y, and Z over there, we're actually making 5 billion. We pay 1 billion. We're profitable. Like literally, they start running plays like that. So imagine where we create incentives that take away that, so you don't have to worry about it, and things can just work. And that's why the decentralized aspect, or you control your own key, is so important. Because as the valuation gets bigger and bigger and bigger, it becomes more and more and more important. The same way when you used to have just $100 in crypto in your wallet, you didn't care, right? Now it's like 20 grand or whatever, average guy. Now you're like, oh my God, my password, my this, how do I secure, why don't I have the wisdom to think about that now? So that you don't look at it 5, 10 years after you did all the hard work, got the valuation, got the reward, and then watch somebody else take it away from you like that. That would be so frustrating.
Yeah, and how nice is it going to be for all these big companies, once they realize about Hex and that Hex does their job for them better than they could, right? And that's going to create probably a flippening of the gatekeeping situation, right? Once people have bought in, who control the narrative, then they'll start telling the truth only after they're all in. But that could take a very long time. So it's going to be people like us who are speaking the truth now, who are going to be the ones educating people for a long time to come. And that's why I'm so excited, Kareem, that you're going to be participating in the Hex conference that we have coming up, the first conference. It's going to be awesome. And we've got everybody else lined up as well. And so, yeah,
it's going to be epic, man. It's going to be epic. And this is one of the reasons why I love things being recorded, especially if we are, for people of character, because you can literally look back years from now and be like, see, I told you guys right there, record about it. Because for the future onboarding too, because everything happens in cycles. We need to understand, kind of again, wisdom, that we know this thing very well also because we chose to be in the space early, so to speak, and really research, because we see the trend, we see some of the macro view, and we want to position ourselves for the long run. Some of those quote unquote, banks or whatever, or other people in average that have their accounts at the bank and stuff, they need a little bit more time because they didn't have the time to do the research that we have done previously. But like Richard said it perfectly, this is also where our opportunity lies. Because we got to come in, position ourselves, and then spread the word to continue to increase. So that's why I say it's almost inevitable, because that's just the natural cycle. The moment you get into crypto and you understand the macroeconomic, the money printing, that you want to be able to protect your investments against inflation and stuff like that, going down to the rabbit hole of Hex is just a matter of time. It's almost inevitable to me. Yeah. Because you're going to realize, like I said earlier, we run the Bitcoin play. Everything's good. It's a hedge. We're using our we're using our gold's money for the most part, meaning money that we're not trying to trade. We just want to hold as an asset, like money, like a reserve of our value, right? And then next thing you know, out of curiosity, you're gonna start hearing about Ethereum. What's that? Oh, I can wrap my Bitcoin over there. Oh, now I can do another thing. You see what I'm saying? So it's a natural, inevitable transition. The same way we did that too, but it's just a much more accelerated version, because we've been here since 2016, 2017 for the most part. Right. Some people even sooner than that. But everybody go to that natural transition. We talk all the time. Don't let the bankers or the whatever, don't let anybody think that you're stupid. You can learn the same thing that they learn. And sometimes, which rarely happens, but this is why crypto is so great, this time around, the people got there first.
Yes.
But make no mistake, if you don't apply the same discipline that those very wealthy people have, think long-term and stuff, it's not going to matter whether or not you got there first. Let me say it again. It's not going to matter whether you got there first because, I bought it early, I dump it on your head. Then guess what? It does another 1000x. And then you're like, wow, I had a chance of a lifetime. But I didn't apply the proper teachings. There's one thing about finding something novel that's going to be the next big thing. It's another thing to keep it by understanding the power, discipline, and the matter of building wealth, not just making money.
Yes.
Make sense?
Yes.
That's very, very important. Like I told people all the time, price goes up a certain percentage. Yes, account can go up 100 grand worth. Who cares? But that's not the most important feature here. The most important feature here for the Dream account so far, and is going to continue to grow, is the 45,000 hex per day. Because that, when you map that out, it dwarfs everything else. And then when you start to calculate how high the hex price is going to be, it becomes just moon math, right? It's not even quick math anymore. It's like my brain just can't handle it. Because again, the brain is not used to being exponential.
Calculator ready, everybody, because my hot take here is that the Hex conference is going to be the biggest event in the Hex community and in Hex, right? Where there is not the supply doubling, okay? And I don't know about you all, but for me, I'm going to front run that by getting the people that I care about onboarded before then. Because after the Hex conference, right, when we invite all of our loved ones to come listen to the different talks that would be right for them, right, then this thing is going to get bigger and bigger. We're going to be on Twitch. Everybody's going to get on there. People are going to come in who have no idea what they're looking at, right? And so this thing is going to grow uncontrollably at some point. And so, get your moon calculator ready, right? You're going to need to add extra zeros, right? It's like the iPhone. It can only go so many digits. So you have to turn it over, right?
Yes.
And then do more. So get ready to turn your iPhone over for Hex.
Absolutely. It'll be a horizontal line. And it's funny, I said on the chat a couple of days back, I again put my money in my mouth is, Maddie, I started to move already the 401k money too, because to me it's a no-brainer. So, and then they have this stupid process. It takes like a couple of weeks or whatever, but because literally that's another great move. Again, no financial advice or anything like that, but those who want to think long term and also build the wealth so they don't worry about crazy taxes and stuff like that, is 401k allows you to pretty much kind of borrow from yourself, so to speak, and it's not a taxable event. And then it's basically your money, and then you can just write yourself a check, and then it comes in, and boom, that becomes the next investment. Because I did the linear progression, because for the 401k it's so simple because they don't do crazy exponential. It's just linear. You can see it. You know what I mean? Like I'm like, okay, I'll hold this thing for how many years? Okay, yes, I add every 2 weeks to it, but it's like, I mean, I'm not shitting on it, but it's like, when you look at it and then it's averaging 5-7% a year, which for that specific 401k is amazing because it's Ray Dalio, it's the Bridgewater, so it's like they're one of the biggest hedge fund in the world and successful, whatever. But because some others lose money. But compared to crypto or compared to Hex, it's night and day. I mean, it's just what? So to me, once again, it's a simple, logical transition. Like I told a lot of my other friends and people that have similar accounts. Just like I used the analogy earlier talking about the guy from Celsius that get the money from the investors, millions of dollars for 8 to 12%. And then they discover Hex, like, wait a minute, over there it's 30-40%. Hold on. And I can control everything, have the keys, protect the wallet myself, so I can make sure, protect the risk because it's the investors' money, right? It becomes a no-brainer. No-brainer.
Don't tell them yet. You got to get your money over first,
Oh,
Don't tell them yet. They didn't.
I told you, Maddie, my secret. It's so powerful. It's hidden in plain sight. I can tell you. John was laughing about it in the chat. Yeah. He's gonna come in there. It's gonna front run whatever. 50K is coming, whatever. But the real secret is this: I'm gonna stake long, baby. You see, that's the beauty of the truth engine. That's the beauty of the truth engine. You can do your little flipping up and down. It's the same thing we've been dealing with since Big Payday. You're gonna come in, go, whatever, do your trade. If you make money, good for you. Good for you. But I'm thinking long term. Whether I tell you or not, there's maybe a 2 weeks volatility, but after when the dust settle and you're a non-factor because I'm going to get my T-shirt.
Here's a hot take too. So just like the game can change in any area of life, right? And Richard points this out, and it becomes clear to us, right? When certain things in the world, when he updates his point of view, right? Remember that Hex is programmed ahead of time to change. And so just because you were able to trade Hex in the first year and maybe you did okay, does not mean that you're going to continue to be able to do that, right? I accidentally got more shares in Hex because I was practicing buying dips and selling highs, right? In the first year, before I knew that Hex was as amazing as I understand it to be now, right? I was just, oh, here's a cryptocurrency where I can practice controlling my emotions by buying when the price goes down and it hurts and I don't want to buy then, and then selling when the price goes higher. I don't want to do that, right? That's against my instincts. And so I did that a little bit, right, for a couple months in the first 6 months of Hex. And now the game is going to change, and I'm not going to keep playing that old game that I know isn't going to be the best strategy. And so
and here's another very important fact here, because now I'm getting very excited. Now we're moving to that quick math that I love much. So a couple of points of consideration, Maddie, because people don't fully understand that. You were able to do that. Fun fact, you were able to do that. Why? Also, because there's a freaking billion token added to circulation every goddamn day, which actually helped you out. So when the dip comes, it can be a little bit stronger because the billion extra token helped you do that. Guess what? Right. Big Payday is done. Most of the dumping is done. The money is in the strong hands. We're creating the new floor. You're going to come and play the little swing trade. That's cute. But just like in Bitcoin, sometimes when the price leaves you behind, it doesn't come back to pick you up. You missed the bus stop. See you later. We're going to the next stations. And at that point, you will always be in fear. If you're lucky, you will go back in. If you're not lucky, you know, some people, they get paralysis. They're stuck on the price. And when the price leaves them behind, they're like, I'm not going to go back in until the price goes back to this, but and it never does. And then every year you just hate yourself more and more and more. And I would hate that to happen to anybody, but I have seen it. I have seen it. Like, you know, the haters, the more they're dumb that I am. So don't be that guy. Understand the long-term value. Caveat number 2, share rate. Let me tell you, they don't understand. Even right now, somebody say, oh, yeah, double my money. Yeah, Kareem, you make 40, 50, 60% annual. Yeah, but guess what, bro? This is the tortoise and the hare thing here. I'm playing the long-term game. 15 years from now, by year 10 to 15, I could easily probably Genesis share, I want to be very clear, Genesis share could easily be yielding 100+%. Dream accounts is all Genesis share maxed out. So 60 is going to go up to another big wave, and then boom. Next thing you know, it's triple digits. So now you thought you were smart way back when, doubling your money. Then this thing started to fly so fast. Plus, I got 3x my shares because I got the bonus. So if my APY, again, quick math, I'm going to go slow. If my APY say 100% ROI, and I stayed for the max, and I got 3 extra shares, effective shares, technically, it means that my APR for the money I invested is actually 300%.
Yes.
Let me say it again, very, very slow. When the APR on the daily cross triple digits, which I believe we will see in our lives, well, 10 to 15 years, not a lifetime. I'm only 30, it's 45, nothing. So it's like, yeah, you can do 401k to 65. You can do 2 15-year stakes before that even happens. But within the first cycle, 10, 15 years, we're going to have at some point APY that's going to say triple digits. So when you have that and you maxed out your share on your dream account that gave you 3x the shares, it's like you're yielding 300% because it's based on the TShares. So that's why it's
Wow.
very, very important to understand. Somebody's gonna say, "Oh yeah, I traded for 6 months and I double my stash." I'm gonna be like, "Bro, there's a probability by year 7 or 8 and to 10, I'm gonna start earning 300% a year." So all that time wasted that you were doing, staring at the screen, being sleep deprived, not thinking about enjoying life, doing bigger, better things. Which, by the way, doing bigger, better things can make you more money, which you can invest into Hex and have synergy because your brain is working. You're not just playing that zero-sum game. People don't understand that. Ever since I got into Hex, I started to make more money on my business. Why? Because my spirit, which is already high, gets even more high because I got another reason to go get more money. I sell more deals. Every time I sell a deal, I'm like, man, that's a million Hex right there. See, I started to change. My math is like, because I don't just rely on people, like, oh my God, this person. No, I told like my friends that, listen, whether you want to get in or not, I'm making 60% annual APY right now. You want to get in, I'll help you out. You don't want to get in, that's fine. Some people, you have to do takeaways because they expect you to just do the begging no, listen, I'm your good friend. I'm trying to help you out. You ask me questions, you want facts, you want data, I'll bring you all the information, right? Be professional.
Yes.
Answer questions. Don't belittle people. They're not stupid. Give them all the data they need. Slow it down. Spoon feed them if you have to. That's fine. But when it's time to make decision time, it's yay or nay. It's like,
Yes.
just like
That's
when you
how
do
I
dating,
onboarded
right?
the dancing guy, Marcus DP. I stayed up listening to Hex content because I couldn't sleep, and then
Mm-hmm.
he was doing his dance routine on D Live. He's got like 3,000 viewers, and I told him, hey, I'll give you a tip. I'll give you a tip in Hex. All you have to do is send me your ETH wallet, and he wasn't ready to do it. And I said, listen, I'm not gonna beg you. I'll walk away. I don't have to do this for you. And that's when he wanted to do it. Was when I was ready to walk away, and that's okay. And so I sent him $30 worth of Hex, and now he comes into Hexo and Discourse Syndicate chats, and he's a great guy.
There you go. That's very, very important. And it's also self-respect for you and also for the product that you represent, right?
That's right.
We're not cheapening our product here. We have something great. We're really nice. We're good people, but don't take advantage, right? That's why I always tell people I'm not nice. I'm a kind person, right? Because sometimes nice guy always finish last, right? I speak French. Let me tell you a funny story, right? About the word nice and the roots and the origin. Nice actually, which is a French word, originally, it actually means the village fool. Literally.
Oh.
Literally. This is breaking news for those of you who know. Nice, which is French, it's actually derived from the root of it is the village fool, the guy who end up nice. Oh, he's such a nice guy. It's actually not really a compliment. The real meaning that people were trying to, which I believe the one that use nice the right way, what they're trying to say is actually you're kind. You're a kind person.
Okay.
You have character. You don't attack people for no reason. You're a true gentleman, right? You go, but when it's time to call them out because they're messing up and they need to hear it, you have to call them out. Not to attack. Again, your daughter technicality said you're messing up, and here's why. X, Y, Z. You break it down for them, right? Just like when you talk to a kid and you raise a kid, right? You tell them what the rules are, and then when they don't do the rules, they get a little bit disciplined, so that later down in the years, that actual rules that they learn from you can change their life. Because it's one thing to fail in a sandbox, right? Control structure. Might as well lose money when it's in the hundreds and thousands instead of losing millions, right? It's the same thing. It's understanding that. And that's what a kind person will always do. It will tell it like it is, tell it to your face, not attack you, not curse at you, you know what I mean? But just let you know, hey, this is good, this is not good. This is our understanding. We had this and you changed X, Y, and Z. No, setting that proper expectations. It's very, very, very important. Because over time, when you build momentum, that's what lasts. That's what people remember. Like, this guy, we might disagree on so and so, but this person is a kind person. He tells you like it is. He has character. He put his money where his mouth is, right? Action talk louder than words. and can back it up with facts. And I can give you the reasoning behind it too. I'm not just saying, hey, because I think it's going to go up at this. No, let me break it down where the valuation comes from so that you understand you're sold on it, so to speak, by the way, based on the worst case scenario. Because again, I'm not even talking price appreciation. I'm just running the basic number based on the global stat. When you're able to do that and show it to people and answer their questions, floodgates open. No begging, but just say, this is good. This is good for you. And here's why. I'm here to answer questions. By all means, I even give you a little bit for you to try. But nah, the moment I feel like you're trying to take advantage, I'm like, nah, you see what? Keep your money. We don't need it. More for us, you know, because true accumulation, one of the rules, never ends.
That is one of the rules that you presented before, and I took some notes. We'll share that here before the end, so people can take a screenshot and we'll do a recap of it. Another point that I wanted to go over with you has to do with the marshmallow experiment, right? Which was I believe it was a Stanford experiment, and the creator of that experiment, which was became famous and known in psychology as basically a determiner of whether somebody is able to delay gratification or not. Because they brought a bunch of kids into the laboratory and they said, hey, here's a marshmallow. I'm going to put it on the table. I'm going to leave. I'm going to come back. If it's still there, I'll give you 2. If not, then you get no more. That's it. And some of the kids, right, had that inhibitory control. They were not impulsive. They were thinking about the long term. They liked marshmallows. Kids like sugar, right? And so they, you know, some of the kids, that was an interesting thing. Some of the kids went for it and just ate it right away, right? Because they wanted that immediate thing, and others waited, right? And but the guy who did this experiment and it became famous actually regretted how it became known in public culture, because the way that people understood it was that which type of person are you? Are you the type of person who will do it? But what his research really showed when he followed these kids for the rest of their lives was the point was not that the kids who waited did better in life. The main point was that you can choose to be whichever kind of kid you want to be, and it's the behavior that that makes you successful, not what type of person you are, not that you're a static person. And Hex is the kind of cryptocurrency that's going to revolutionize the world. It's gonna be I mean, it is an economic innovation because Hex can change people for the better, and you're describing that already by having an increased productivity because you understand the time value of money, and you're valuing your motivation, your effort now in future Hex terms, and you're realizing, wow, how rewarding is it for me to make more money now and to put it into Hex and to have even more later, right?
Exactly. No, beautifully put. And Maddie, this is why, once again, it's beautifully said what you said, because it really comes down to that character. Because I truly believe that this is the glue that brings it all together. Again, maybe it's because I have engineering background, but I love to reverse engineering. That's what gives me the confidence to dream and see the future before it happens and be confident, because I see the incentives and I see how they click into each other. It's just like physics. It's just a law of physics. It's just like, you can never go wrong, right? So I always look at it like, okay, game of life. What's the ultimate, right? So to speak, getting the lifestyle, whatever, and dream come true. Now, what controls that? And then you start to reverse engineer, right? For me to get the lifestyle that I want, I need to get the results that bring that lifestyle. Make sense? Now, Kareem, to get those results, what do you need to do? Well, I need to take a certain type of sets of actions that's going to give me the result, right? So everything is connected, and you just keep going backwards, right? Action determine the result, which then determine the lifestyle. And then back on the action, but how do you get to do those actions, right? Well, I had to have prior knowledge on how to do those actions, whether it is physically a task, a this, that, learning something to then make a recommendation or take an action, a trade or whatever, right? It's the knowledge that you gather. Now, what's your ability to gather knowledge? What is your mindset like? Are you an open-minded person? Are you just one targeted? When you get your knowledge, you only focus on what you want to hear instead of looking at both sides, getting the whole picture, right? Are you well-rounded, versed into all the little intricacy subject that touch the thing that you're trying to do? That's why I say once again, right, that applied knowledge. If you're just getting the knowledge, but you never learn from the people that are actually really successful, that told you, yeah, knowledge is cute, but I had to do X, Y, and Z in terms of action to get it. Your knowledge that you're gathering is actually is incomplete, which then create your actions to be incomplete, which the results gets incomplete. You're only getting halfway, right? I'm in sales. There's people barely making 20 grand. I mean, I hate to say it, but it's true. And there's people in the same position make multiple six figures. The job didn't change. The proposal didn't change. The company didn't change. The panel, panel didn't change. It was just about how did you apply the knowledge? Right? Yeah. What was your mindset was? Is success an option for you or is success a must-have? The reason why I can do big 555 stake too is because to me, success is not an option. Even if Hex wasn't around in terms of work ethic and doing what I'm doing, it would have just happened. It would have just sucked a little bit more because I'll be still dependent on the bank, get shittier interest rate, all the things we already talked about. So this is just an enhancer of something that we're already planning on doing, right? So that knowledge is very, very important, which is based on the mindsets that you get, because the mindset determines the quality of the knowledge you're going to get. And how do I get this mindset, Kareem? I go back to the roots, your philosophy, your character. And I don't care if mom and dad didn't give it to you directly, that's fine. But listen, once you cross 18 years old, especially in my country, it's like that excuse doesn't work anymore, especially when you have access to internet. The data is there. My mom and dad did the best they could, and they helped me. They give me great values and stuff. But some of the extra stuff in terms of business and whatever, I had to go learn it from somebody else. I had to be eager to learn and go get the knowledge from the successful people. Sometimes obviously pay for it too. But it's not their fault because they did the best they could with the data that they had, right? Yes. So this is where that philosophy comes in also, which is, yes, I inherit some stuff, but it's also about personal responsibility. Yeah. No matter how bad the deck of cards is dealt to me, I can still choose to say, you know what, I'm going to get some new cards. It might be a little bit harder. I'm going to have to do it with it, but eventually I'm going to go get new cards because, and this is the kicker, the motivator, is because I already ran the simulation. With these cards I have right now, there's a 99% chance I'm not going to win. My environment is bad. There's X, Y, and Z going on. So I had to have that reasoning, that epiphany quick. So I get the fire to say, hey, if it's going to be hard anyway, might as well do the hard things that you really want to do that can probably get you more success. So going back to that philosophy, which we talk about the character, which to me is what represents the marshmallow experiment. And this is why those people got more success in life. Because the character that you have ultimately in the end, based on everything I just said, reverse engineer all the way to the lifestyle results, started from that point, and that's why it becomes different. That's why those people, they can lose Maddie, I can lose everything today. You drop me in the middle of nowhere, like a Navy SEAL, I'll just rebuild. I'll just redo it. Because I have the blueprint. Because I am a kind person. I know how to be productive. I know I've got to give my fair share. I know how to talk to people. I know how to read people. I know how to get, but I learned those things along the way. A lot of sweat equity, and I'm still learning every day to add to the stash. Because those things are permanent. They don't just come and go, right? Like your TShares for 555. When they set, nobody can take that away from you, right? This is really the powerful. And I want to share my screen, if that's okay with you, but I wanted to show the fractal that I've been telling people that's playing out, and that's very, very soon, possibly right around January, we can have another explosion, which will be right on cue.
Now, can I ask you two quick security questions while we're on that, yeah. And then we can switch to the new knowledge bombs, fractals. So I know you're an advanced thinker in Hex, and so that's why I wanted to ask you about these two things. So are you using, you don't have to say, are you using a Shamir backup for your seed words? Do you know what that is?
No, what is it? Say that again.
So a Shamir secret backup is the idea that you can create 3 copies of your keys, and each of them have 2/3 of the words, and they're different portions.
Oh, that one. Yeah. I heard the Winkle vibe talk about that one. Yeah.
The first card has A and B, and then the second one has B and C, and then the other one has A and C. And so with 2 of the 3 pieces, you can create, you can have the full thing. That's something.
I see what you mean.
For people to consider. It might not be right for everybody, but that allows people to not have a single point of failure for their seed words.
Redundancy is definitely key. Now, but I will say this again, and to each their own. This is not advice or whatever, but there's a wise man that also say you want to make things secure, but not so secure, and complicated that it becomes harder for even for you to retreat, right?
Yes.
It's kind of like some of the people, that carry guns or stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not telling anybody to do or don't, but if it's too well hidden and then the aggressor comes in, you can't get to it. It's still ineffective. Or if it's not well hidden in that, then kids can grab it or whatever. So it's always finding that balance. So the few things that I can share that I always like to do, especially the dream account, right? That's why I said rule number 1, get yourself a dream account. You should have multiple accounts. I don't care if you're in the ladder. The dream account, by definition, to me, we're not here to ladder, so to speak. I mean, I have a few ladder, but they're all maxed out shares. It's just 10 to 15, you know what I mean? So it's but it's powerful because safety number 1, the less you have to access, trade, whatever, period. To me, basic stuff. You don't have to be fancy. It's something that my sister can do. My mom can do. It's stake for the long run, separate account. I just look at it for fun, just to display. But like, it's just, there's no trade happening. You see? So it's just safety by definition, because it's not easily accessible simply by design, because it's staked and forget about. Safety number 2, related to that, I'm a little paranoid, but in a good way. I don't put a lot of ETH in that, because the ETH gets converted and then it's done. If I really need more, the new ETH that will come in is for a new stake, and then I'll make sure there's no much left and then move it out. So that way, God forbid something happens, because sometimes it could be your close people that know you that can go and, you know what I mean? It's not the methodological, oh, this hacker, this and that. I mean, unless you do something really stupid, right? Which brings me to number 3. I don't care what other fancy coins, whatever comes in. The dream account is not claiming anything. Hear me loud and clear. The dream account is not claiming anything. Don't email me. Don't call me. Oh, new airdrop, this, that. I don't want it. I don't care. I don't need it. My Hex reward is fantastic. Because the moment you start clicking something, permission this, permission that, I am not a coder. I don't know everything. Why do I want to create potential attack vectors, right? I want to minimize this as much as possible. So again, keeping it simple, because a lot of those hacking stuff is for something stupid you click you shouldn't have. You know what I mean? So recap 1, 2, 3, right? Number 1, have yourself a dream account, because long stakes should not be touched for a long period of time. So it's just safe by definition. It has a separate keyword somewhere, safe, done. Nobody knows where it is. Number 2, don't put any Ethereum in there, barely any. So whatever happened, nothing, somebody's gonna have to transfer ETH in there first before it goes somewhere. So if you're lucky, I'm thinking 15 years from now, and say security gets a little bit better and we can track some of the hacker. Maybe if you get hacked, some of the funds might be tracked back, because we can see where the Ethereum came from. You know what I mean? I'm thinking 15 years from now, if security gets better, right? Some type of traceability. But the point of the matter is, don't put any ETH in there, because why is this they're not sitting? This is the dream account. You're not trading. What would you need Ethereum there? They should all be staked, and then the rest send it to another wallet. Keep it at 0, right? If you look at some of the OA stake, there's no Ethereum in there. Why is that? Ask yourself, right? Then learn from the successful people that already have lower that threshold. And then number 4, related to that as well, in terms of the seed phrase and stuff like that, because I have a pretty strong password, so to speak, already for the MetaMask, right? And then the seed obviously has some copies in different locations. But the point is, to me, is all great, but God forbid, many years from now, something happens or your memory got some issues and you create something that's so complicated that you cannot access to it. That's also sad. That's all I'm saying. I'm not, to each their own. I'm just saying the first 3 that I just mentioned are most likely to have the biggest impact, because those are the easy, low-hanging fruits that hacker will want to get. Especially that, I'm about to curse, that crazy claiming things. Because again, guys, just like in sales, they're playing with your emotion. They're playing with an incentives. Oh, look, big accounts. Come here, claim this.
Don't give them your attention.
Exactly. $50,000, because they run the math for you, right? Because they know your wallet and this and that. And you can get 50 grand if you claim this. Who cares? You want to get 50 grand and lose millions? Or do you know what I mean? Like, just do the math. It's symmetrical. It's
so hackers and scammers will become more sophisticated over time. So if you make your promise to yourself now that you're going to follow, these strategies, that that you're going to play it safe, because why would you add more risk onto something so good? Right?
Exactly. And by the way, if the hacker gets really, really salty, right? I mean, I'm not wishing on anybody, but if they get really, really salty and they get access to the stuff, they might send a tiny bit of Ethereum in there just to nuke your account, right?
Yeah.
They might just be like, hey, I got access. It's whatever. I can't get it, or he's going to track me. Let me just mess with him and nuke the whole thing. And then I get the...
We're going to see that. Yeah, we'll see that.
So
for people who fall for scams. And, Richard made a tweet today about the people that, you're going to start getting mail, physical mail. You're going to get emails that are scamming you because the exchanges have been hacked. Your information is out there and it's valuable. The more valuable your crypto is, the more of a valuable target you are.
Wait until we get to top 5 again. It's going to be insane. If you thought credit cards were bad, when you get a good credit and you get that stuff in the mail, it's just like never ends. That's why I said this whole privacy thing.
There's going to be somebody with a deep fake of Richard that comes on live, and I'm, they're doing a FaceTime live with you, and Richard saying, "Tell me you're safe. Tell me now. Tell me now. The police are coming. Tell me now." And you're not going to do it because you put it away. And it's the dream account. You're not touching it. Nobody's touching it. You're not claiming. You're not doing anything stupid with your dreams. They're already going to come true. Why are you going to mess it up? So,
and this is why, again, you already made, like you said, you made a promise to yourself. You said you're staking long. So why do you need to touch that thing? Why do you need to go interact with it? This is also why indirectly people still haven't realized, but that's also, I believe, one of the reasons Richard didn't want us to play with the TShares, which I think it's very smart. Number 1, to not leak out economic energy, like he said, right? Because it kind of defeats the purpose.
What do you mean play with the TShares?
Like, if somebody wanted to build on the token, whatever, and trade the TShares, and the kind of like...
Oh, yeah.
So yes, the obvious is like, we don't want to move economic energy on somewhere else instead of buying the main token and blah, 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 which is great. But what's even genius about that is that it actually introduced another security protection, because guess what? Let's say we can play the whole TShare trade, whatever. Guess what? You still need to go hook up your address somewhere, right? To then, for that whatever system, to see how many TShares you have and then allow you to do X, Y, and Z. But guess what? What if, like we have seen many times, those stupid unaudited code come here, wallet, do this, permission, click this, click that. Next thing you know, bug is found. Freaking blow up your fucking account, all gone. Now you're crying. You're chasing tiny claim stuff, whatever. And then your whole account got blown. Like, no. Avoid all of that stuff.
We know that these things are going to happen, right? Because we could see where this is going. And so one other security question I had for you, Kareem, because you're a long-term thinker. I wanted to play out this scenario where you are, let's say, or we'll use me for the example. I'm being detained, or I've been kidnapped, put into dropped in the middle of nowhere or something, right? And I don't want my stuff to bleed out, right? And so maybe, you know, this is 10 years in the future, and I got a lot farther out, right? Because longer pays better. And so and I've got lots of different accounts to spread my risk and to have my different goals. And but so I was thinking about this week, that maybe I want to tell a family member the public address who knows what's going on here with Hex, that I want to tell them, but I don't want to tell just anybody, right? Because maybe I want to run good accounting and move to Puerto Rico or Germany or wherever, right? So
I have
the government doesn't get my stack. And so I don't want to tell everybody my public address, because the way that the Hex contract is written, they could go in and stop me from good accounting if they got there first, I think. Because you can end somebody else. You can well, I'm not sure exactly.
No, good account. You can good account, but I don't think you can end stake, because you're gonna need to do the action inside the wallet and put the gas.
All you can do is good account.
Yeah. All you can do is good account, because what they're doing is
in case you're in jail or something like that. And so
because when they do that remote good accounting, they're good accounting the whole system, so to speak. So it's not just you. It's pretty much all the wallet, because they're not directly.
I checked with the devs. That's what they were talking about doing, but that's not what they did. It's each individual address has to be good accounting.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, look at it this way. And that's one of my favorite questions actually to answer, because it goes back to everything we've been saying for the value of this stream for the last almost 2 hours. If you guys want to remember one thing in the whole 2 hours, you know, of course, TShares everything, but it's all about character, period. And likes attracts likes. The same requirement. Again, stop being nice, people. Nice finish last. Nice gets scammed. Nice gets taken advantage of. That's the truth. Don't be nice. Be kind. Because kind people are already good people. Nice. They know the struggle. They're not out there busting people's balls or doing anything crazy, because they've already know what has been done to them. So they're not out there doing that. But they keep people accountable. There's a reason why we call those people, like, you know, accountability partner. When you're in sports, when you're in sales, or whatever, your go-to person is accountability. In my family, and trust me, in Africa, we like making babies, okay? We got a lot of people. So, but there's only a few that I trust at the highest level in terms of stuff like that have the character. Now, that doesn't mean they're bad people. You see what I mean? Again, oh, but this person is so nice. And no, but he's a nice person, but he's easily influenceable. You're going to be gone. Some stupid is going to happen. Somebody's going to come scam him. You gave him the key. He's going to say, Maddie, it's not my fault, so and so. Yeah, but you gave him the key. But he said he's going to do X, Y, and Z. And that's how you get
no responsibility.
So it's about the character. Even in my own family, I'm not going to say their name, whatever, but there's only a select few that I were on that high level, because they were there for me when I was at my lowest point, so to speak, or when I struggled the most, this and that. But I also know that they have high character. And some of them are friends. Some of them are people that I didn't grow up with. I just, you know, when you bond with somebody in a short period of time, but over many, many hours, you feel like you know them for years. Like I have a few, like kind of like business partners, so to speak. So those people, believe it or not, some of them are even in my will. Some of them are in my beneficiary, you know, because I also have like life insurance and stuff like that. Because I'm young, it's cheap, it's stupid not to, just to protect myself, whatever. So they're there as a beneficiary. So I know how they think, they know how I think, and I create it in a way where there's even an incentive for them, right? Because they are my beneficiary. If something bad happens to me, they will get that thing almost by default. I just tell them where it is, remote. So if I'm not able to get it, they will be able to monitor it and then go look for it because I tell them what it. Just like kind of how you do with life insurance, you have the beneficiary. You say, hey, if this happened or if I'm no longer here, just remember your name is on this thing over there. This is where the location is. You can go and grab it, right? So keep it to a select few.
It's
Again,
almost
don't be nice.
like a long-term thinker or something. Like
You have to be. And again, people need to dissociate the different. We're not talking about like, oh, this person is a bad person, this person is a good person. No, 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 no. It's not about that. It's about looking at the character and making sure that they're able to do what needs to be done to not be played. The same way I'm going to be the type of parent where when I'm a kid one day, I could tell you straight up, Maddie, because that's what my dad do to me too. Back when I was building business and stuff, say, listen, it's very simple. If you're able and take over the family business and this and that, that's fine. But worst case scenario, if you're not, that's okay. No hard feelings. We're going to put management in place. They're going to do it. And you're just going to get a nice kick annuity every year. Again, take away the ego. It's very simple. It's about making sure the thing don't get blown up to pieces, which, by the way, benefit you because you'll get your yearly thing. So we don't have to clash. We don't have to, Dad, I don't want to do this and that. I don't have to force you into my business. You don't want to do it, right? It's the same kind of mindset. Finding the people that understand what you're doing, that have the same character, that you, again, they come hard to find. But once you do find them, that's when you entrust them with that information in terms of the location, meaning one of the locations, if something bad were to happen, they know where it is. Remember, you have those things. Boom. Ideally, you want to get about 3, but not more than 3, because something can happen to one of the 3 too. So, but again, it's about security risk.
A public address for good accounting purposes in case I'm unable to access a computer. There's no downside to that. It sounds like is our understanding. So good.
It's kind of like a triangulation.
I would love to be able to see your presentation now, if that's an option.
That's fine. I mean, I wanted to share a few things here, so I'm trying to see if I'm still a shared screen. I'm gonna try this.
It dropped off, but we can re-add it.
Okay, hold on. Let me try again. Clicking back in. Yeah, this internet connection is funny from the hotel. So let me see. Kareem 2. Click it back in.
Okay.
Just muted it, and then let me do share screen, see if it works. Thank God, at least the phone is good. So, okay, I just share screen. Able to see, right? Nice. I always like to start with this. Literally, it's my favorite slide of the day. Okay, good tips, right? Going back to what we were talking about in terms of the marshmallow experiment. Quick update, just a couple of weeks. But what I like about this is that the bars keeps going lower and lower as the share price goes up, which is great. This right here, for example, used to say about a total amount of, let's go back in. You see, saying 728 million hex. It used to be about 1 billion plus. It's now down to 728, which is great. This is the chart, for those who don't know, of the unstaking hex based on the monthly, right? One of the rules, true Hexicans, we don't care. We look at the monthly, right? So the reason why this is important is because that first bar is actually based on the month of November. So, Maddie, fun fact, we're now past December 15th. What does that tell me, as a guy that understands the math, is that out of those 728, there's a lot of those that start to bleed. Because if you got staked in November, and I'm sorry, if your stake was supposed to end in November as a whole month, and you got a 2 weeks grace period, right? In my head, by December 15, that bar needs to disappear. Make sense?
Do we know? Do we know if the OA has bled at all?
No, and I don't think, because he unstaked most of everything within the 3 days. So the OA, because they have no, again, you got to look at it in terms of incentives. The best incentive right now for the OA when the price is low is APY. So when stake ends, it's smart to unstake to liberate the new tokens in circulation, because it helps for 2 reasons: because total supply increase, and also because TShares are being removed. Make sense? Especially the early TShare ones, because now the share price is higher. which means you need more token just to maintain that same TShare. The same way we've been doing the slow grind, right? And I was talking to the people when I was in Hex Germany about all the secret, yeah, but it doesn't go up as much. Yes, it's doing that because the Hex price is stable. The moment Hex started to pump, especially the last couple of days, a massive unstake came out, right? Because people now want to, cash out something, which will push the share price even faster following that mentality. So now we have passed the 60 billion, but now there's an extra 500 million extra Hex that has been staked literally as an overall over the last 2 weeks. And what's amazing about that is we got a lot more Hex staked, but the total TShare is about the same. It gets to show that a lot of Genesis shares got unstaked, and the new one that comes in with the new share rate requires more Hex. Make sense? So now it creates what I was already expecting, which is more Hex are being staked, so total stake number kind of goes up as a token number, but the total TShare is barely going up, barely. It's trying to keep up with the unstaking effect too. And then, as I predict, and it's doing it right now, as the price rises again, more Genesis TShare will be unstaked, okay, which is going to accelerate this mechanism. Share price going to continue to rise, and then you're going to start seeing total TShare getting more and more deflationary. Yep. Because the bigger function of that deflationary action is going to be as the price goes up and Hex costs more money, it acts as a double factor. Share rate going up and the fact that a Hex costs more. And I use this basic example. I'm going to say it again today. Let's say you had 1 million Hex stake, and let's say 1 million Hex used to cost $5,000. Just an example. And then price goes up to, let's say, 10x. Now, all of a sudden, the 1 million Hex became from $5,000 to $50,000 in worth. Make sense? Yes. But the original guy bought it for $5,000 of economic energy. Now it's worth 50 grand. So when he unstake and let's say capture that 50 grand value, not only you need 50 grand to buy 1 million Hex, but now also the share price went up in Hex went up about now 62% because we have 16,300 whatever. Make sense? Yeah. Compared to the original 10,000. So now what that means is something that cost $5,000 originally, price went 10x. Now it costs 50 grand plus 60% appreciation because of the share rate. So now all of a sudden that share, that number of TShare that cost $5,000 is now costing about mathematically 60% plus of 50 grand. You're looking at somewhere around $78,000 to $80,000. Make sense? Wow.
Yeah.
And if that 80,000, and that, by the way, is to maintain parity. It's to maintain parity of TShares. So when the TShare price doesn't go up that much, it's because we are in the slow and steady stability zone, which is why you only see the share rate only go up by 1, 2, or 3, like barely, right? Because we're stable. The moment we start to pump, more penalties kicks in, more unstaking kicks in. Now all of a sudden share rate accelerate faster, but also it starts to cost more money. And this is what's very important because the next big pump that we have is going to make total TShare even more deflationary, which then going to cause the payout per TShare for the people that are still in the pool, the Genesis shareholder, to start go up to the roof again. This is, and by the way, it already played out 2 to 3 times over the last year already. We used to be like a 1, 2 per TShare steady for a while. And then there's the massive pump of April. Massive unstake came out, more total tokens come in circulation. Next thing you know, we shoot up all the way to 3 plus 4 per TShare. Then we stay steady. Then big payday came around. And then now we're about 6 per TShare, which now APY is about 38 to 40%. Those mechanic trend is going to continuously happen. Make sense? So let's see again.
That's an incredible way to put it. Now your screen has fallen off again. So while you get that back, I'm going to show my staking ladder by a graph form. And this is, so I didn't label the amount of hex that I put in intentionally, but I recently figured out what these percentages are, so you can see the ratio just visually. But for me, what made sense was that that if I think hex is going to go up a lot, then I just need a little bit every year to take care of myself, or to decide whether I want to reinvest or not. But I never want to put in more early when I know that longer pays better, right? And so the actual percentages here are that it's a 3.5% each of these of the total amount. And so the entire first, let's see, so that would be like the first 10 years, I think. I'm looking, the first 9 years is only 31% of the hex that I had. And then there's a little peak there. For some reason, I have 16, basically 8% for 2 years on average. And then I go back to 3.5%. And then at the end is where I'm really building. And you know, if I could do it all over, I would have put more at the end. I maybe percent along the way, but that's the thing. We can't go back. But now I can just only add to the end and not add to anything before then, because longer pays better. And why would I give myself? It's kind of like in like an options contract or something where you're like selling short and you're just, or don't quote me on that, but basically you're giving yourself the option to sell, but it's coming at this great cost, right? Yeah. And so I don't need to do that. I already have the option to sell plenty if Hex does what I think it will. And so so when I think of a ladder, it's that this is a really small is all I need until the end is where it really counts. And that's how you feed yourself as a bigger fish to become a bigger fish, with TShares, not with anything else.
Exactly. And guess what, Maddie? It's so beautifully said. And it goes back to one of the rules, right? Rules number 5. True Hexican know it's not about making money, it's about building wealth. And pushing the things to the end of it is what really allows you to build that wealth for the long term. And another thing too, you know, which is very wise, but most people don't think about, it's funny. People act as if over the next 5, 10, 20 years, whatever, they're going to stop making money, like new money. That's crazy. To me, that's almost laughable. It's like, because they're doing the prediction, missing a big important factor.
Yes.
But which I hope most people, you know, are still quote unquote working, because you're using that fiat to beef up your stash. And that's for any fucking crypto. You have to have fiat to buy anything, whether it's Bitcoin, Ethereum, whatever. So it's like, don't sell yourself short. The point about the real mad game is the long-term value over time, but also don't forget that you're going to continue to make money. Because if you don't think like that or don't have that, then to me, it goes back to the premise, right? We have a character issue here, because you're trying, the equation is incomplete. It's like you want to just put a little bit on the left and get a lot in the right, and you don't expect any sacrifice in between. That's not how this works. You have to create that coefficient that creates the multiplier. And in Hex, it's time, right? So understanding the multiple account theory is just so that you can put this over there, not look at it, treat it like the real CD, like it should be, and then still have that day-to-day interaction, do your all the regular work, continue to make money, pay your bills, stuff like that, and let the other thing on the other side just grow, build that wealth for you, so that when you look back, when the stake ends 15 years from now or whatever, you see, wow, look at all this compounded time, all this marshmallows I was able to get because I delayed.
Yeah. How bad are we going to feel if we kind of overestimated how much each year the ladder is going to give us, and we don't need to spend all that money that year? And so we got money that's forcefully coming out, and you could have just put it out longer because you miscalculated and you didn't realize that you're not going to have to spend so much money all that year, that you then you're saving in something that's less. You're saving with less TShares than you could have. If I redid this, I would take all of this and I would put it at the end, except for, you know, this little tiny percentage down here of the first 14 years, right? So
Yeah,
so longer
because you get that
better.
epiphany, right? That's why I'm trying to tweak to bring awareness to help people. I said, guys, I firmly believe there will be a day where a TShare could be more expensive than Bitcoin. They're like, whoa, wow, come again. It's not just hype, because I really believe that, but it's also for you to understand that you can really kick yourself in the foot many years from now. Be like, man, I was here in the beginning and I could have get many, many more shares. Because now, let's say you got money, or let's say the stake ends and you're trying to restake the whole thing, you might still end up with less T-share than what you would have if you have just done it from the get-go. You see what I'm saying? And that's why it's very, very important. Because right now we're just getting started with our rise. So when you unstake and restake, the T-share bonus 20% for every year can still cover you. Meaning, if the stake ends and the share rate went up 62%, as long as you stake for more than 3 years, 3 years especially, the bonus share is going to make you capture back the same amount of T-share or more. But guess what? It's going to get to a point where at some point, because so many other people did their stake and stake, whatever, that the share rate is so high and the price, that's the key, because the price goes up a lot and you sold at X price, and from the moment you sold, price went up 10, 15x, now all of a sudden, that's 60% share rate rise in Hex compared to you, the one that exited or whatever. Let's say the price did a 10x move, is now a 600% increase. Make sense? Which goes back to the screen that I really wanted to share. Maddie, trying to see if you can share my.
Yeah.
Because I quick share screen. So let's see if it's let me see again. Because that's what I want people to visualize. This is why it's my new favorite chart, the share rate in dollar. Because people understand it easily when we talk about Hex in terms of payout petition and Hex, but they really have to start looking at this guy here, right? Because this is really the source of truth, because it's in dollar. That's important. And it's going to start costing more and more money over time. And this is the famous fractal that I told people, fractal that I see happening again, right? Kind of like a cup and handle. It's in formation right now. It's working beautifully. Maddie, look at this. You see this?
Yes.
See this? Where we are now? Some nice pump, right? Cup, handle, take off, right? What do? Do this. We're making the nice, and I called it out when he was around like here.
Wow. Look at
I said, people, this is the bottom. This is only caused by, the big payday, whatever, the extra 30%, because price went down 75, 80%, but share rate went up 50%. So the negative move was only about 30%, which is here. And then since then, we bottom, we start to trend upward, beautiful channel, and share price constantly goes up, which helps make this chart price goes back up, right? And guess what? Since then, it's beautifully going back up, but it's getting back to that key level, kind of like a cup, big cup, handle, and then breakout. Which, funny joke, maybe you'll be the perfect catalyst right around that January 6th, baby. Right around that. So this is the fractal, right? This is, for those who missed it last time, Kareem bringing you that nice golden news. And this is the beauty about the video. It's recorded. We can look back and see. But right now it's in formation. Nice. And technically, this is about, when you look at the math, it says it's roughly about $96. So still about less than $100 per T-share. At the peak, when we were 1.5 cents, it was about $165. So you're still buying it fairly low. But once it takes off, again, based on what we just talked about, in the next crazy run, 10x move or 5x move, one T-share could go from $100 to be worth $600 to $1,000. And guess what? From there, it's only 22x away from a Bitcoin based on today's price, or 22 or 24x, whatever. You see what I mean? So it's not so crazy. People, they don't do the math. They just, oh my God, Kareem, you just hopium. No, do the math. If we do 10,000 Hex in terms of, and this is design intention, and I can see it, and you multiply with the share rate constantly increasing over time, we will easily catch up to Bitcoin, especially when Hex is more valuable. And then Hex start to go up, share rate 5, 10, 20 Hex per T-share per day, and we're like a penny or 5 cents. it's going to start making the share pricing, dollar pricing goes up faster and faster, Maddie. So now back here, in my analogy, now we extrapolate to the future, right? Cup, handle, hang around, breakout. So I see cup, the handle is being made right now as we speak, all the way to the end of the month. And then January, February, whatever, right on cue, when this big candle over here start to be done with, and you see the blue, the momentum line start to circle back down, massive pump. Because again, it's just math. Less tokens coming out, more people start to think long term, which is good to see, doing the 555 and 10-year plus, and then we'll start to go on the downside of this blue line here. That's when the pump will start. And guess what? You used to buy a lot of TShares way back when. Perfect example. I'm sorry, here. This one, yeah, this one here, when he was like $7, $10, and then he went all the way to $50, $60, right? 10x move. So imagine you were here, you had 1,000 TShare, you sold 100x move, you thought you were a genius, right? Now share rate went all the way here because the price pumped. You see that? That's a nice 10x move. And that had nothing to do with share rate per se. Because the first 11 months, share rate only went up about 10%, 10 or 12. Yeah. So we went to the 11,000. It's the price appreciation that's going to really pump share price. That's why this is new rule number 8 or 9. I don't know what it was, 8. Hexicans only care about one chart. This is the chart. Yeah. Because when I did the first live to that chart, it didn't exist. Now it's literally color-coded for you. Because what's going to happen is if you unstake here and then you're sold or whatever, by the time the price goes here, even though you're trying to buy back, unless you come with that new added 10x economic mass to maintain TShares that you used to have, or you're going to start to get less. So let's say back here, you can afford 1,000 TShare like it was nothing. You made your 100x move, you sold, everything's great, and you were trying to buy back the dip. The dip never came. Share price constantly goes up. And then now you're trying to buy back over here, but the price went up 10 times more, the share price. So now, let's say you had the same money that you unstaked, so to speak, and you're trying to buy back in. Now you're only getting 100 TShares when you used to get 1,000 TShare. Make sense?
Yeah.
So imagine this same thing happening over many, many, many years, all the way to 15 years. The people like us that stake long term, they maintain their share TShares, and they just start to gobbling a bigger part of the pie internally. Because the people that play the game of stake, unstake, this, that, every time a big pump happens, they get left behind. They get more diluted from the pool. When the price is stable, like here, yes, you can be fancy. Yes, you can act like you're a genius and look, I sold the top, buy the bottom, this and that, got more T-shirts. Yes, but you never know when the next major pump happens. We could be literally chilling on stream right now, Monday morning, take off. Because guess what? We're related to Ethereum. Ethereum is going to pump. The future has been announced. Kareem is just doing you a favor, letting you know. If you don't pay attention, that's on you. February 9th is the day for the future on CME launch. They're going to pump this baby. If not towards the end of the month, January, because sometimes they got to close their stuff because, it's the end of the year.
That's when the new crypto hedge funds launch January 1st, so they can, so they can
make then it's off to the races.
And they're going to wait to buy Hex until then, so they can make it look like their percentages are higher, which they will be. And
exactly,
we're going to be having our conference then.
Yep.
Maybe Hex's market cap starts threatening Bitcoin's dominance and starts eating Ethereum's dominance, and all of a sudden, the game starts changing so fast. What are people going to do? They're going to FOMO into Hex, right? And
exactly. And that's what we said. Ultimately, now joke's on you, because maybe you had all this money sitting on the sideline. You were thinking, oh, again, it's that greed. Greed is good and bad in both sides. It's bad when something pumps so much and you don't expect it to catch a break, but it's also bad when you already got a nice dip and you're still waiting for a further dip and then the price leaves you behind. The same way people are talking about 002 is going to come back. Dude, And then why play this gamble? The market already gave you 80% discount because the people that took their marshmallow ahead of time already gave you that token. Why are you trying to gamble? Now you become greedy, and then boom, it leaves you behind. From the bottom, we're already up, like Richard posted, like 175%, some crazy number like that. So it just goes to show that when you get a good enough deal, you take it, especially if you think long term. Because when the next wave comes in, in dollar, that's why this chart is so awesome. When the next takeoff happen, and remember, mathematically, every time Ethereum 2x, we 4x if we maintain parity. So that also means that without the Hex ETH moving so much, they pump Bitcoin, they pump Ethereum to run that rally for February. Next thing you know, with the same ratio, a TShare goes from $100, what it is now, and it can rally all the way to $300-400 easily. And guess what? You didn't get in, or you forget to stack up your TShare. Now all of a sudden, by the time it becomes more valuable, now all of a sudden you're interested to stake because you want the reward because Hex is more valuable. But then it's stupid because you could have had more TShares way back when. Again,
because you couldn't imagine the future, right? Because you were listening to us, but you didn't take action, right? Your character was not causing you, right, to turn your knowledge into action, like Kareem is saying. And the way that I explain TShares is that the TShare is your share of the future compound interest.
Exactly.
And you get to decide when you stop collecting the future exponential compound interest. Are you going to stop at 5 years from now? Are you going to stop collecting that Genesis compound interest? Or is it going to be the maximum amount of time you're going to collect compound interest?
Exactly.
15 years.
And as a macro investor, so to speak, the only question that you have to ask yourself, again, I do extremely well because I keep it simple. That's what I do well, whether it is I work with customers or with my family or relatives, because the salesy people are the one that just trying to over explain and use fancy terms. No, I keep it very simple. The only question is like, hey, like Maddie perfectly say about a compounding, do you believe the value of Hex, right, the compounding mechanism, which is related to the value of Ethereum, do you believe it's going to be more valuable in the future or less valuable? I know it sounds like a stupid question, but that's how you have to do it, to really like kiss it, right? Keep it simple, stupid.
Yes.
You're getting a piece of that pie, that share pie, which, by the way, compounds over time. And the more of the pie you have, and that pie is getting more valuable, the better you will do. And once you understand that, all the little noise in between is not need to be. And that's why I like to come on those streams. And that's why I like to use visual also to explain to people what I see. Because I can explain it mathematically, only some of the, the geek or people that know math will understand. Or I can just point out a chart and say, listen, all the formula is in this chart. The share rate and the price of Hex, which changes and get a plotted dotted line every day, 7 p.m., which then you do the math and you can see the fractal. And the reason why fractals are famous is because it monitors that human cycle behavior. That's why the Wall Street market cycle cheat sheet is so famous, because it's psychology of the human being. The same thing about this fractal here, the famous cup and handle or whatever in trading or whatever. It's literally a fractal because of human behavior. Pumps like crazy, then goes down, but don't go as down as most people think. Then it goes back towards previous all-time high. People cash out, think it's the end of it, but then actually that's when the real exchange of wealth is happening. The strong hands become stronger and the weak hand get washed out. We literally saw it even this week in Bitcoin. People saw 19K. Oh my God, the top, massive sell orders. And guess what the Wall Street did? They said, thank you so much for the liquidity. See you later. Next thing you know, they pushed that thing all the way to 24,000. And when you miss that, now you're in fear because FOMO kicks in. And you're like, what do I do? What if the price retraces? And then you don't buy it, and then it keeps going up. And then when you buy, that's when they dump it. And then they retrace it 50%. Then you sell, and they buy it back, and then they push it again. It's like all this nonsense when you can just avoid it. Get early because you know what's about to happen. See the fractal. Once again, showing everybody live. This is what I'm seeing, and I called it weeks ago, and I see it happening perfectly. This is the same play of what we saw in March. Guys, You're literally the same play we saw in March. It's build up mode right now. It's finishing the handle of the cup like this, and then it's gonna hang around here, and then it's gonna take off. Those are daily dot. We literally saw it, big payday dump, whatever, which is not even a dump. It's a joke. Correction. It's back to where it was before the trader trying to pump it for big payday. You know, as a matter of fact, it even literally did a lower high. You see what I mean? Don't trade, but just looking at it, and then it's beautifully going back up, chilling. And there's gonna be something to say right around when we go back here, because at that point, low liquidity, okay, price of Hex going up, because remember, the price is Uniswap, which is the ratio, which means there is no limit order, so to speak. The ratio is the price. Make sense? And the reason why I love this cup and handle is because when we get to that level over here, I remember seeing the Uniswap pool only had about like a little bit over 400 million hex. You see what I'm saying? Which is very, very illiquid, so to speak, for big wallets. So at any moment, because it keeps doubling, when the price doubles again, it will double faster. So you can see bigger, faster green candle. Make sense? So this is where it starts to shoot up like crazy. So if you look at this chart over here briefly, again, don't trade, but I'm just going to show you just for fun. Daily chart here. What you saw over here, right? This is how a parabola works. It's literally a set of stairs. It takes a sweet time, but then when it takes off, the stairs gets bigger and bigger. You see what I mean? And then here it gets insane. Because this number here starts to go down also. The 600 plus million, right? And we're seeing the same thing. Now, this time around, we don't need the price to go back here. Why? Because share rate went up 60%. To get a new all-time high in TShare, remember, it's all about the TShare. It's all about the TShare. It's all about the TShare. 3 times. So price just needs to go back right around here. Literally. Here to here, which is easier to do. And you're going to have a new all-time high in TShare. And when that happens, as people unstake, us staying in this pool, we're starting to get a bigger portion of the pool. Make sense? Because it costs more to get a TShare, which people that don't value it yet, by the time they value it, they're going to be able to afford less and less and less. So those who stay in the system get more and more and more, which is actually enticing me to buy more because I see the bag get bigger, right? Which
I knew what was going to happen tonight, Kareem. And so I bought more Hex right before we came on stream because I knew that I would want to, and I'm probably going to do after as well, right?
Amen. So when you see the fractal here started to form perfectly, again, the handle, and then it's going to come here, chill for a little bit, and then take off. It's the same thing here. The handle is being formed right now with just the 20th. We have 10 days left. So 2 things can happen. By the way, just want to preface this. There's an argument that could say that's the most bullish one, that technically the handle is literally basically almost complete, ready to take off. Because somebody could say, this is the handle here, and this was just an outlier. Make sense? Because you see, I could really, this is kind of way it hang around for a little bit, which makes sense. It's right around that perfect $100. You see, even numbers. Because make no mistake, other whales are seeing the same thing that I'm seeing. It's just, it's a common sense. The same way here, even number, right around $5, right? Right around $5 takeoff. 10x move to $50 plus, and then hang around there from $50, which is like the bottom of this guy over here, right? Did a quick 2x move. Again, we're talking in TShares, right around $100. And somebody could argue this could be the handle of the cup and then take off, or same bullish but a little less bullish. We'll just chill until the end of the month. And then we go to 160 again. So the cup continued to grow all the way to here. If you look at my cursor, and then from here we take off. Make sense?
Yes.
So you either take off at about $100 where it is now, or you take off at 150. And guess what? If Ethereum start to pump, oh, that's an easy fix. That's an easy fix for us, because Ethereum pump, Hex USD pumps like crazy. All the other algo, because remember, and I tweeted about it, and I got like 100 likes. It was awesome. When Hex or BTC pump, when ETH or BTC pump, we pump faster and harder. And a lot of big investment people or entities, they use algorithm that literally kind of like nomics.com. They'll look, okay, what's the biggest gainer? There's a pump happening right now. Which train should I be on? And every time Hex is top 5, top 3, and #1 gainer on the day, that's a bullish thing. That's why nomics, if you look at the nomics recently of the prediction thing, it's already predicting Hex at over 6.5 over the next 7 days. So you can see, because the trend, it's a formation of the trend. Which brings me to my other favorite thing here, the dream account doing its thing. And yes, Maddie, it's stupid now because, see, share rate went up another one today. But now with the USD, it's just stupid to see, So in the next pump, this thing is going to just explode again. And the value of the TShare is going to become more expensive. Okay? And you know what it's going to do? It's going to trigger another incentive behavior, which makes the most sense. It goes like this. TShare gets more expensive, which, by the way, makes people want to buy it more, right? Fancy stuff that's expensive makes it more valuable. People don't want to own something that's cheap. They want to own something that's valuable, that's get more expensive. Now they want to buy more, right? Which is going to create that mini FOMO, which then the people that make, oh, shoot, I made a mistake. Now I'm buying less TShare. How do I solve that? I stake for longer, right? Which now increase, we're not 4.8 anymore. We're 4.82 average staking length. And that's amazing that it's growing, because technically every day that passed by is a day that you get less compared to the beginning of your stake. But the fact that the average is rising is amazing.
People are learning, like you've said before, people are learning.
Exactly.
What's happening.
Which create that really awesome deflationary, low liquidity. So at any moment, because when the algo kicks in, it's game on. Because the ratio can stay where it is in Hex to ETH, but then Ethereum start to pump crazy. Hex is reaching a dollar number that the algorithm was looking for. Again, no FOMO, I'm just saying, because that's what algorithm looking for. If Ethereum pump another 15, 20% and Hex close across 0.006 again, or 6.5, and the algorithm is like, uh-oh, that's my zone. And next thing you know, he can pump this thing to 1 cent in a matter of a couple hours. And you just missed the window, and you just trap doors closed. You forget to buy the dip, no more. Next stop, 1 cent. So there's many little things like that are just setups waiting, because it's going to happen either two way. Either more people buy more in, or because it's a ratio of Ethereum, if Ethereum starts to pump hard and the dollar value of Hex reach a certain numbers, that's going to trigger another pump. Because that's how the big whales are thinking. They're looking at zones, right? Supply resistance zone. They don't trade like crazy. They may do trade based on accumulation, because once they get it, boom. It's like that big whale wallet, right? They see a certain value, they buy a shit ton of Hex, 555, right? They don't even look at it. They don't worry about what the price is going to be the day after, or if you retrace 20%. They don't care. They got to the zone they wanted. They did the math. They wanted a certain amount of Hex, buy it, stake it for the longer, increase their share in the pool. This is literally Bitcoin mining at its best, with no overhead, no BS. Because, by the way, so far, I've only talked about the big money just doing the yield game, right? Looking for the premium. It's the same thing as you being a garage salesperson, like Richard used to talk about. There's so many golden analogy Richard used, and most people don't even catch it. It's so amazing. It's like when he said, hey, I used to buy this thing over here that most people want, same thing, and I resell over there for a premium. Literally the same thing. I just front run the store. It's the same thing the yield farming is going to do. We're the best out there, period. And we're getting to that stability zone that's going to make it more and more attractive. Now, imagine we'll start to talk to miners. We'll start to talk to people that waiting for Ethereum proof of stakes to kick in, and then it does kick in, and those were miners Very important. They were miners, but now they're running the math and say, wait a minute, this whole staking for ETH over there, 8%. Yeah. No, that's garbage. Let's take the millions and move it over here. This other thing over here that gives us 40%. You see what I mean? Because Ethereum is going to popularize even more proof of stake with the yield, giving us free publicity. Ha ha ha. Because yours truly already think ahead. I already see the developers going on the live stream with Raul and whatever, talking about the beauty of proof of stake with Ethereum, deflationary, the burning features, all this other stuff. Guess what? That's free fucking promotion for Hex. We already have it, and it's been working. So when we say that, it's a valuable argument. They can't counter-react, because if they counter-react to that, then we're going to say, wait a minute, isn't that what you just said about what ETH 2.0 was? You see what I mean? So you just kill them with the logic. And now when it's going to really, really come down to, because I already see the rabbit at the end, it's going to be about, what's your yield, bro? 15% on a good day? Dude, we got 40. They're bragging about like, oh, we reach $1 billion, whatever stake. I'm like, bro, we got 3 billion. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Like, so it's funny to me, but they're going to see it, the writing on the wall, because incentives always win in the end, right? It's not just about being right, it's about making money, right? We're here for the right reason. We're here for the mad games. That was the premise. That's what this is about. My next goal right now is to get the dream account to 10,000 TShares, right? Breaking news. You guys heard it first on Allin's show. That's my milestones, right? And like I said on the previous stream, I like to do it every 6 months stream stakes. So I have it because I like a nice chunk. I like 2 million at a time, just organized. Again, this is the dream account. I have other accounts. I tell people, very understand the two. You should have multiple. This is the one that you barely see. Every time you interact, it's like maybe you're adding to the stash, you do a stake, throw away the key, right? In the analogy speaking. So that's my next target. So when the price is stable, I'm happy because my fiat goes a longer way. I'm already have to combat Ethereum going up, which is crazy. Maddie, imagine, right? If Ethereum has stayed around that 150 or 175, whatever that was, right around April, May, when I joined, was around that, like almost 200. Like I was getting a lot more Hex, a lot more, forget Hex. I was getting a lot more ETH to then get Hex, right? Because once I buy, I do the thing, whatever, and I convert, I stake, and I move on with my day. You know what I mean? I'm not like, oh my God, I gotta look at no. So imagine how happy I was when Ethereum pumps like crazy, and I'm like, shit, fiat on ramp. I'm getting less Ether for my money now. But then they give me a discount on the Hex ETH pair by selling the price down. I'm like, what? Hallelujah. Bless the Lord, right? So it goes back to
this. Yeah, and Kareem, how do you feel about Facebook's new project renamed from Libra to Diem? How do you feel about them onboarding 2 billion people into crypto? It's not crypto, but then they'll be wondering what it really is.
I know. You know what's so funny? It was such a classic BS kind of like, hey, we used to suck, but we're just going to change the name, rebrand, and then hopefully we don't suck anymore. Well, guess what? In the 21st century, that doesn't fucking work, okay? In the 1990s, when nobody had access to
money,
internet, okay?
I'll turn it into Hex, you know? And
exactly.
They've already got the social network. They're going to do all the advertising. Like you just said, they're going to do the advertising for us. All we got to do is not touch the dream account unless we're adding to it and live our lives, our best lives, and relax, right?
And that's the key, because remember, part of adoption also means this. People don't understand. Some of those people, they're going to fight, and then we're going to win, right? Remember what Gandhi said, right? The 4 level, right? First they ignore you, then they criticize you, right? Then they hate you, and then you win. Hex already passed the first 2 phases, right? At first it's like, haha, Joe, who's that? We don't even know. Then they criticize you, all this, trying to attack Richard's character, this and that, whatever. Now we are the 3rd phase. They fight you. We're being gate-kept more and more. They're trying everything to get, but guess what? All of that is still publicity, right? Grant Cardone said it best. You want to be omnipresent. There's no such a thing as bad publicity. Even if they hate on you, they're talking about you, the hashtag Hex is flying around. I think my humble opinion, we run crypto Twitter, bro. We're everywhere. Every post, they want to trash us. We're gonna debate. We're gonna attack them because we know the product is that good. And ultimately, they just keep hearing about Hex. And God forbid, which always happens, people will be like, you know what? I hear all this noise. Let me just try it. Let me just put a few money, and then boom, they're hooked. And then what ends up happening is when you reach level 4, the final level, and then you win, guess what? They're now starting to do literally the marketing for you, like I say, because everything they're trying to do to make their stuff appealing, we already have it. So it becomes free advertising. So but we have to just stay in front of their face, being talked about. So when we win, we can sit there and be like, yeah, we've been telling this all along. And then yes, they're gonna say you're right because we were there. And next thing you know, because it's decentralized, those people become your favorite customers, funny enough, because they start to copy what you do. And then you win so bad, they're like, listen, why copy? Why still deal with all the overhead, dealing with the employee, all the other negative externalities? Why just buy Hex, stake it, get the reward? You see?
Yeah.
And that's when the epiphany happens. So we're almost there. Step 4. And this will just cycles. And that's what stability will help. And when we cross that top 10 again, firmly and stay there and move towards top 5, that's when it's like, okay, you can't F with us no more because we're really there steadily year over year and grinding and growing. And we're going to be watching this beautiful thing unfold over the next 10 to 15 years. And that's why as a long-term investors, you got to understand that too. Because I've seen that in the Bitcoin mining and I'm like, wow, how do I protect my position? Because when you believe the way I believe in Hex, you got to stop thinking about like Google, whatever, companies like that. They're going to own a piece and they're going to stake also. You see, you got to think big like that. How do I protect my TShares? Because like every market, the way they do it, one of the big way to gatekeep people indirectly is actually, funny enough, they come and they pump the price like crazy. Just like that big whale did with the 10,000 buy. Because you want to push the price so high that by definition, there's a certain part of the population that's going to start being exited out. Now, if you're fortunate enough to be part of that population that was there early, although you have a lot of money or whatever, guess what? Your T-shares become your literally your golden egg, so to speak. Because if you mistreat those and you lose it, you will not get it back. Remember, preemptive strike, you only get to do it once. You only get to have that element of surprise once. And if you blow it, so to speak, you're never going to get it back. And that's something to be said. It's important because we're still heavily gate kept. We're not on so many other places that we should have been. We're not even listing properly on CoinMarketCap, all that kind of other stuff. So as we get bigger and bigger and bigger and things get more and more valuable and bigger player comes in, just like they do in mining, they come in and then they push the difficulty so that people get kicked out. Our difficulty is right here staring at you. It's called the share price, which is a combination of share rate and the price of Hex. And that's important for people to understand. Those who understand Bitcoin and the analogy with the mining. We don't get the negative externalities. We don't get the price of electricity being dumped and all this other stuff. But what that tells me is that it means that we can pump easier and faster. Because if Bitcoin did 2 million plus X, dealing with all those negative externality, and we don't have those, again, facts over feeling. I'm just applying logics here. That means we can do what Bitcoin has done and more faster. So, which means if you're not careful and play with your T-shares, you're gonna start being gate kept yourself out of a position. Hear me loud and clear, live on Maddie's show right now. Some of you guys worried about being a dolphin and all this other stuff and maybe higher up. That's great, and I commend you for that. But make no mistake, if you lose your T-share, stuff like that, you can actually be pushed down a grade. Let me say it again. Because when bigger player comes in, push the price up like crazy, buy a lot of those T-shares, everything gets recalculated. Remember, it's a ratio, right? Pull up your stream, please, about all the ranks. I think that's very important. I want to spend 2 minutes on that because I want people to understand. It's not just about moving up. You can actually be pushed down faster than you realize. You see this? The first thing that it says, there's no fixed hex number here. You see? It's all the fucking ratio. 0.1%, 0.001, 0.000001. What does that mean? That means that as more people come in, the pie and bigger player, for you to get that ratio, everything rises. Maddie, even me, I've seen it. I used to joke about it. Like, I was like, oh my God, Super Shark right around the corner. And then the price pops crazy again. And then what does that do? Two things. My game plan, which I planned ahead of time, had to be longer. I thought I would reach it by a certain amount of time, and that time got expanded by a few months. Why? Simple reason. Reason number one, hex price went up. Because you do your calculation. Okay, TShare is about this. I'm watching the share price. It's going up, but it's negligible compared to the share price because share price doesn't go up 75% over 2 days, right? So you're like, you do your prediction. So Kareem, by this day, because I work hard, I make money, whatever, I'm gonna reach Super Shark by X. And guess what? Somebody comes in, go pump the price like crazy. All of a sudden, the math is all wrong, so to speak. You need more time because the cost just went up. And I eventually got it. But what I realized is also that the price changing and the ratio changing can modify a lot of things. For example, I was very close, even with the Dream account, I was very close to make the Dream account a Super Shark. Let me say it again. I was very close to make the Dream account a Super Shark. And guess what? More people got in. More shark got in, right? That other big 88 million buy. Remember that? All those other people that come in, when they come in, they move up position and they change the ratio because they start owning part of the pie. So
because it
everything
costs
changed.
more to buy the Hex
Yes.
to buy the TShares. So
Yes.
that's why it got more expensive to be a Super Shark.
Yes. And more importantly, there's more player in the pie. Therefore, the ratio changes. So let me give you an example. Let's say in the pie, it was divided in a certain way where 1,000 TShares, this is just an example. Let's say way back when, no, let's be nice. Way back when, maybe 5,000 TShares could make you a Super Shark. I'm just giving, it's just an example. Way back when. Because the number of TShares in the total pool was a much lower number, right? Now, more people got in, more big player got in, total TShare went up. So that 0.001%, remember, quick maths, it's based on the total number of TShares.
Yes.
Right? So let me say it again. The 0.001, 0.00001, whatever your class is based on total TShare, literally staring at you, which means when total TShare went from way back when, example here, to be 5 million, I'm talking about, and I'm looking at the chart just to pull it up here, it was right around day 35. Day 35 to day 33, that's when we crossed 5 million in the total pool, which means, quick math, 5,000 TShares, let's go, bro. You're a Super Shark. And guess what? More people join in. Price went up. Or even price don't go up, but more people join in. Now the pool says, next big milestone, day 100, day 100 and, when did we cross 10 million? Oh, man, it took a while because we hang around there for a while. Day 295 is when we cross 10 million total TShare. What does that mean? That means that literally overnight, you want to be a Super Shark, now you need 10,000 TShares. You see what I just did? So it wasn't just about the price for the Hex, which goes up or got steady or whatever, but now there's more total TShare in the pool. So if you want that status of a Super Shark, that's what it comes down to. I mean, at the end of the day, this is where the fun, the socialized fun is. Weeks prior, you were a Super Shark. Well, guess what? You're no longer a Super Shark. because you need more. You need double. You need 10,000 TShares to be a super shark to qualify for being the 0.1%, because there's 10 million. Then we went to the next level, all the way to the climax, which was 99% stake, which was 50 million. But then we went back down, and we're right around that 10.8. We almost did 10.9. And then that's when we peaked, because the price started to go, and now we start to go deflationary mode, which is good. But it's safe to say at 10.8, just doing quick math, at 10.88 million total T-shares, for me to be a super shark, I need 10,800 T-shares. You follow me? Which is just a simple math, which means for my dream account to be super shark, I need to add another, it's 7,844 right now. So roughly I need another 3,000 T-shares and I am there. Now, there's two ways I can make that happen.
Yes.
Because I run the scenario. Scenario one, which I'm doing religiously, every check I get, whatever, I just buy more. And then when it's time for me to do the stake, because I like it big, I like to do my 2 mil, unless there's some crazy discount that happens, but I like to structure it for the dream account very nicely. Because again, I'm thinking about tax implication. I'm thinking about, again, 15 years, guys, 15 effing years. You structure the tax wrong, the IRS shows up and say, bro, I need 60%. And by the way, it's whatever the tax code is 15 years from now. Let's not forget that. I mean, unless you change country and this and that, but you have to think about all those things. So look at it like that. I'm like, okay, I need to buy more so I can get it to there. That's option one. Or option two, and by the way, Kareem ended up doing both, option one and option two, because why limit yourself, right? Is you freaking take advantage of this freaking bonus shares. And I get very passionate because it's so goddamn important. That 3x goes a long way, because that's how you get to multiply the T-shares. And when you start to go deflationary, it's going to help you a lot. Okay, Maddie, quick maths here for people to understand. If I were to buy 28 million Hex right now, roughly, just to put into perspective, right? I'm gonna do the math here for you, because that's what the dream account started with. So 28, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And I were to stake it right now for 555, so to speak, I will get 5,164 T-shares. And it used to be more, because I've done that same math multiple times. Okay? Why is that important? Because pre-Genesis shares time, when I stake this whole thing, 28 million, which is the combination of all the thing in the dream account, because it's all maxed out shares anyway. So doing 555 or anything more than 10 years is the same number of shares, because the bonus stuff, okay? I got 7,844 T-shares. Today, same amount, same length, I get 5,164 T-shares. That right there is the first warning to tell you, again, longer pays better, because T-share went from 11,000 or 10 and change to 16,367, what it is today.
That's half a shark instead of 3/4 of a shark.
You see that? Big effing difference. And all I had to do was
your shark is diminishing because you waited, and because more people are getting in, and so yeah.
Yep. And if that doesn't give you your FOMO pants, guess what? It gets worse over time and it accelerates. So you better get yours in the program now rather than later. So that's number one. Purely due to the shares. Okay, price increase, even though I maxed out everything. Number two, which is another common mistake, people that were not fully understanding Hex in the beginning about, staking short versus long. Again, we're talking dream account here. I want to keep emphasizing that. I'm not saying short stakes are bad. I'm talking dream account. Hear me loud and clear. The account you should never touch. The account is the most believable account for Hex, long term. Don't waste your time doing the stake, restake. You're just diluting yourself. It's just stupid. Don't do it. Okay? Now that we got it out of the way, some of the people, let's say they were to just stake for 1 year, 28 million Hex, right? We see this all the time. Bigger even amount, but they only stake short term, right? Let's be nice and do the whole year. so that it's close to the 20% bonus, but it's not. But let's just say 365. And again, I'm just using the calculator here, okay? Remember, I said pre-Genesis, you are getting 7,844 TShares. Now, with the 555, same amount of Hex, you get 5,614. And even better, if you only stake for 1 year, 28 million Hex. Let's be nice and not even talk about what price you bought the Hex or whatever. Let's just say you already had the Hex. You already had it.
Okay.
Already had it. And you stake for a year, Matty, it's going to be laughable. You're getting, ready? You're getting 2,084 T-shirts.
Oh, that's only a quarter of a shark. Wow.
Because people don't understand when you say that, oh, fancy terms and, you know, effective Hex and the 3x multiple. No, I'm just using practical, basic math here. Example. Same money, same number of Hex, different time frame. 1 year, you get 2,084 T-shirts. 555, 5,164. Night and day different. And pre-Genesis shares, which we technically are still in that category right now because the price went down. It's not a 1.5 penny. So buying right now is the equivalent of buying Genesis T-share mathematically in terms of buying power to get the Hex to then get the T-share. You can get it as high as, 7,000 plus. And all of that matters because whether it is just about your social status, if you want to be a super chalk and stuff like that, so you'll get there 3 times faster. That's basically what it comes down to, because the ultimate ratio is 2,084 versus 7,844. I mean, not even close. The only difference is LPB, right? It's more than a 3x, actually. It's like 3.5x. Insane. So because share rate went up 60%, and you get the basic 3x move of maximizing the T-shares. So get it now before the price goes up even more and more expensive, thinking that long term, again, on the dream account. So you get to solidify, Maddie, that's what I'm coming down to as a conclusion. You get to solidify that position because as more and more people enter the pool, it becomes a little bit harder for you to get that ratio of 0.001 or whatever you want to be at to maintain your position. So the leveraging tool that you're using, if price doesn't matter, is the bonus T-shares, so you can get to your goal faster. That's the epiphany that I had. At the moment I had that, I literally stopped doing short stakes. I already got what I wanted, which was making sure it works. I know how to stake. I know how to unstake. I've watched the mechanic. Let's go. 555. From there, it was just a no-brainer. And I was just waiting for some other stakes to end because I did a 30-day stake just to test it out. And I started just to combine them for 2 million and then just launching them, forgetting about it. Because I wanted to maintain my position in the pool in case a lot of new big whale comes in. But also, which we also talked about, the power of long-term pay better is that, number one, you don't have any inflation because it's paid to you and you're longer than the average. So for everyday stake, you're naturally getting wealthier. Keyword, wealthier. Not just rich, quick flip, wealthier. 45,000 Hex per day right now, current market price, roughly 0.005, whatever. It's, if you were to do the math, it's about $225 a day. Passive, dream account, not doing anything. If the price goes to a penny, it's $450. If the price goes to $1, it's $45,000 a day. That's disgusting. There's no other words to explain. This is where the moon math starts. Because remember, price only matter when you sell. My exit strategy is 15 years from now. It may sound crazy to people, but if you ask me, 15 years from now, $1 Hex, I tell you, no certainty, I tell you it's goddamn possible. And I'll leave it to that. Because that's the only time where I worried about price, so to speak. Way down the road.
And now the difference between your shares going for 10 years versus 15 years is you want to decide how long they last.
Exactly. And Maddie, what you just said is so important because this is the phase I'm expecting the triple-digit APY to start kicking in because we're going to start getting heavy heavy deflationary. When all those big 10-year stakes start to exit, bro, whoo, and you're one of the only one left with Genesis TShares, that road from 10 to 15 is going to be so sweet. I can't even tell you. This is when you start to make hedge fund money. Yeah, I'm coining the term.
Forever at the price you have them at, right?
Yeah.
They always die. And do you want to be a super shark for 10 years or 15 years, right?
Yeah.
And the way that you maintain your position in the system is by going longer than the average person is at the same amount, right? But you don't know what the future holds, what the average is going to be. So the only way that you know you're going to do the best is by going the longest you can, right? That's the only way that you know that you're going to maintain your position.
And for the people, like I did with my sister, to keep it simple, is so they don't get caught up in the noise and the daily volatility, is I go back to the fundamentals. And I'm going to do everybody a favor again. There's only two mechanics that you need to worry about in here, which are working in your favor. You know, Maddie, please let me share my screen again one more time.
Yes,
and it's going back to the global stats. I don't know if I got that. Oh, hold on. I got to try again. Hopefully, even just for like a minute, because I really want people to see this. It's another very powerful visual. And it's all about just watching trends and understanding what those trends means. Okay. So over here, let me see if it pulls up. We're going to do a really fun, oh yeah, I got to share screen 1 second. It's a really, really fun historical evidence of what Hex has done. Again, we're not talking about like hypothetical. We're just speaking facts here about what has already happened. Okay. So let's see if we can share the screen. There's a famous thing that says in investing, and sometimes you just got to look left. You got to look what the past has done to kind of have an indication of what the future will be, right? No guarantee, but he has a tendency to rhyme a lot. So let me see. Are you able to see me?
So I see it, the circle spinning, so it's loading. It looks like that screen.
Oh, so you're seeing the Cindy I see from the phone. Okay, 1 second. Oh, come on, please. Just work. Worst case scenario, which one would do? If that doesn't go, then we'll just do it from your screen. I want you to just go to go.hex.com and share that that global stat for me, please, because it's a very important. I want to go over that for people to see.
Sure.
Because it's still buffering. Yeah, it's that hotel internet. Yeah. Just share your screen instead, please.
Okay. Yep, it's loading here.
All right. This is gonna be epic. And by the way, for everybody watching on the stream, this is how you excel at what you do. This is why you can use that to explain to people, new people, family, friends, how to do the quote unquote convincing, persuasion is just by pointing out just trends and facts, not using just hypothetical. This is what he has done. This is the trend. This is the logic behind it so they can see it. Okay. So now please scroll down a little bit where the daily data starts. Okay. When you see the daily data, I want everybody to see. You see how it says the daily data, 62 million plus, right? 0.7. And then a couple of days ago, it was like 71 million, right? Let's say today the 62 one, that's a cool number because we didn't have a lot of penalty and stake. So that's right around that. I want everybody to remember that number. We'll round it up to 63 million, okay? Now, Maddie, please go all the way down to the beginning. I really want people to get this. In the very beginning, right? It was literally within 7 days, we got to like 1 million, okay? And then it started to go up, right? Faster and faster over time. This is the event of me understanding and showing people, Maddie, stop around day 68, please. It took about 68 days for the daily payout, those are daily, to go from less than 1 million to about 10 million hex per day, okay? Now, I want people to understand it's not just about trend line, but it's also about to understand the linear is not linear, it starts to grow exponentially. And here's proof number 1. So by day 68, roughly, we got 10 million daily payout, right? Now let's continue. As the days start to rise, we see that day 73 is at 41 mil. Oh my God, that was crazy, massive and staking or whatever. But the average started to rise. So now from day 68, Maddie, please go to day 140. See that? By day 140, we're already at 20 million plus average, and we're starting to rank up. Why I'm just explaining here, what I just did here is it took about 68 days to get the first 10 million daily payouts. And then by day 140, we're already above 20 plus million daily payout. Okay. So it's starting to rise at a faster pace. And then let's continue that and then add another roughly 70 days just to kind of keep it like, you know, cool and fun. By that, so 140 plus 70 is roughly about 210, right? By then, we're trending again around that 30 million. See what I just did? So this is another wisdom I want to drop on people by saying every roughly 2.5 months, if we can even round it up to 3 months, quarter, make it fun, the daily payouts are increasing at a faster pace. And by the way, I love to do it like that because I'm not talking about a lucky day when we got a crazy unstaking, which is awesome to have because those days happen. Like that guy that did the 170 million, it was insane. We got a crazy amount, right? So daily payout is going to continue to rise, but the best part is it's going to start to rise faster and faster and faster because now we're getting after the big pump that was crazy that came in, and then by day, you know, 288, 289, whatever, we're starting to cross that 40 million, and then now we'll start to rise faster and faster because we cross literally just 50 days later, not the typical 70 days plus, we cross 50 million. We got another 10 million. You see that? It's to show the people that the 10 million incremental that I've been showing you since you started is starting to take less and less number of days. This is why I say it's not a linear progression. It's exponentially growing. It's just that in the beginning, it does it very, very slow. And then it's going to go very, very fast. So imagine how 10 years from now, 12 years from now, we can have an extra 10 million daily payout in Hex in every week. The number will just keep rising because it's based on the total amount. Once the Hex has been created and circulated, even if it's going back to the stakes, like the dev I've already confirmed many times, the 3.69 is based on once the thing has been created and launched into circulation at least once. And once it's there, total number change and it's part of the new daily payout. And that is amazing. That is insane. Because when you go back to the chart of showing all the unstaking that's happening over the years, and we have a big chunk coming up over the next, let's just say 3 months, to be nice, 3 to 6 months. When that big chunk comes in, it's going to blow a lot of those really nice new daily payout to rise. And it's going to start happening faster and faster. So I look at those things. I look at the trend. I'm like, how many days do we go by before we increase another 10 million? That's important because when you see that, and then we go to column number 2, which is total TShare was rising steadily as people were
so the people who started their stakes a year ago, they didn't know that there was going to be 40% APY, right? And so all of a sudden they might be changing their strategy and they might be reinvesting more than they would if it had stayed at 10% or whatever.
Exactly. Now, guess what? We're going to model that exact behavior you just said now to column number 2, which is the total TShare. Okay, go back all the way down, please. We're going to use that same analogy for people to understand and then I'm going to tie everything together for them to understand. And that's what I love about the stream being recorded. And I try to do in simple terms for the person that's not really versatile. He can understand simple explanation like that to understand the trends, which then create the incentives, which then will model behavior. So way back when, rightfully so, there was only about 1 million to 2 million, right, total TShares, and also TShares were cheap, right? And then it started to rise fairly fast in the beginning because of less token in circulation. It rapidly got to 5 million. See that? 31 days. That's a lot. 5 million in just 31 days. Why is it a lot? Let's continue. You go to 31 days more, which is about day 61, day 62. Guess what? It's only 1.6 million TShare more. It means deflationary action is already in play. In other words, the first 31 days, we got 5 million in the pool. And why does that matter? Because those in the pool are the ones getting the reward. Never forget that. Never forget that. So again, I'm going slow. 31 days, we got to 5 million. 31 days later, we're only at 6.6 million, which means the increase was only 1.6 million, which is literally a third, although the time length doubled. Now let's continue. Fast forward all the way, it hang around 7 for a while, a long time. And then it's such a joke because by the time we got to double that, the 10 million TShares, it's so funny for hundreds of days, just hang around that 9, right? And then you got to wait. And then you got any cross where 295. Insane. Let's run it up. Let's run it up to 300. Just make it fun. So it took about 30 days to get to 5 million. And it took 10 times more, roughly, day 300. So 9 more X for us to double millions of shares. Insane. To say that players, you better come in and get yourself placed because this thing is about to go the other way. So on one hand, you have the daily payout that's growing at a faster rate because I gave you that 10 million mark, right? How many days does it take to grow by 10 million? And it's taking less days. That means it's growing faster. And on the other hand, you have total number of TShares in the pool took 9 more X times, almost 300 days, so day 295, to finally cross that 10 million mark. And it gets better. From there, it's what I call the slow grind, barely moving, 10 million, barely moving, all the way to when freaking big payday, which is when he got all the way to 50, just, the protection mechanism. We talked about it, 99% stake, whatever. And then everything got unstaked back to reality, where 4 days later, right around that same 10 million we were just before big payday. So basically, it was a blip. But guess what? This is the turning point. So recap, 31 days to get to 5 million, then 265 more days, day 295, to get to 10 million, barely. And then now we've been on a slow grind, big payday included and all that stuff, to where it is now, where it's starting to now become really deflationary because we never made it to 11 million, never, excluding big payday action and OA, of course, right? So we barely got to 10.9, and then now we start to revert backwards, which again, I predicted. Now we are 10.82, although more total hex are staked. That's the joke. Yes. We crossed the 60 billion mark. We added an extra almost 600 million hex. No joke. That's real money because people are buying to stake. That's not just, because the stakers are getting that from the people that unstake. So it really started to harden and now go deflationary mode, okay? Because share price is doing its job. It's rising, which when the Genesis TShares are exiting, he's saying, you want that same TShare, you got to give me more hex. So unless you give me more hex to maintain that, I'm going to go deflationary. And right now, it's doing the slow grind because the price is static, so to speak. It's steady. So it's doing the deflationary slowly at a 2.8, not 3.69 inflation rate, so to speak, because people are just doing their day-to-day stuff. They're staking, the reward comes out, they're cashing out the reward, they're restaking the rest, share rate slightly change. So now we're following that slow grind. And then psychology, right? Market cycle, fractal, just like I showed you guys, is going to get to a point And then there's going to be a breakout again, a massive pump. Price of TShare explodes again. Next thing you know, every time the Genesis TShare exit the pool, it costs 10 times more money to make them re-enter, which is not going to happen. And then now deflationary actions start to go even faster and faster. Now we are 10.8. Next thing you know, it goes 10.7, 10.6, 10.5, and it starts to go the other way because T-share is getting more and more expensive. Now, yes. Why did all this matter? Bringing into conclusion, Kareem, why is that? Because my brain already computed everything. This is the two strong mechanism that control what? Control payout per T-share, which control what? Freaking AP fucking Y. Right? This is how we got to cross the 6 per T-share and up, because daily payout constantly goes up 62, almost 63 million right now, excluding any freaking emergency unstake or nuking. Let's be real, because when that started to happen again, like 2 days ago, we got that nice 71 million kicking in. So it's just going to make it better from there. But the trend is your friend. Daily payout continuously increasing. Total T-share has already hit climax at 50 million during big payday. Went back to its mean, which was 10.8, doing the slow grind. But when the next pump comes in soon, it's going to start to go down. So this is the ratio. Daily payout constantly going up. Total T-share constantly going down.
Because people are going to kill their T-shares. They're going to sell out their
and again, back to third grade or fourth grade. I don't know what it is. I don't know how you guys do it in the US, but simple division, right? The numerator constantly goes up. No, we got to do this, man. That's how we got to do it. The numerator constantly goes up. Daily payout per T-share. The denominator, total T-share, constantly goes down. Yes. Which makes what? Which makes your payout per T-share goes up over time. Again, the trend is your friend. Look at the long-term value. Look at the visibility. Just like I told when I was on Hex Germany and I taught Hex chat in the Telegram, it's not, the payout per T-share is not going to just do the slow grind all the time. It's going to slow grind. And then when the massive pump happens, within a matter of days, we can go from literally wherever we are to 1 or 2 more per T-share. And in terms of payout per T-share, that's a pump, because they don't understand the massive ramification. When you overnight, you go from 5 to 6 or 6 to 7 or 6 to 8, that is massive. That is a pump by itself, because when that thing stays steady, mad gains. Okay, in simple English, for your dream account, when you're getting, let's say I round it up, 8,000 T-shares and you're getting 45, 46,000 hex per day, and then all of a sudden, instead of 6 hex per T-share, you get to 8. Now all of a sudden, you start to get 8 times 8, right? So now all of a sudden, you way more than what you expected. You see what I'm saying? Because now 45,000 becomes 64,000 per day. Yes. It's fucking insane. Then let's say it goes to 10. It goes to 10, that's 80,000 hex per day. Who fucking needs to trade when they get 80,000 hex per day? All done by the system, all in the mechanics. And when you understand what I just explained the last 30 minutes, you understand that trading is a waste of time. You literally are, you don't even realizing it. You're burning your account slowly but surely. You're not realizing it. Because when the next pump comes in and leaves you behind, you're going to be crying. You're going to be a next, why do I sell my Hex video? That's going to be you. You might not tell anybody, but it's going to be you and yourself. You can't lie to yourself. Your account's going to tell you the truth. And you're not going to be able to live with yourself to some degree, because you're going to be like, why did I do this? For no reason. So that's why it's so important that you get that education now, that you really understand what it means, because it's already working beautifully for you. You just don't see it because you're too micro. You need to zoom out to be able to see. Yes. But once you understand this trend, no short-term modification is going to change the long-term trend, because the daily payout will constantly goes up, which is going to rise down numerator, increasing the price. And when the next big pump happens, total T-share is going to go deflationary fast, as people naturally, again, psychology of behavior, as people naturally cash out, exit the pool to cash out. And because Hex become more expensive, you need more money to be staked to maintain that. And the share price constantly goes up. So that's how, when people are asking, why is the payout per TShare constantly over time? Keyword over time. I literally tweeted about it. I literally misspelled it on purpose so people can see it. I wrote over time in one word instead of two. Big capital letter. Stop worried about the noise. Look at the big picture. Over time, it trend upwards. It trend upwards. And the reason why it says 40% APY roughly, right? Because it's based on that ratio, which is dictating the payout per TShare. And it says 40% roughly for the global stats, and it says 60% roughly for the Genesis shareholder, because most of those people, what they did, which is very smart, is they stake for the long term. Let me say it again. Most of those Genesis shareholders stake for the long term. That's why they got the bonus. Because some people think you get the 60% APY because you stake Genesis shares. That's only partially true. The real truth is because you stake longer. I know people who have had Genesis TShares, but only staked it for a year or 2 years. They're not getting 60%. They're getting more than the global stats because they got a better share rate, but they're not getting 60%. Why is that? Because they didn't get the bonus share, which is where the math comes in. That's what I also tweeted on the Telegram when somebody was confused that I educated. I forget his name. Was an Asian kid, very nice guy. He asked questions. I like to ask questions. But he was like, hey, about less than a year, about a year, you get 40%, which is pretty cool. So yeah. But the other ones, you get up to 60 because those bonus shares, when they kick in, just like we did the math earlier, there's a guy that get 2,084 TShares, and there's the guy that got the 5,100 TShares. Make sense?
Yes.
Because he got the bonus TShares, which makes him get higher interest, which is why he's clocking in 60% APY plus, because those bonus TShares are working for him. So his daily payout is greater. Because if I only had 2,084 TShares at 6 per TShares, it's it's about 12,000 hex per day. It's not 46,000. I get the 46,000 because I stake for longer. So it's a perfect trade-off, because I don't want to trade. I stake for longer, take the risk, so to speak. To me, it's a joke. It's not even a risk. It's just the moment you pass it's a joke. Any crypto long term that's not a scam, so to speak, mathematically over time appreciated in value. And if you don't bet on the long term when something is 1 year old or less, I don't know what else to tell you. It's just your logic is out the window. You don't know what asymmetrical means. And this is how the big hedge funds and the gold bugs are treating crypto right now, essentially Bitcoin, is they're literally, hey, we sit with all this gold all day, looking at it, doing nothing, barely getting any percentage out of it, and it loses value. They like to tell you about, oh, it's not about going up, it's about protecting the wealth. But it's like the guy in crypto tell you, Maddie, we're here for the tech. We're not here about the gains. That's
right.
Yeah, because they're the first one to come yell at everybody that wants to hear. Look, gold went up, rally 3%. They're bragging about the 3% like it's a 40% pump. It's a joke. But, I give them that because it's a $1 trillion+ market. So when it moved 4%, it's a big deal. I get it, big liquidity. Okay. But you see the joke and the double standard? It's like, well, gold is supposed to be store of value. It's not supposed to appreciate, but maintain your purchasing power. But the moment it pumps a little bit, they want to tell the whole world about how great of an investment it is. Like, it's just a joke. So we just need to be more honest with ourselves and understand that that's their next play. They're going to treat gold 2.0 as Bitcoin, whatever crypto, and pour that money in, which is going to blast off the whole space. So once you understand that, 15 years becomes a joke. And you understand also that it's all about the TShares and the interest accrued upon time. So now all of a sudden, your principal don't really matter anymore. Literally, it doesn't matter. I don't care about my principal. I look at it like my mining rig, right? My what's the word? My I was about to say solar farm. My mining farm, whatever that's called, right? Yeah. How many hex can I pump out of the system every day? That's all it is. I need to get to 10,000 because I like round numbers, right? Gotta have a goal. Of course. And then one of the rules, true accumulation never ends. And it makes the simple math, Maddie. When I get to 10,000, I don't even need to log into the account anymore. I just go on the global stat, I click, How many TShare today? How many payout per TShare today? I take that, multiply by 10,000, go by my day. You see what I mean? It's just easy
Quick
as
math.
simple, quick, exactly. Quick math, simple. People fall for simple. It's beautiful. It's eloquent. It's not like I gotta try too hard to convince and this and that. So in conclusion, that's really what I want people to understand. Simple words. Daily payout constantly goes up faster and faster. Because remember, they're both going up faster. So daily payout goes up faster and faster. Total TShares start to go deflationary faster and faster. Yes, we're gonna have mini pumps here now and then, meaning the total TShare may spurge up when we get a little wave of adoption, but it's gonna be like a dead cat bounce. Like for example, we make another crazy adoption phase, and then all of a sudden we go to like 11 million total TShare in the system. That's cool. That means more adoption. That means, price appreciation, whatever. But over time, as more unstaking happens and stuff, it's going to start to trend back down because share price constantly going up.
That's
and that's
right.
the mechanism that needs to happen to then make payout per TShare ratchet higher and higher over time, steadily. And that's the last thing I wanted you to see, and that was from that go.hex.com, which is
You want
great.
me to go back? Okay.
Oh yeah, just one more time, just quickly,
No
because I can literally prove it right now on stream that what I'm talking about is going to happen over time. Already happened many times. Literally
like
that
proof.
simple.
Proof
Yep.
is good.
So third and final column, payout per TShare. Please go there. So you can see how in the very beginning, obviously it was 0, right? And then it rapidly ratcheted to like 1 and 2, as you can see, because point in order here, there was 1 billion hex added to circulation every day. So that helped a lot in terms of circulation calculation. Make sense? So that helped push that. And then watch this, Maddie, which is really funny. By the time we got to a steady, I think it was steady around 2-ish, right around that time, also April came around the corner. So that's the key. When the major pumps started to happen, okay, and the payout per TShare started to skyrocket too, because people started to unstake. And as they unstake, daily payout went up faster, also higher. And then payout per TShare started to ratchet up faster and faster, because it used to hang around 2 for a while. And then after the big thing of February, it rapidly went above 3 on its way to 4. Okay. Because the daily payout started to go to 10, 20 million, 30 million faster and faster, which affects the day out payout per TShare. You see that? When we were at 1, it took us a lot of days to get to 2. Same analogy.
So
And
this is
then
just a multiplication, right? You multiply this number by this number and you get that.
it's a division. It's a division. You take the daily payout per TShare. I'm sorry, the daily payout total, and you divide by total TShare in the system.
Okay, yeah, that way, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So everything that I just explained is also, because remember, they're all a factor of another. So if they behave like that, the other one behave like that. So the moral of the story is, it took us a long time, like 50 days, to be at a steady 1+. And then only around day 74-ish, 71 to 74, that's when we crossed 2 for the first time. Okay. And then we went back to 1, and then we went back to 2 only by day 115. All that to say, it took us like almost 120 days, right around April, to get to like a steady 2 per TShare. See, it started to really be steady around day 121, 122. And guess what? Same analogy. From that point on to go to 3, it only took us, because 3 started to show up steadily right around 2, let's just be nice, 213, 214. That's when 3 started to manifest itself steadily. Okay. So once again, 115, 121 days to get to that to get to that 2 steady, but then only 100 days to get to 3. So 120 to get to 2, only 100 days to get to 3. And watch this, even less. When we got to 4, where's 4? 4 show up his face right around steadily, right around 286. You see the trend here? So 115 days, 120 days, 120 days. Then it took only 100 days to get to the next digit. Then from 215, I said, to 286, that's only about 70 days. Do you see the trend here? For every extra. So 120 days to get to 2, 100 days to get to 3, 70 days, 76 days to get to 4. And watch this. Then we got to 5. 5 only took, I see 5 couple times around 332-ish. That's about 50 days. You follow me? That, I can't help myself. It's like the Matrix. I see things like that. Those are trends. Not focusing on the noise, focusing on the trend.
Yes.
Because payout is increasing and the total TShare pool is about to go deflationary. So when you see that trend, you can start to extrapolate roughly how many days do we get to 6 steady? How many days do we get to 7? How many days do we get to 8? You see, and that's how you get to see. Now, I like to do worst case scenario and say, hey, it took about 51 days or so to get to the next digit. So I'm expecting another 51 days to get to the next one. Now, if we get to the next one faster, which has always been happening, as I just been showing, literally proving by showing what already happened. No speculation, facts. They can go look at the chart. If somebody can just literally trend it and make it a chart, it will be beautiful to see. How many days until we get to the next milestone? When you see that and you see how it takes less and less time to get to the next digit, it tells you what's about to happen. And my philosophy is I will still take that the previous time, so 51 days, until proven otherwise. Because, you know, what if it takes 52 days for the next one? Okay, maybe there's a trend reversal. But right now, it gets shorter and shorter. 120 days, then 100 days, then 75, 76-ish days, then 51, 53, because from 286 to 332, it's roughly about 50 days, more or less. Okay? So I'm looking at the next 50 days. And perfectly, there's massive unstaking happening soon around that time too anyway. So expect another rise. And now you can start to extrapolate. If conservatively, every 50 days we get an extra digit, because that's what it's doing right now, now you can say, okay, that means 500 more days, we get 10 points. 5,000 days, we get, ding, 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 100 points. Quick math, it's just math. And once you see that, you're like, wait a minute. Yes, that means by year 14, when I'm doing my 555 days, and I'm on that last year, you know, day 5100 change all the way to 555, there is a high probability that during that time, based on everything I just said, in conclusion, no certainty, but strong probability that I will be earning triple digits payout per TShare that year. It's just math.
Awesome. Yeah, that's incredible. And I think, you know, the only way that, just to add to what you've already set up, I think the only way that more TShares get created at this point is if somebody sells Hex and somebody buys it and then stakes it instead of just holding the Hex, right?
Exactly.
So, but there's a limit on how much that can happen based on how much Hex isn't already staked currently. And
exactly.
As the TShare price adjusts based on when TShares come out, to make sure that you can never get more, then all these trends will continue because they're built into the contract. It's not there are some things that are based on behavior that's unpredictable, but there are some things that are predictable. And Kareem has done an excellent job tonight of separating those and helping us understand.
Amen. And this is the genius, what I said about the Hex contract, like an AI, because he literally, you heard it first here, the Hex contract literally master incentive behavior. Like it's
Yeah.
almost like he's a psychologist almost, because he has seen it so many times, the human psychology, and he know how to incentivize, keyword incentivize, that proper human psychology. Because like I'd say on the Hex Germany way back when, what people don't realize, and I understand because I've seen it, the things that you cannot predict or project, so to speak, is due to the human behavior. So you can never get an exact number. You cannot just chart it, so to speak. But if you understand the human behavior, you can start to see trend. You see, everything that I explained so far, it wasn't like just exact on that day, this is going to happen. No, 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 no. I wanted you to see the trend, because the trend is your friend. If you understand that it's taking less and less amount of days to reach the next level points in terms of payout per t-shirt, that's all you need to know. You don't need to, oh, Kareem, on what day exactly are we going to get $10, 10 hex per t-shirt? That's irrelevant. That is irrelevant. You just need to know what the human behavior is going to do, because human behavior has shown time and time and time again that as the price of something gets more and more valuable over time, especially the early adapter, which has had a lot of the tokens in the beginning, are going to start to take some profit, rightfully so. And since the share price constantly goes up, because share rate goes up and the price becomes more valuable, it's going to create that deflationary aspect. And there's nothing bad about it. It's just understand what it is, see the trend, because I truly believe once you understand that, making a 555 stakes becomes a no-brainer, because you see the writing on the wall, you see the trend. Jeff Bezos used to own 80% of Amazon, right? He raised it money from 50 people, was it 20 people, $50,000, he gave them 20% of the company. But then he's been steadily selling $1 billion a year, and the price keeps going up. He's being diluted, but the price keeps going up. So it's just, it goes to show those are natural human psychology things that happens over time, and more people join in, and the value gets bigger and bigger. So I really hope people not just enjoy the stream today, but enjoy rewatching even the explanation that I just made in simple terms, because I want them to understand the behavior and the psychology behind what's happening. So again, they will never be triggered, good or bad, about something that they don't understand, because now they can understand. Remember, I said that earlier. If you don't know why something is going up, you will never know why it's going down. And in both cases, you will always ultimately lose money. You will either sell too early or not buy a dip when you see one. You see, because if you understand some of the stuff we already break down today, when you see the price going down 80% after big payday, and you haven't had the chance to be big payday, you should be praying hallelujah, thank God I got a second big chance right here, to really understand that long-term value. And that's how you get confidence, and you're not worried about the trader trying to antagonize you, like, oh, come do this, quick flip money, this, that. No, if you were that good, right, why you need my money, right? Why you need, no offense, but why you need paid shield program and this and that? And again, we're not talking about like affiliate links when you're doing other stuff related to crypto, like, I don't know, like hardware wallet stuff that can add extra value separate. But if you're just trying to mimic your trade because you want to make money, to me that sounds like that's the petty stuff, and it's not scalable long term. And you always know something that the audience doesn't know, because by definition, they have to come to your stream or your replay to watch what you have done. So even if they were to watch it in real time, which is not real time because they record the video and then they post it, you already made the move. So you already got the entry points and whatever. And I'm talking about if you're like the benevolent guy that actually know what he's doing, but you always hold the audience a step behind. And then when they fail, you can just blame it. Oh, I told you, I posted the video. That's why they have all those, we do all those memes, because they have to yell, bull run, before the pump happened, and yell, dump before, because if they don't, then they get blamed. So they're always trying to cover their tracks, but sooner or later, they always burn the audience. And massive amount of taxable events are happening. They have no fucking idea. And they don't know until years down the line, they owe millions of dollars in taxes and they don't even understand how this happened. That's why you have to learn how to properly structure. And that's the beauty about staking. What I love about the dollar amount thing that they added, which I think is great, it's not just bragging rights. It's going to help you also for taxes down the road. You can literally pull up, okay, this is how much it's worth. I unstake here. I took a screenshot, whatever. I save it, just like your receipts. Way back in the day when you used to do gas mileage, receipts, just for the IRS,
Yeah.
whatever. Practical stuff, clean, especially for the dream account. Clean. It's long term. No crazy gas fee. No offense, guys. No 150 stakes. Nah, don't do that. Consolidate. Big, long. Get the bonuses. Make it simple. Simple. You know? All the
That
other
gas
accounts,
could be put into Hex
yeah,
and have
exactly.
multiplication.
Any other account that you want to hang around, do whatever you want. You want to do 5,000 stakes and pay the gas fee, by all means, be my guest. But on the dream account, right? I'm mainly talking about the dream account, the long term. Big, fat, put it away, get your TShare. Longer pays better, bigger pays better. You know what I mean? You may not get 10%, but remember, it's up to 10% for the 150 million, which means even if it's 1 million, 2 million, 500,000, you still get a small, bigger pays better bonus. Because people forget that too. They think, oh, if I don't do the big thing, I don't get anything. No. It says up to 10%. That's what the calculator shows you some bonuses added there. So why would you want to do multiple things when you can just consolidate, get both all at once? That's why I was getting at on those two things. So I really hope they understand that. They see the long term, they protect themselves for tax purposes, and you have 15 years to choose where you want to leave, retire when those hex comes out. I mean, it's just gorgeous. It allows you to plan better. Okay. And another last really powerful wisdom I want to give everybody, if you're in your 30s or even your 40s or whatever, the average person in the entire world has some type of savings account, 401k type, where by definition, directly or indirectly, they're not supposed to touch that money from anywhere from 30 years to 45 years. I don't care who you are, even if you're in your 50s and 60s, you know more better than anybody else that there's a high chance that, with technology nowadays, you're going to live up to 80, which means it's 30 more years to go. You have to plan for that. There's a gentleman in the Hex Pro chat, which I love. He's 86 and he got 15-year stakes out there. And you can live it for generations to come, to your family, stuff like that, because it's not about you.
Yeah.
So nobody should have any excuses. None. Zero. Nada. Especially after what I just broke down here on Manny's stream. Watch that 30-minute section when I went over the breakdown. And the beauty is, it's just, I call it explanation by observation. I never trying to belittle people, think I'm smart, you stupid, this, that, I'm going to use fancy terms. It's not about that. If my audience doesn't understand what I'm explaining, then it's a failed period. There's a thing that says in ethics and sales, is that it's highly unethical for you to recommend, sell, whatever, something you do not fully understand. Fully understand that you can explain in simple terms, like a kid can hear and be like, oh, that makes sense, or grandma can hear, because that's how we get to mass adoption. Anybody can understand it relatively fast by just pointing out some observation. Because we're very fortunate. The system has been on for almost 400 days now. It's amazing. 100% uptime. All this great thing Richard talks about. This is valuable content. You can literally say, look, this is what I believe is going to happen, and here's why. Look at what has happened over the last 380 plus days. Look at this trend. You see how the payout keeps going up? Boom. That's the effect of the inflation, only paid to the staker, by the way, because that's what this means. That stash is getting bigger and bigger. That's what Maddie was talking about earlier. Why? Do you believe you want to get a smaller part of the pie or a bigger part of the pie? Now you can literally see it. The pie is getting bigger. Daily rewards, trend line wise, every other day. You know what I mean? So that's why when you zoom out, you see when we went from 0 to 63 million daily payout. That's amazing. And the trend is showing how we're catching an extra 10 million in faster number of days. You can start to almost predict where it's going to be. 2021, we're definitely going to have a triple digits. Yes, get ready for that. It's going to have a triple digits million daily payout. The question becomes, how much of that do you want to have? And now that you understand that the payout, the TShares, total TShare is starting to grind and trend downward, which means if you're already in the system or reinforce your position in the system, you will get a bigger chunk of something that constantly grows. See, simple, by observation. You don't need to take my word for it. Go to hex.com, global stats, pull it up, apply what I just said. Look at how many days daily payout goes up by 10 million. Look at the interval, chart that. You'll see trend. Look at the same thing for payout per TShare. How many days does it go from 1 to the next digit steadily, right? When he went from 0 to 2, and then from there, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5, 5 to almost 6 now. How many days? You see the writing on the wall. It tells you the mechanics. It's something that the day-to-day volatility noise is not going to show you, but it's something that you can trend over time to see. There's the transfer of wealth is happening. The wealth building is happening, and you don't have to trade. I rest my case.
And the verdict is Kareem is awesome. Yes.
I hope somebody turned this into a clip somewhere or whatever. I don't know how you guys do it, but yeah, post it on Twitter or whatever. That would be great.
Absolutely. Yeah, well, this has been amazing, and thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with everybody. It's a really big deal to have you in the community and to have somebody who's so smart and willing to share with others. I mean, you're an amazing guy, and we really value you.
I really value you too.
Thank you.
That's awesome. I want to thank you also. It's important. I mean, I just realized we've been on almost 4 hours there, you know. Again, time is one of the most valuable things. So I want to thank you, you know, for spending your valuable time, for reaching out. Very important. Reaching out. It's like people I said on the chat, like, there's no such a thing as a stupid questions. Like, reach out, ask questions. If you don't troll, right? We don't like that, right? Remember, I'm a kind person. I'm not nice. I'm kind,
Right.
like Richard. Like, you know what I mean? But if you have genuine questions, we will always answer those amicably so you can break it down. Because again, we fully understand it so we can explain it. No animosity, so people can get it, get better. Because when you don't, it does hurt you. It's the same way when people don't know about emergency unstake and then nuke their account. It's not fun to watch. But at the end of the day, right, it's about personal accountability. The tools are there. If you're not reaching out, if you're not asking questions, like, who is to really blame at the end of the day, right? Now, guess what? Emergency unstake could be very simple now, and I love the new logo that they posted about what shows up when you try. Because funny joke, I never seen it because I never tried to emergency unstake.
That's right.
But it was good to see what it looks like as another. The simple fact that the dev went out of their way to do that, shout out. That's fucking amazing. That's the community we have, because they could have just say, yeah, no, screw that. You want to nuke yourself? Go ahead. Thanks for the free coin. No. So but they did that because it's smart, so it doesn't become an attack vector by the naysayer. Be like, oh, you're getting people scammed because of the no. We have this right here. So there's no excuses. We're removing all the excuses. So it's just you and the contract.
You accidentally sell too, you know, you accidentally end stake. No, that's not how it works. You have to do action. You have to pay the gas fees. You get the warning, and that's exactly what it is decreasing an attack vector and protecting investors to the greatest extent that we can. And that's something that the Hex chat does. And so I want to shout out to you and thank you, because not everybody knows that you volunteer your time in the Hex crypto chat to benefit others and to add to the community. And so
absolutely, see, I'm trying to follow also, you know, again, this is one of those things where I always say, you know, alpha follow alpha. You know, when we have a great leader also, you know, I like to call him like that, you know, because Richard is great and I see what he's doing as the benevolence, and I'm like, it got so good, like I want to add value too. And I love what he said too. It's like, listen, you don't have my address, so to speak. You can't send me money. There's no, again, we're reducing the attack vector. It's literally for free, so to speak, because the value for me is in a networking effect. So we get to the promised land faster by educating the staker class so that they get the piece of the cake, like I'm getting the piece of the cake, and we're all just winning. It is not a zero-sum game. The ultimate thing about Hex is that everybody actually win. And another attack vector that I'm trying to solve by being on those live streams for people to understand is because I can see foresight the future. I can see how people that can even be early day one, 5 years from now, they could be complaining, oh yeah, the whales are getting all the money and the reward. No, 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 no. They're gonna go back to this video on Matty Allen and many other videos when we were just like you. Okay, because once again, and I love to brag about this, I wasn't here in the beginning. I'll keep saying that over and over and over again, just to make that point, because I wasn't like a super early adopter or whatever. It is what it is, but I'm not salty. But it's to show that you can come in at whatever and build, because in the long term, the contract will always take care of you. That's why you take advantage of the good dips that comes in. You build your position, you build your stash, you delay instant gratification, you're building your chateau, so to speak, right? Your little kingdom. And then down the road, when it starts to go like crazy, people are like, man, you got lucky. No, 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 it's not luck. It's applied knowledge with discipline over time that then pays you. So the attack vector that I'm trying to address, because I can see it 5 years from now, 10 years from now, is sometimes early people, even in the community, they're going to start saying, oh, only so-and-so get all the reward and this, that. No, 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 no. You had the opportunity to. You still have it now, and you always will have it on the go forward, because share rate always goes up. The best rate is today, because tomorrow it might be higher, and it will be, especially if the price started to pump even faster and faster, because it's going to ratchet even faster. So understand that. Watch the videos, watch the tools. That's why I tell some people when they don't understand something, and we explain them many times, I like to point them out to like, hey, go watch this stream. I explained this particular topic for 2-3 hours. And they say, thank you. And they go to watch it. Oh, Kareem, I understand. Thank you so much. So I see this as value, and I see it as training the core minds as soon as possible, so they don't end up being the salty people. I hate to say it, but I have seen it in many other things. Even in my work, people that quit early. Oh, solar, yeah, it doesn't work. Because I used to go door to door. Imagine, Maddie, 8 years in the business, right? First year, nobody knows you. Solar is a scam. You talk about Tesla, whatever car doesn't move. It's a golf caddy. People make fun. You can't go fast. I remember those days. I remember knocking on doors in the cold sometimes, talking to strangers, just like, hey, this is what we're doing in the neighborhood. Da, da, da. Our company was like nobody, so to speak.
Yeah.
And then we built up, the incentives kind of came to help out, but we were already out there doing the grind. And then we became number one. And then our stock did a 10x this year. It was insane. But it was about seeing the writing on the wall, seeing what's happening. And I don't need to argue global warming. You see, that's the thing with me. I keep it simple, and I use argument. You can't fight. Most people don't care about the environment. That's the sad reality, because I have seen it. Only some of the early adopters, and those are the ones that I signed up first when I was doing my work, because they were saying my favorite line. Say, Kareem, it's not even about saving money. I want to do this for the environment because I think it's great. Somebody should care. I'm going to pay for electricity anyway. Might as well save the environment. And if I end up saving money along the way, great. But if not, it's not. Those were the early people. Because back then, just to set some context, solar wasn't saving people money. At best, you're breaking even. The grid rate hasn't gone up so crazy just yet. But I was already applying that same methodology, broadening down the picture for my customers. See this trend, cost of electricity, it's a monopoly. What do you think is going to happen when blah, 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 more money printing, cost of electricity goes up, because the grid is like a big spider. There's constantly more houses adding onto the grid every day. People don't understand that. It's not just about current capacities, new capacity coming in. We're not going to stop building houses. So supply demand, right? More comes in, the grid is limited. They need billions of more dollars to do those big not solar farms, what's it called, power plants and stuff like that. So no matter what, cost of electricity is bound to go up, and that's when I bring in solar, and solar wins, because solar get rid of the middleman. It's funny, it's like biblical, just like crypto, which is literally the grid. Because the power, people don't know this. The grid doesn't create power. It's funny, it's a joke. They're just the middleman. They're just the delivery. They buy it from somebody else, call your supplier, power plant, solar farm, whatever, and then they add their fee, which is the delivery charge. But because they handle the billing, the paperwork, you think it's them doing everything, but they subsidize some other costs. So with solar, I say your roof becomes your power plant. We generate your power locally, travel 10 feet of conduit, doesn't have to come from 100 miles away. Therefore, we eliminate the middleman, which mathematically, keyword mathematically, creates savings, right? There's no feelings here. It's facts. It's just, here's the data. You're here. We can get you here. What do you want to do? This is what you need to qualify. You see that? There's no like, oh, this, what you stand on. There's no politics.
Yes.
Whether you like the environment or not, most people like to save money, especially for something they have to use every day, compounding. I literally make that joke all the time. And if you don't care about your saving, that's fine. We can set up a little a foundation, or a little, like, you know, kind of like a in French we call it médecins sans frontières, which is like a Red Cross or things like that. So since you hate the savings so much, we're still gonna do it. Save your money. We're gonna take that money and donate to a charity somewhere. And I crack a joke, and then they're like, just to prove a point, or like, you're gonna argue saving money, like. And then I go in with the, you know, it's good for the environment. Your kid's gonna be happy. Boom, less pollution. But they're already sold on the idea of, hey, you're not losing anything. You're gonna pay electricity just like you used to. It's just cleaner, more affordable. See, simple. My average customer is like 65 and retired. I talk to those people all the time. You don't want to complicate things. And I said on previous stream too, most people are afraid to lose what they have than to get something new, especially even if that new things can actually save them tremendously. It's because of the uneasiness, the unfeeling of what to do. That's where the education comes in, because that's where your opportunity lies. Because once you can educate them in simple words, not belittle them, not using fancy words and whatever. I believe in people, and I believe in common sense. Using analogy, make them visualize. Now that they're calm, cool, collected, and understand they're not losing anything, that is just electricity, it's just a lower cost per kilowatt hours, it's game over. They're like, okay, Kareem, how soon can we get this? Right? And that becomes the conversation. It's the same approach we need to do with crypto. And that's why I'm trying to do my part by coming on the streams, educating, providing value for free, because just like longer pays better, man, it all comes back in the long term. You know, good
I heard
comment.
a wise man once say the best way to do this sort of thing is to have people know you, and then like you, and then trust you.
There you go.
Sale. So
there you go.
I'm loving that we're getting to know you, and everybody likes you a lot, and we're able to trust you and what you say.
I work on my likability a lot.
It seems like more and more this sale is going to make a lot of sense when it comes to Hex, and that I think it's going to benefit people, and they're going to say, well, how fast can I sign up? You know, how fast?
Exactly, because the product is that good. And this is where the confidence to share comes from, right? I share something that I'm very confident about because, you know, I have my character that I want to protect. And that's where I can go all in. Because if you really believe it, you understand how groundbreaking this is, you should be want to talk to everybody you can see. And then now my goal is to try to help you and polish you in terms of not having what we call, you know, diarrhea of the mouth, like you being all over the place and not be able to explain in simple term, cool, calm, collected, so people can understand. And that's where analogies are very important for people to see, understand. You take something that already works in the real world to be able to cross the bridge. And then you can show it how different and amazing it is, right? But the sale, so to speak, you know, because professionals like me, we call ourselves sales professionals, there is nothing to sell here. We're more about education and explaining. We believe in people. And once you provide them the information, they sell themselves because they're like, oh, yeah, that's a no-brainer. Let's do it. But it's because they understood what you were explaining. They saw the value, and then they sell themselves. Real bad, scammy salespeople, they're not trying to explain. They're trying to tell you less, less, less. You don't know about it. Don't worry about it. I got it under control. I manage it. They introduce as many middlemen as they can, literally almost purposely keeping you dumb. And they're saying, just trust me, I got it. Like, what? So you're lazy. You're not trying to explain. You're bad at explaining. And worse, you're trying to introduce counterparty risk. I mean, it's insane. No, you need to be able to explain. And if they don't get it, that's on you. That's not on them. If somebody doesn't understand, that means you're bad at explaining. That's it. It burns a little bit, but use that fire to get better. Use that fire to understand that, damn, this product is so good. Shame on me. I don't know how to explain it well. I need to go back to the drawing board. I need to listen to people that can explain it better. I need to ask more questions so I can propagate the right information, the right behavior, which then give the incentives where everybody wins. Then I look like a hero, a genius, and then watch the testimonials coming in and people tell you, thank you so much, because thanks to you, you got me to Hex and I understood it and blah, 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 blah. And then guess what? They want to duplicate too. And that's how we get to spread the word and get everything done, all through education, because the product is that good. So good that once understood, the mechanism just takes care of itself. And that's what our job is in terms of educating, keeping simple, using analogies, using words that they already understand in the real world. So step one is you're not losing anything. Step two is let me show you the similarities of the things that you already have. And step three, let me show you how awesome this is even more, because you thought this was it. I got some Easter egg for you. And now you can start talking about, you know, the extra bonuses and this and the t-shirt and the, but you start with the main idea that they understand, right? Saving money, putting money away for rainy day or investment, showing the global stats of CD around the world, how garbage they are and how better we are. So when people start to look at things on an annual basis instead of day to day, they don't care about daily volatility. If my stash stays about the same based on my entry point, but I'm getting 30% APY, who cares about the other stuff when I can just show you that the real world give you less than 1%? You see what I mean? So this is where the analogy comes in. And then naturally, the good greed is going to kick in and they're going to be like, Maddie, get out of the way. I'm moving in. I need to go tell more people. And more importantly, I need to build my stash. And that's how we're going to get there. 1% at a time if we have to. But again, just omnipresence and just coming again and coming again. People will see that. Even the most skeptical people, after a while, they got to give it to us, man. My most skeptic customers, I may have to follow up 7, 8 times. But guess what? Those are the diehards. When they come in, I got like customers like that. Big house, condo complex, doctors. When he got in, finally, after drilling me for a while, whatever, he brought the whole neighborhood, 20 plus referrals, to the point where I didn't have to do anything. He literally pushed me out of the way. He was the one signing up everybody because now he wanted to act like the guy that's knowledgeable. So he's telling people what to do, so to speak. But you got to understand, that's what engineers, doctors, a lot of them, that's how they think. Because on a day-to-day, some of their decisions affect lives, right? When you're a structural engineer, for example, and you're building a bridge and whatever, it's a big deal. You make a mistake, thousands of people can die. This is no joke. So it's just doctors, and to some degree, have that. So that's why they have to triple check, right? Just like how they do with jet engines, right? Six Sigma, they make sure they check multiple times.
Yes.
Sometimes I caught myself doing that too. I already checked, but I said, one more time. It never hurts. But hey, it becomes bad habit sometimes. But it's just, you have to understand who the audience is. There's going to be people type A, dude, you say one word, they like you, done deal. And other people, they're very quiet, they're very analytical. But if you provide them the information that they're asking for, and you can explain it in simple terms, non-salesy, just, hey, here's the facts, man. I'm just pointing it out. Once they get it, they're going to propagate this thing faster than you can even dream of, because they know people, a niche that you would have never have access to, that they have access to. And now they get to also be the hero, because they can be that knowledgeable figure that went and got the knowledge and now can preach the gospel. Because sometimes it's not about you. Sometimes you just got to be in the back seat. Just let them talk to their audience. You know what I mean? Because the audience already have that good bias and that reciprocity, which is going back to what you said, which is from the book from Oren Clapp, Pitch Anything, right? You can't make sense to somebody that doesn't trust you, and somebody can't trust you until they like you. And this is from the triple segment of the brain, from the reptilian brain, primitive side of our brain, all the way to our neocortex, where we do all the thinking decisions, right? So they said, make them like you, make them trust you, and then make it make sense. And if you can do that at accelerated pace, it's even better. I can meet a stranger and then he signs a 25-year contract an hour later, and it's just great. He's getting great product. He's getting savings. He's getting great attention. And by the time we're done, we're like good friends. And he wants to send me referrals. When you're able to do something like that and genuinely show people that you care and go above and beyond and not give attitudes, it's night and day. Night and day. Sometimes people will just test you, literally. They understand everything you said after you talk once or twice. They're just testing your resilience to see how many times you're going to come back. And you keep coming back 7 times in. And they're like, wow, this guy's committed. He's for real. And then they sign up and then they bring the whole family and the neighborhood and this and that. And the one that don't want to do it, guess what? Within that first 2-3 attempts, follow-ups, they will tell you, listen, man, I appreciate it. I don't want the product. Thank you so much. If when I want, I'll call you or whatever. And that's fine. At least you did your part. They got informed and they made their decision. That's all we're trying to do. We're trying to talk to as many people as we can to get them to make an informed decision. Keyword, informed decision. If you make a decision based on something you don't even fully understand, then how good of that decision actually is, right? Like, it's not, you don't give me a fair shot when you didn't let me present genuinely what the information is in a non-biased way. You maybe read an article somewhere, or you talked to a maximalist that told you some garbage. Like, no, why don't you come and hear from the horse's mouth and the core people in the community, the diehards, whatever. And this is why I'm so excited about the conference, because a lot of those people are going to be there. And literally, you can just invite your friends or your family and be like, hey, listen, I might not be the best at explaining it, but Kareem know how to explain it very simply and very powerfully. Why not just bring my audience, make them tune in, watch the stream, boom. Better yet, have them even ask questions. We'll answer it live, right there and there. We're real people, no bots. It's for real community. We want to answer questions. We're not dodging anything. And we're here for the long run. We want to show them what we believe.
That's right. Yeah, it's going to be live. The core people in the community are going to be there. People are going to be ready to make the presentations that are going to be able to make sense to the most people and give their best presentation in a structured environment. It's going to look very beautiful. We got a custom background being made. So we'll all be there on set together at the conference. And so we're really looking forward to this because, like I said before, there's never been an event in Hex this big in the community without tons of Genesis shares spilling out from beneath it. And so get your phone on now. Go ahead and front run it with your loved ones and explain later. But we're all gonna be able to put a lot of work into this and then enjoy the replays and enjoy what we're building together, which is we're building social capital, right? And we're building wealth, and those are things that are worth living longer for. And longer is better. And now,
Amen. Look at you, Maddie. You see, you're like a professor now, which is awesome. I love it. And that's one another big shout out that I want to give you live here on stream is, again, most people, when we say, take notes, they don't. And Maddie did, and which is great because it is one of the best way to retain information, whether you have a strong memory or not. And I do, like, some of the very important things that I care about, especially when money's involved, I always take notes. Always take notes. That's why some of you guys see me in the Telegram when I post something or when I put an audio, I always tell people, like, make sure read it twice, 3 times, 5 times, as many times you need to, the audio, to really understand what I'm saying. Because sometimes, and I'm victim of that too, way back when, I love to rewatch something that I already watched because I always get a new nugget, something that I didn't fully understand. Because there's a lot sometimes that we're unpacking. And although at first glance, you're like, oh, I get it. But like just really getting it, right? I call it level 3 understanding. You know what I mean? First, you listen. Second, you understand. Third, you internalize. Level 3 understanding requires action. When somebody tells you, oh, yeah, I get it. Huh?
What are the levels again?
Oh, yeah. So level 1, you listen. You heard what a person say, right? Okay. Level 2, you understand. Level 3, you internalize. Like it is so deep that a good analogy, and I train people in sales on that. It is so deep that you're able to show another example using an analogy of something completely different, but that mimic what you're trying to explain. It becomes so deep in the understanding that it can cross a category to another category. And you're able to use analogy and keep it really simple. And that's why it's very, very, very powerful, because you're in depth in the knowledge, and the understanding of the action is so powerful that you're able to see what the average person won't see at first glance. And level 3 understanding is what allows me to break down some of the stuff that I break down here today. Level 3 understanding allows you to see the trend, what the contract is telling you that it's doing and it's working, and you're able to see. So it gives you that edge. It gives you that positive validation that it is not just working, it is excelling at doing what it says it's going to do. And be able to break that down is very, very powerful, because sometimes people, right, they only half listen, or they're not fully attentive when they're listening. They're thinking about what they're going to say next. They have all kinds of distractions and things like that, so they don't fully get it. And the problem is that's how sometimes they miss the real opportunity. That's why you have people that can even be early in the community, but they are level 1 or barely a level 2, and they don't really understand. When I said longer pays better, it's just a perfect example. Longer pays better, level 1, it's like, yeah, longer pays better. I understand the words.
You can repeat it.
Understanding is like longer pays better, but like, oh wow, I can get some bonus shares because I stake longer. No, that makes sense. 20% for extra years. Wow, that's really cool. Oh my God,
you understand?
You're awesome. And then level 3, longer pays better. Like, what? This thing would never end. 555. Let's go. It's about holding it as long as I can, because even after 15 years, you're gonna have to give back those shares. That's what level 3.
So you mean it's like 3/4 of a shark instead of half of a shark?
There you go. And because it's so deep that you understand, like, oh my God, I just opened Pandora's box over here. I need to hold this as long as I can. And this is level 3 is really where you get to see people utilizing that extra 5 years. You see, you don't get that for a level 3 guy. It's just funny. I'm just cracking a little joke, like an analogy. See, because I understand it. For a level 3 guy, when somebody stakes for 10 years, he's just laughing. He's on what are you doing? Like, you already did 10. What's an extra 5? Hold that TShares. What are you doing? You see? And this is where it's like, when people ask, like, hold on. So the share max at 10 for the 200%. Why should I stake it for 15? I don't, you see? That's when you know, oh yeah, this guy got stuck at level 2. Like, he heard it, he understand it, but he didn't fully internalize the gravity of what that means. Because then the level 3 internalize saying that, wait a minute, yes, I topped out at 10 years, but I understand also that longer pays better. He's mathematically created because share rate constantly goes up, which means by year 10, it's going to continually happening. And since we're very fortunate that this code allow us to do up to 15 years, which, by the way, was the max due to gas efficiency. Because I remember Richard said once that in the very beginning, guys, funny joke, but not funny. In the very beginning, I heard Richard said that we wanted to do 50-year stake. And best believe, if that was possible, your boy would have had some 50-year stakes out there. I kid you not. I kid you not. Because I get very passionate. I tell myself, Kareem, we're making it to triple digits. We're going for the 100 years. And if I don't, whoever, my loved one or whoever, they're going to get. Just to prove a point, we are doing the most efficient, powerful, longer pays better, which is the 5555, aka level 3. Again, right? Level 1, you hear it. Level 2, you understand it. Level 3, you internalize it. You understand it so well that you want to milk the cow to the max, and you can use analogy to explain, because you got it so well.
Yeah. Do you want to be saving for the rest of your life or just for the next 10 years? Which one do you want? You know?
Exactly.
And so you're going to do the max of longer pays better. And I just wanted to say, I feel bad when I look away, because you could tell that I'm looking at more than one thing on my screen other than Kareem. The reason for that is because I've been taking notes all night, and we're going to be able to make those available right away. So I got over a page of notes of things I've learned from Kareem that are mind blowing, and that way we'll have a format not everybody has so many hours all of a sudden, but you'll be able to read the page of notes in a much quicker way. So we'll find a.
And shout out to you for doing that. That's really awesome, because again, looking out for the community too, because like I said, not everybody is doing it. So it's good that somebody is at least doing it, collecting it, and then sharing that. And maybe you want to go over some of those right now if you want, because I know you have a slide. So to break that down from the rules, because also some people didn't get to watch some previous streams, because some of those rules, as Maddie can explain, were from previous streams that I've done with Hex Germany.
We'll be able to clip this part so that it'll be highly digestible for people.
Nice.
So here, let me take the banner away. This is these are some notes that I took from Kareem when he was on Discourse Syndicate before, and thanks to him, he said, "Hey everybody, get out your piece of paper and pencil at the beginning," right? He let us know ahead of time what was coming. And then it broke it down perfectly, because even if I skipped around in the video, I knew he numbered everything. He said the numbers, and so that was super helpful for me to tune back in, because your human attention only catches sometimes for long periods of information, only about 2/3 of the information. So having those on and off ramps of markers is really helpful. So Kareem is the face of the Super Sharks. He's a winning whale in training, and he's got these 7 rules, and then a couple more takeaways. So number 1 is get yourself a dream account. Number 2, a lot of these reference what it means to be a true Hexican, right? And that's somebody in rule 2 that is in the 5-5-5-5 club, who's staking the maximum amount of time, 15.2 years. And
Maddie, hold on me 1 second. Right here, why it's so important? Again, going back to that level 3, right? Because the true Hexican understood what that longer pays better meant, which is why doing 5-5-5 is a no-brainer for him. It's a must-do, I dare to say. And that's what I also started by saying, number 1, to create the dream account in case people haven't had that done yet. And going back to what we talked about earlier, put it in a separate wallet, because again, this dream account, it's not supposed to be touched for a long time. It's safe, it's great, and it's just for the longer stay. So nobody can be like, oh, but I have a ladder, and that's fine. But dream account is separate. Dream account is standalone. It's here for building your wealth. You're literally to the highest level. You're protecting even from your own self, because sometimes you get tempted to just like, hey, you know what? You went to let's say 10 years in. Seriously, joke but no joke. 10 years in, it's at over $1. It's great. And then you cash out completely. And by year 15, maybe it's $5. Just imagine the wealth difference. It's like holding Bitcoin, and then it goes all the way to, even I dare say it, 10,000, 15,000 from the get-go, and you sell and you feel great. And then over X amount of whatever years, it goes to 100 grand. So my point is, this is why the level 3 is so important, because there is no real ending game, right? We're going to sell. Sell for what? Going back to fiat that devalued? No. Sell what you need, do the lifestyle, respect the rest. So this is why it's very important. That's why I started with those 2, which are complementary. And just before, to create validity, which is important, just like sales professionals do, right? I told people, don't just believe what people say, watch what they do. I disclose my dream account to say, hey, I'm following my own rules too. Yeah. Very important. But because some people, they'll talk a good game, they'll tell you X, Y, and Z, but they don't even follow what they said they're doing or they said to do. And that to me is disgusting. So not to interrupt, but that's why I wanted to point that out, why they were so important and why they were first.
Awesome. Yeah. And so a true Hexican is in the Cuatro Cinco club and knows that short-term price does not matter, right?
Exactly.
And so that allows you to follow along step 3. Forget the ETH hex chart, right? You don't need it. Number 4, a true Hexican cares only about price stability. And down here you can see there's a side comment that sideways action is your dream come true, right?
Yes.
And that's why is that? Number 5, true Hexicans know it's not about making money, it's all about building wealth.
Yep.
And 6, true accumulation phase never ends.
Yes.
Right? Aha. Okay. Number 7, create a dream account staking ladder, right? Be consistent. The name of the game is TShares. They're getting more expensive. The game is about TShares. It could be worth more than a Bitcoin in 10 to 15 years.
Mark my words. Mark my words. I'll take a bet. Anyone, anytime. 1 million hex, if they dare to say that. I'm telling you, one TShare will be more expensive than the Bitcoin. We will see it.
Well, I can't wait, and I can echo that prediction is spot on, because Hex is designed to do this, right? That's
exactly. And funny enough, based on that comment, right? Let me give you another example. Level 3, based on the comment I just made, to be like, where is it getting this value? What's the logic behind it, right? Very simple words. Level 3 understanding. Bitcoin doesn't pay interest. Full stop, period. Let that sink in. Because now I'm doing the comparison, right? Because if my argument is a TShare, not Hex, a TShare, which is what we know is the most valuable over time, deflationary, all that good stuff. If a TShare is going to be more valuable than a Bitcoin, I need to be able to simply justify where is this argument coming from, right? What's my validity to that statement, right? Number 1, the TShares pays you the interest. Then goes to the Hex. No, literally, again, simple. A Bitcoin doesn't do that. Okay? For the Bitcoin to get any type of interest, you have to introduce crazy counterparty risk and all this other stuff that we already discussed.
The miners.
Yeah, exactly. I was getting to that.
Because they have to create the electricity, to be honest. And
exactly. And even better yet, again, so the Bitcoin doesn't pay you interest, okay? Because the TShare and Hex does, which is great. Number 2, you perfectly pointed that out. Bitcoin also as a whole, just very simple. Whether you want to tell me the miners are benevolent, this, that, whatever, it leaks out economic energy.
Yes.
All the freaking time. Because now we even comparing with this whole store value thing, right? So I just told you, it literally pays you interest, so it makes babies when the other one doesn't. It holds its value longer because we don't have that negative externality due to the miners, right? Dumping the price constantly to pay electricity, right? Because they are the one getting the inflation reward, the Bitcoin, the newly minted Bitcoin. Like Richard perfectly said, every Bitcoin existent first came to the hands of a miner, right? So even if they're benevolent, they're going to eventually have to dump to pay electricity, period, full stop. And it still went up 2 million X. So in terms of growth, we're going to smoke that out of the water. And why does that matter? Because, again, as we already know from the chart, a TShare has 2 functions affecting it. It has the share rate constantly going up from the system, which is great, but also the share price, the price of Hex. So if you're now leaking economic energy or something that constantly grows, over time in value because the energy is stored, not leaked out, unnecessary, plus there's a mechanics that makes it due to longer pays better to increase the price of a TShare. Now you get that double appreciation value that makes it even more scarce, which then makes it more valuable without leaking away that economic energy. So that's why it's really, really, really awesome, right? Because we get all the security from Ethereum mining without having to pay that crazy cost. So it's really awesome. And then you can add all the other freebie that you want as a network that is sitting on top of, right? Faster transactions, you know, because it matters, things like that. You know what I mean? Compared to the Bitcoin, no dealing with the counterparty risk and stuff like that. But if I wanted to just do two simple things, because it was the statement was almost related to some type of price move, is mainly because it pays interest, and human beings always want something that's more valuable if you're able to make babies. Cash flow is the name of the game. That's why there's 7.5 trillion in CDs, you know, US and China or whatever. That's why the bond market has been the biggest compared to regular stock, because anything that can make money passive and yield will always be more valuable than something that just goes up in price. Because guess what? You go up in price, I can go up in price too. But I can make babies along the way, you can't.
It's a policy, you know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Keeping it simple. This is something I can explain to a 65-year-old person plus. You see? So say, Kareem, why is this more valuable? Boom. Just point out those two things. Sir, it pays interest. The other one does not. Okay, because we both go up in value, but this pays interest. On the other hand, too, this thing over here doesn't have to pay for crazy electricity mining dumping. You know, boom, it's there. You see what I'm saying? And it's a better asymmetrical risk reward bet because it's newer and it has so much more room to grow because it tackles a bigger market. Because Bitcoin played the gold game. Gold is only 5 trillion when you compare to 7.2. You see how I did that? Did the only because the other comparison was a bigger number. So it's little things like that, simple one-liners, no complication, keeping it simple. People will love it. More decentralized on the Ethereum network. Think about all these things. If you use the first two and you see what's been happening, 2021 to 2025 is going to be very exciting years. I mean, it's just, and what the epiphany people need to realize when you start to make like stupid money, you also realize more and more that money doesn't really matter, so to speak, because it's just there. And I can speak that because I've experienced that already because I came from super poor. So people think that you don't need to be like a crazy multi-billionaire to experience that, because it's literally just like how Richard said, again, analogy, level 3 understanding, because how Richard said, you can't trade market cap, all this vanity BS. It's about how much you can move, right? Percentage. That's where the gains come from. So if you're super dirty poor, living in a country where it's like the medium income is like $30 a month, and I'm being nice to some area, and then you get to like a really nice, so to speak, you know, suburban area, good, decent work, you know, like the American dream, so to speak, right? 60, what is it? The average American makes about 60 grand a year, or whatever. I'm, you know, in a certain area, I'm just giving a general idea. But when you come from that super dirt poor to that, you have you can take care of yourself, take care of your loved one, have a work that you can feel passionate about doing, take 1 to 2 vacations a year to travel the world. Dude, you made it. Seriously.
Yeah.
You like, for you, that's a fucking upgrade because, you know, so that's the kind of the thing. Everything else is just gravy on top. So I've already experienced all that. That's why I say attitude of gratitude, and I'm already winning at life. I'm just like, hey, how can this go? And if it goes great, if it doesn't matter because I'm already grateful. I dream big because I want to continue to go to my full potential. But if this is it for me, that's fine. I will be happy with it. Right? So it's just very, very important. And this is the things that help me elevate. So same thing with some people when they get to the crazy return more than their wildest dreams, like literally, and staking and whatever becomes a joke. It's unnecessary, especially when the community is established and the price is solid. Because again, there's no rug pulling here. There's no exit scam. The floors are there for the long haul, and we got new people coming in. All of a sudden, it doesn't matter. And then you realize another epiphany, which is if it's going to just sit there and I'm not really trying to sell anyway, and price doesn't really matter because I'm already 100x on my money anyway, I'm just happy to be here, then you're like, might as well just stake it. You know what I'm saying? And then you get to that level 3 where I'm already at, where it's like, let's just stake it 15 years. This is great. Community is awesome. People is awesome. We're telling the truth. The product is great. I mean, the journey to me is what's going to excite me the most. You know what I mean? Because I'm still going to be a hardworking person achieving what I want to achieve and make money and whatever. But it's like just having that experience with the people. It's, to me, it's the holy grail. And then when COVID is done, we started going to conferences, like physical one.
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna be trolling some people, dude. That's gonna be epic. To me, that's gonna be more valuable, literally, than the money. Like, we're gonna
Better
start
than money.
laughing. Be like,
Yeah.
yo, we're hexing. We're not flexing anymore. We're hexing. This is
Yeah.
gonna be so fun. And then changing more people's lives, testimonials. And I really, I almost cried when I watched David Federer, his
Yeah.
testimony. That really touched me. That was so great. I was so happy, man. Just like community taking care of his own, people come in, they get good gains, they get to get out of debt, they get to change their life. It's that virtual lending Richard talked about, which is perfect, because I'm like, hey, I don't need the money right now. Let me put it in the system. System pays me, so to speak, in shares, and let me just sit on it. It's literally like virtual lending. Somebody else has used the money, changes life, everything's great, which create more attraction. Hey, it's working, it's free advertising, changes life. You want to talk about it, you want to be involved more, you want to give back, because that's what natural human beings have. It's in your DNA. That's what makes us human. It's called reciprocity. When somebody do you good, you almost feel compelled to do good back. It's not a default. It's literally it's a special feature that your spirit has. Not to
That's
go.
probably what existed before money was a system of favors.
That's what I'm saying. Because you got that kind of like virtual, spiritual, social credit score, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
So like back home where I'm from, we call it the shaking the hands and protecting your last name, so to speak, because it literally goes a long way. Like, I kid you not, I remember some places where just because I can use my dad's last name, not so much because about the crazy money, but because he was a trustworthy person in the community. That went a long way. So what we were saying had weight, because he always took care of the community, help out, and so on, sort of stuff. And depending on who you are, if you really tap into it, because we all have it, mine is just at a higher level. Like, I get a kickback, like, emotionally. I get like,
Yes.
it's like almost like emotional orgasm when I able to like help somebody out and then change his
Rewarding.
life
Yeah.
somewhere. It's like, dude, I feel like I'm winning. I'm feeling like, damn, I came to life to do this thing,
Yeah.
add value. And because I know that at some point somebody did that for me. Again, reciprocity. And I've seen the suffering of the world, which is, it's sad, but it's a great teacher too, because you realize all this other stuff doesn't really matter. I mean, it's cool, it's funny, it's flashy, I like it, just for fun. But when it really comes down to, like, anybody, if you sit down with me and we talk, like real talk, for like about 30 minutes to an hour, you're gonna be like, whoa, this guy is just really different. So it's also good also to have like a little bit of a front in a way, because if you don't know me, maybe you watch the video, oh, guys in the Tesla doing whatever, you're gonna be like so quick to judge, right? You'll be at that level one. You won't even, you just
Yeah.
take it for face value. You don't understand it. You don't know the story. You don't know the struggle. You know what person's been through, and you never even like ask. And then you're gonna have two type of people. You're gonna have the people that want to go deep, and those are the people I want to talk to, which I think is gonna be great, because guess what? They're already open minded and want to listen. And then the other people are just going to weed themselves out, because sometimes they're just short-minded. And if you're not careful, Maddie, that's very important, especially for those of you out there, when you start to get wealth and stuff like that, sadly, there's people that might prey on you. So you have to be careful. You have to be able to also, sadly, rise your lie detector and BS. And sometimes people, oh yeah, let's go do this and this and that. You pay for this, you pay for that. Next thing you know, you're like, okay, you like me for me, or you like me because of the money? What's going on? Like, it's okay to pay every now and then, but like, make sure you get the people for the right reason. So it's important to have certain mechanism like that to be able to see. And then that way you get to, because time is money, right? You get to focus your full attention primarily to the people that are open-minded, that want to listen, and that want to better their life. They're willing to change, right? There's a
And
funny
help others too. Yeah.
exactly. There's a funny analogy that I love that's gonna paint this picture, which is so great. So it's hilarious. A joke, right? It goes like this. It's a saying. It says, "You can't teach pigs how to fly, Number one, you can't, and number two, you're bothering them. That's the funny. Because, and in the analogy, the funny joke is they love being and staying in their own mud. There's some people that they're just negative. No matter what you do, what you say, they will always just look at the downside and they want to drag you down, stuff like that. That's why you have to separate, go somewhere else, change your environment so you don't get negatively affected. And sometimes by doing that, then inviting them over, sometimes it helps because they leave their own environment, they leave their own mud, and now they're open-minded to the new information. Because if not, it's like talking to a wall. Because of the three level, right? You know, the trusting, the make him like you first, right? So you can make him trust you, then you can make sense. You can't just go straight making sense. The guy's already skeptical, doesn't want to give you time of day, not open-minded. You're just gonna reinforce the block. You gotta soften up first, get him open-minded. Sometimes it helps different environment. Sometimes traveling where it helps, you go to sea. So you change your perspective. Sometimes it's to third party because you have those people where, no offense, maybe they know you from way back when, or they know you as not the expert, so to speak, and then they won't give you the time of day. So what you do is you invite a guest, you invite a speaker. I tell my friends all the time, I'm available, just let me know, we can organize this. And then that's fine. I'll come and I'll do the talking. You'll still get the value because at the end, I'll make sure they understand that I'm only here because of you. Because if you haven't made the move, I wouldn't have come in to talk. So they put some respect on your name, which is important. But the reason why they're doing that is because they appeal to authority, and more importantly, they're looking for that validation. They're looking for, hey, I know you as this guy or whatever that's not an expert at this. Why should I listen to you? Type of thing. So when you introduce the third party to come in and talk on your behalf, that can back you up, increase your credibility, and then, funny enough, saying almost the same exact thing, literally, same exact thing. But because they at least reach level 2, because there's a little bit of trust here, okay, who's this guy, credential, or whatever. Now they're listening a little bit more. Now you have the ability and opportunity to finally make it sense and go on the nitty gritty and go into the breakdown because you have breached that first and second step. So having those things like that is important. I've experienced that too in the beginning. I mean, people are like, who's this guy? Tell country, what is he gonna tell me? Blah blah blah. When I got promoted in my first work, I was the youngest person in the area. I'd be like, what's going on here? But I never took it personally because I understood, because I spent a lot of time doing the personal development. So I'm now falling to the typical frustration. I'm not saying it's easy, trust me, but sales has really taught me a lot of patience. Again, when it's done right, professionals, because it's not about me, and it has never been. You don't know what we're going through. I mean, I'm sure you have seen your fair share. Like sometimes people just have a bad day, and you just happen to talk to them or call them at the wrong time, wrong place, whatever, and you become the conduit of that bad day. So, and I always self-reflect: is it me? Did I do something wrong? Did I know? And then I try to look at it like, no, it's just some other event triggered them or whatever. So I don't take it personally. And I'll say, hey, you know what? Just have a good day. Now it's not a good time. We'll talk at some other time. If you're open-minded, here's my number, whatever. Call me. Like just cordial, not giving them any excuses or justification to say, see, I was right to be mean to you because you're X, Y, and Z. No. Because I'm already used to that, the whole chip on the shoulder, the whole counting you out, whatever. But guess what? That's where the opportunity lies. Like Richard said, that's where I'll get to work on my greatness and get better every day because I know what it's like not to have it, If people keep telling you how great you are and nothing to prove,
when you're understanding and when you're being level-headed and regulating your emotions, and it allows you to be more effective that way using your neocortex instead of your reptilian brain.
Exactly. And again, I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying it's an overnight process. I'm just saying, just like everything, it's like a muscle, right? Whatever you measure, right? They said this, whatever gets measured gets improved, right? If you track it and you want to get better, if you want to get more understanding, stuff like that, boom. Everything is like a muscle, like going to the gym. You got to work on that understanding. You got to work on your mindset. You got to work on your delivery methods, your vocabulary, things like that. All that is important. It's for greater delivery so that people can really get your message. And that's why it's so important. Because if you really care about the message you're trying to give, if you really care about the mission, you trying to become better as a human being should be a must, should be a priority, should be a no-brainer, because the better you are, the better you can be at delivering that precious information that can literally, I believe, change people's life.
Yeah.
So, stop being casual about, no, life is serious. Take it seriously. You know what I mean? Like, have fun every now and then, all the stuff. But when the important stuff comes in, do the work, get the foundation in. Because over time, compounding effect, just like in Hex, will take care of you. Incremental growth. And then you get the surge. That's just how it works. Compounding at work, building momentum.
Well put. Well, you've made tons of connections with all the information that you've presented and brought it full circle. I've taken notes for everyone's benefit, and I appreciate you sharing all your knowledge and allowing us to learn from you and learn from each other. So that's the power of the community, and everybody who's learned something today, please pay that forward, right? And improve yourself so that you can improve your message. And those are great lessons. I think that that it's going to pump your bags, and it's going to help other people when you deliver a product that that truly is life-changing and is something that that is going to make the world a better place. And
Amen. Amen. It's a win-win-win. The best type of product out there, Not a win-lose, not like, hey, I take your money and your health goes bad. It's like, it's just win-win-win all around. You know what I mean? You benefit, I benefit, the whole world benefit, becomes a better place. So this is why it's awesome.
So we've got people ready for their Hex stimulus package coming in.
We heard that too. Yeah. I mean, they're printing $748 billion just for the relief package for COVID. And then Yellen's gonna be the next Fed, so just be ready. Be ready. Yeah. More money printing. 21 is gonna be wild. It's gonna be wild. I mean, like I said, if you can think the long term, once again, not to beat a dead horse, but I'm just saying, longer pays better. I'm gonna leave it at that. All my people out there, level 3, you understand what Kareem means. So that's why you see a lot of my tweet. I just like how those little, I would just put LPV at the end because the funniest thing about Twitter also is like you get a limited amount of space characters, so you have to do the most impactful in a short amount of time while making sense. So and I love this little acronym. Yeah, LPB is one of my favorite. That and then emojis, of course. I'm the king of emojis for sure. I like to let people know how much I feel, what I feel when I text.
I wanted to thank everybody who's donated today. I really appreciate your support. And Navi, Toby Wan, Hex Out.
That's awesome. Maddie, look at this. We've been streaming for 4 hours and 40 minutes, man. That's awesome. Wow. We're catching up to Richard.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah,
that's awesome. I think my longest one
before we go longer than he did,
I know. Yeah, because I think the longest one was Discourse Syndicate. I think before that was like 3.5, and then when I was on the Hex Germany was like 3, and then with you was like 4:42. That's good. I'm stepping up.
That's a good sign. Yeah, yeah. I think this is my personal record now.
Oh, is it? That's awesome. Hey, so many great things to share. So that's awesome.
Yeah, all-time highs for the Maddie and Kareem stream today. And so thanks everybody.
Personal record too.
Awesome. Yeah. Yeah. So
mine is the 24-hour live stream, but yeah, definitely on the one-on-one, yeah, by far. By over an hour.
Now, how can people find you?
Oh, yeah, good point. Well, I mean, you got the Telegram, and then the main one I would say would be, besides Telegram, would be Twitter. I'm mainly there. So at Your Magic, let me see if 1 second. I'm gonna try to reconnect from the computer real quick. I'm gonna type in the chat so you can see how it's spelled, so you can share that, please, for everybody to see. so they can see it. Unless somebody else in chat can post it, but because it's to say at your magic. That's the name. Let me see. It's streaming now.
I got it. Yeah,
Oh,
I got it.
yeah. So
We'll put that
YOR.
up. We'll put that up here on the screen, and then we'll put it in all the different chats so people can click on it easily. And that way people will be able to connect with Kareem and find out what he's up to and what he's tweeting, and like all the things he's already said that have become the record of what Kareem has shared with the community. And
Amen. And that's why I love Twitter, because again, I can tweet, you can see what I'm saying, you can tweet at me. You know, it's just like Telegram, you know what I mean? But a little bit, I guess, faster, so to speak. So, because I love what Richard said too. It's like, you can't send me money, no, whatever. My what add value would just be seriously, and that's what I appreciate Maddie so much. I'm gonna end with this. It's like the biggest thing you can ever do for me. I kid you not. If you care, I do. I want to give back. You know, reciprocity, great content. I love it. The biggest thing you can do for me, please, is share this content with as many people as you can. Hear me loud and clear. Clip this, get a copy of it. Some of you guys are like gurus out there of video editing, whatever. Post all that stuff, because the more we get people to see this content and the explanation, the sample version, the better it will be. I am extremely busy. Unfortunately, I cannot do the YouTube right now. Apologize. The two best things that I can do, like I said it before, is keep buying more Hex, right? And then come to on as many stream as I can, you know, when I get the invite, which is great. Thanks, Maddie, again, so that we can keep spreading that word. And then, yes, you can follow me on Twitter. That's another one, too, because I tweet there. So you can send some of those posts to your following as well. So win-win-win. So if somebody wants to talk Hex, somebody wants to say bad things about Hex, send them my way. I'm going to school them. I'm going to educate them. You know, Maddie, the famous thing that I like to put myself more on top, not just the Hex Shark thing, is I want to be the face of the staker class.
That's right.
The 555 club. When somebody's doing that, that's my picture that should comes up, right? We got Bitcoin, we got Satoshi, we got Ethereum, we got Vitalik and Hex, we got Richard, of course, King Richard, and in the staker class, the master of quick math, right? Yours truly, Kareem, right here, the face
Kareem with the dream account, modeling staking.
It's doing well. It's spreading. People are understanding it. And then I got a couple of tweets from that. Like, thank you so much. Dream account was great on Telegram. I got a lot of thank you from that. It's important. We're building wealth. That's what we want.
Yeah.
We're not here for the quick flips. Okay. You want your 1x? Okay. Take it. Go away. We're here for the bad game.
Get out of here.
That's awesome. That's a great way.
Thanks again for being on. And thanks everybody for donating your attention and your lemons and everything.
Awesome.
So
how many people we got on the stream right now?
We got 29 on one, and then 41 on another, and
nice.
I'm sure lots elsewhere. So thanks everybody.
Awesome. You're gonna have a copy of this too, right? Anyway, that you can post.
Oh yeah, yep.
There you go.
So
awesome.
Thanks everybody, and catch us on the first Hex conference, and we'll be around. So take care, and remember, stake wisely, my friends.
There you go. There you go. Thank you. Have a good night.